A system interface displays a character profile, hinting at the world of mages and powerful individuals. 3 days have passed since the impossible occurred, and the protagonist still struggles to comprehend the dimensional shift that brought him here. He now finds himself living within the very novel he himself had penned. A curious phenomenon has taken hold within his fictional world, with the real world threatening to merge into its pages sometime this week. Rasen Maton sits on his bed, reflecting on the surreal turn of events, never imagining he would personally experience such a profound possession. His bare foot rests on the ground, a tangible connection to this new, unbelievable reality. Still trapped within this unfamiliar body, he grapples with the stark reality that now protrudes into his existence. Now identifying as Cha Sung-min, he finds himself unable to acclimate to this new form. Yet, despite his efforts, no matter how many times he tries to dismiss them, the ominous words persist, refusing to fade from his sight. The truth solidifies. He has truly possessed a character within the novel, and not just any character, but a star-crossed supporting role. A vision of his destiny appears, a swirling vortex of dark, crimson energy hinting at the grim fate awaiting him. A destiny of being killed by his own brothers. The ultimate consequence, as the cold, unforgiving blade of the guillotine descends, sealing his tragic end. Then, abruptly, the scene shifts. It is 9 years later, on what feels like the very first day, and a younger version of him stirs in his sleep. Suddenly, he jolts awake, his eyes wide with a sudden, profound realization. Still reeling from the shock of his new, childlike body, Rasen Maton sits up in bed, a maid hovering over him. His expression a mix of confusion and apology. Startled by his sudden movement, the maid stumbles back, her gaze fixed on him with growing unease, sensing something profoundly unnatural. As he rises and asks about his location, she sees not a child, but a terrifying monster. She recoils further, her apologies for disturbing him turning into desperate pleas, before collapsing to the floor, begging for her life as Rasen Maton stares in utter bewilderment. His eyes widen in shock, still processing the maid's frantic pleas. Just as another man steps into the room, his own face registering surprise. The maid's terrified scream echoes from within the grand building, her face contorted in pure horror as she looks up at the small figure on the bed. It was the first day, and he had only been trying to be nice. But the maid's reaction had been one of utter terror, perceiving him as a monster. He hadn't thought it would go like this. He was Rasen Maton, or rather, his new name was Cha Sung-min, a name he had only just learned this morning, along with the fact that he was now a boy. As a man enters the room, observing the chaotic scene, the newly named Cha Sung-min resolves to keep a meticulous record of his new life. His lavender eyes gleaming with a newfound determination. He decides to meticulously record everything he sees and hears, believing that whether someone acts or not, the knowledge of their actions is his to gain. Meanwhile, every movement of the maid is being closely monitored. Her path through the estate is tracked with precision. Cha Sung-min continues to write, noting that this daily routine has been a part of his life since the age of 10. Suddenly, a man bursts into the room, startling Cha Sung-min, while the maid collapses to the floor, frantically apologizing and promising to clean up whatever mess she's made. The man simply stares down at her, a heavy silence filling the air. Cha Sung-min rises to his feet, demanding to know what the man thinks he's doing. The man's body trembles with barely contained rage as he looks at the boy, his anger palpable. With a snarl, he lunges forward, aiming a kick directly at Cha Sung-min. He sits on his bed, pen in hand, reflecting on his past, admitting that he was a strange child even then, a monster of memories after his second reincarnation. His mind drifts back to Rasen Maton's earliest recollections. He remembers being only 4 years old, wielding a toy stick to brutally beat the servants who attended to him. The sounds of impact and screams echo through his memory as the young boy relentlessly attacked those around him. Among those terrified servants, one of them was Hampton. By the age of 5, he was already a monster, confronting his mother with a furious question, "Someone who killed my mother?" Even then, the boy was born to be a murderer, observed by a concerned Hampton. While Rasen Maton was very scared of Bellatrix, he wasn't afraid of death at all. Back in the present, Rasen dismisses a maid with a cold command, "Get lost right now," his tone sharp and final. He feels no anger as these memories resurface, a stark reminder of what transpired in his youth. Even then, he was known for a cruel and unpredictable personality, committing terrible acts. And after he grew up, he became even more so. Screaming insults, he would beat servants without mercy, his terrible temper flaring as he threatened to incapacitate them. Yet, despite his violent nature, he was the most skilled in martial arts within the Maton family. A fact that forced his father, Maton, to repeatedly bow his head to the family elders, begging for forgiveness. This eventually led to his banishment to a remote estate, the Autumn Mansion, just a few days ago. He recalls a younger version of himself, bat in hand, looking down with a fierce intensity. As a voice questions if this Rasen Maton is truly mad over something as trivial as chocolate. This memory also brings forth the name of the reputable swordsman family Sod, a detail he, as Cha Sung-min, had once typed into his novel, creating the character of Larsen. Cha Sung-min had decided Larsen would be a swordsman, Yet he hadn't planned for such intricate details and dreams to manifest so vividly in his own life. This world, with its grand, sprawling cities, is not the one he, Cha Sung-min, had written. It is a world he didn't create, a reality discovered by itself, where he now lives. The young boy, Larson, gazes out a window, as the protagonist realizes he remembers most of these memories now. Even as his current self lies asleep, having been unconscious for 3 full days. He sits up in bed, a profound sense of disbelief washing over him, as he struggles to reconcile his memories with his current reality. His thoughts drift to his past life, where he was a novelist, even losing his job, and he recalls Larson Mayton, the protagonist he created for his own story, as the sound of his typing echoes in his mind. He then remembers the grand halls of the reputable swordsman family Sod, a place where Larson Mayton, his fictional creation, should never have existed in this world. The stark truth settles in. He is merely a character he himself created, a fictional being. A memory flashes of him falling into a fractured, glowing abyss, surrounded by shadowy figures, a moment of profound despair. He recalls believing he could forget everything, that no one would look for him, only to see a phone notification revealing he's been offline for 3 days, confirming his isolation. Another memory surfaces, of a crowd gathered around a guillotine, a grim scene he witnessed, reinforcing his sense of being an outsider. He remembers the crushing realization that, in the end, he was completely alone, a younger version of himself sobbing in despair. Returning to his current state, he sits on the bed, hands clasped, resolving to prioritize sleep above all else. He hadn't considered the immediate future, only a year remaining until his uncle's inevitable overthrow. He could dream of a future for 8 more years, but the real problem lay in what would follow. Even if he worked tirelessly to alter his destiny, the outcome remained unchanged. This was Kaysen Sod, the true protagonist of the novel. The Mayton family's destiny was to clash with Kaysen Sod, and he was the one who unintentionally killed the Sod family's first son. The situation was so intricate that even as the author, he wouldn't have been able to resolve it, a complexity that would only unravel as the novel progressed, leading the conflict between the two families to its inevitable climax. Suddenly, war erupted, a conflict that would become known as the Sword Demon War, which, given the novel's title, the reputable swordsman family, Sod, ultimately won. His thoughts drift to the fleeting nature of words, how they appear and vanish, and how the very fabric of reality was utterly destroyed by them. Standing in his opulent room, he gazes at his hand, a silent question forming in his mind. What must he do to live a life free of regret? He remembers his past self, Cha Sung-min, the true creator of this world, who spent his entire life, day and night, toiling away at a company, crafting this very narrative. All the incredible opportunities and the sheer luck that the protagonist, Kaysen Sod, experienced were, in fact, meticulously crafted by his own hand. He holds the future in his grasp, and his deepest conviction is to utilize this knowledge to prevent the plot from unfolding as he wrote it. No, he declares with newfound resolve, he can certainly live a better life than the one he once knew. This grand estate, with its spacious rooms, is a stark contrast to the cramped studio apartment he used to call home. Even the toilet in this room is far larger than his old living space, a testament to the life he now has, a life he intends to live to its fullest, since he only gets this one chance. He considers the opulent surroundings, dismissing his past life as nothing more than a forgotten dream. Yet, the knowledge of the novel's future still weighs on him, prompting him to wonder how he can best utilize it. He recalls the current state of Kaysen Sod, still a young master, destined to grow into the story's antagonist. With a confident air, he acknowledges the inherent advantage of his foreknowledge. He tries to maintain an optimistic outlook, even as the grim reality of Kaysen's nature surfaces in his thoughts. The memory of his own character's tragic end at 17 fuels his resolve to forge a far better life than his previous existence as Cha Sung-min. He realizes that a different outcome simply requires different actions. With a sudden, firm resolve, he commits to altering his destiny. He stands in the opulent room, the weight of his past life and future resolve settling upon him, as the words he had just uttered begin to manifest into reality. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before his eyes, announcing that Larson Mayton's will has been activated, and with it, the heavenly eye has manifested. A gasp escapes him, his mind reeling at the impossible revelation. As if to confirm the message, his eye glows with an ethereal purple light. Another notification appears, clarifying that this heavenly eye is the very ability possessed by the protagonist of the reputable noble family Sod. He stares at his reflection, the glowing eye a stark contrast to his usual appearance, grappling with the sudden, unexpected power now coursing through him. A game-like system interface materializes, displaying the title, Youngest Scion of the Mages alongside various stats like HP, MP, STR, DX, INT, LUK, and All Power, with a portrait of a hooded figure. Almost immediately, a blue notification window pops up, announcing, Character Larson Mayton's will has been activated. Heavenly eye has been activated. Standing by a window, Larson Mayton observes the notification, which further explains, this is an ability that the protagonist possesses. His thoughts immediately drift to Kaysen Sod's ability. He quickly realizes the implications, understanding that what he is currently perceiving are the effects of the heavenly eye. From behind, Rasen Maiten continues to stare at the glowing notification, confirming that his will has been activated and the heavenly eye is now online. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he wonders why he possesses Kaisen, the protagonist's, ability. He looks down upon a vast, assembled army, the system text reiterating that everyone has their own unique ability, and he now possesses the protagonist's. The army stretches out before him, with a powerful, black-haired figure at its head, a figure generally transcribed as the protagonist of a novel. The protagonist, Kaisen Sod, gazes forward with glowing red eyes, the system describing him as a steep mage who conquers the whole planet Earth. He hadn't thought that such immense power could exist, a force capable of not just destruction, but of consuming entire universes. Yet, the true horror lay in its application. This power was used to annihilate the Maiten family. A sharp jolt courses through him, his lavender eye flaring with an ethereal glow. As he perceives a subtle ring of energy, invisible to the naked eye, forming around him, it feels as though his very will has awakened his body to this new reality. A sudden realization dawns on him. This single ring must be the first circle of magic. He recalls from his own written story that ancient mages could gather mana around themselves, forming these rings as crucial fuel containers for casting spells. Such advanced knowledge, he knows, demands extensive training and study to even perceive. He continues to ponder the implications of his unique ability, realizing the profound usefulness of his own novel in this new reality. This knowledge, he muses, must have originated somewhere, when a sudden knock at the door pulls him from his thoughts, a sound he immediately attributes to Hampton. A voice from outside politely requests entry, and he grants permission. The door swings open, revealing a figure who immediately drops to one knee before him. The kneeling figure, however, speaks with an unexpected arrogance, demanding that he, the young master, should always be knelt before. He then mutters a complaint about the Duchess's stupid rules, leaving Rasen utterly bewildered. A look of profound shock crosses his face, as a mysterious system window suddenly materializes, revealing the kneeling figure's name as Alec, his main role as assassination, and his characteristics as unable to analyze. The unexpected information leaves him questioning everything. He struggles to recall this particular character, a white-haired woman, from his memories of the novel, yet her presence feels undeniably close. The world of the novel, Regrettable Imperial Prince's Sad End, was a chaotic place where the main characters relentlessly pursued the throne, a world where he himself was forgotten. It was a world no different from countless other novels, a place that rigidly adhered to the original story's logic. Even as a child, surrounded by shadowy figures, the thought persisted, by my side. The shocking reality that Alec, whose true role was an assassin, had appeared as his servant in this very location, was almost too much to comprehend. This was the dark truth of one of the bastards vying for succession, a crazy world where the original novel's intent was absolute, and his own eye glowed with a faint, unsettling light. He tried to calm himself, his teeth gritted, the internal voice urging him to regain control. He knew he had to force a smile, for the woman before him was an assassin, and she wouldn't strike unless she found an opening. Yet, even as she lunged, a chilling realization struck him. That was unlikely the case. He observes the kneeling figure before him, her trembling a clear sign of fear, yet his inner eye tells him this is not her true state. A soft cough escapes him as he finally addresses her, calling out to Era. She responds instantly, her voice deferential, and he curtly orders her to rise. Without looking at her, he continues, requesting the chocolates his mother had purchased. Era's expression shifts to one of surprise and mild annoyance as he then instructs her to leave the room so he can collect his thoughts. His gaze sharpens, questioning her obedience, and she quickly assures him she will comply. With a soft click, the door handle turns. Era retreats from the room, but pauses at the threshold, glancing back with a puzzled expression, wondering what she might have just perceived. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His expression, his very presence, felt different than before. It was more than just his demeanor. She'd noticed a distinct change in the mana flowing around him, a subtle shift that felt entirely new. Still, she wasn't entirely sure what it meant. But there was definitely something different about him. While it was still too early to confirm anything, she knew she should consider reporting this unusual observation to Lady Maiten. As she continued down the long, opulent hallway, her thoughts lingered on the young master. Meanwhile, back in his room, Rasen Maiten sat before a glowing holographic screen, ready to delve into all the information he possessed. He had to understand his new reality, a reality far removed from his previous life, where he had been banished to the asteroid mines. The Maiten family, a lineage of immense power, has always been governed by a strict succession law, ensuring that only those with the strongest mana could inherit the family's legacy. This absolute zero-change protocol meant that the family's power was constantly monitored, and the mage family, along with the swordsman family, would always play a pivotal role in the succession, often as the villain. He reflects on this, a holographic screen displaying complex data before him, thinking that to ensure his survival, he must become a decent person. Fortunately, Rasen Maiten, the creator of this world, had ensured that the protagonist was the only one who should have a happy ending, a detail he now finds himself contemplating deeply. He knows the future, as well as all the amazing opportunities that await him and where the ancient ruins are located. He must participate in the Succession War, a conflict that will inevitably draw in the swordsman family, led by Kaysen Sod. He considers the implications, realizing that he'll definitely be married into the swordsman family if he doesn't participate at all. This fool continued to live his life until he reached 10, which was why he was banished to the asteroid mines at the age of 17, a harsh past that still haunts his thoughts. He remembers the tombstone, a stark reminder of the consequences of his past actions and the fate he narrowly avoided. Rasen Maton, lost in thought, considers the freedom to travel frequently and enjoy a luxurious, carefree existence he couldn't experience in his previous reality. He resolves to maintain a middling position, ensuring he neither overperforms nor oversteps any boundaries. This was a strategy he had often employed during his past life's competitive bids in Korea. Confident in his clear understanding of what he needs to do, he feels certain he can pull it off now. His contemplation is abruptly interrupted by a sharp sound. As a system notice appears, his heavenly eye has been deactivated due to a critical lack of mana. A soft knock at the door precedes the female assassin's apologetic entrance, addressing him as young master. Rasen dismisses her concerns, explaining he was merely out to purchase some clothing. The female assassin, still seemingly flustered, clarifies that she had simply gotten lost. He knew he had to maintain his scoundrel image for now, a necessary facade for his plans. As his butler approached, the man named Alex spoke, asking if he knew what the scariest thing was, when footsteps made no sound, to which Rasen replied, "In that case, the rumors say that people don't exist." A sharp tack echoed as the doors closed, and a voice from beyond them snapped, "So get lost already," followed by a more subdued, "Understood. Please have a good rest." Outside, two maids exchanged bewildered glances, one whispering, "Did I hear that wrongly? What did young Master Larson just say?" Back inside, Rasen simply dismissed their concerns with a quiet, "It's okay." Elsewhere, the female assassin mused to herself, her gaze distant, that someone who couldn't be found when needed was useless, and she would dispose of him so that no report would be necessary. 1 week later, the scene shifted to the grand estate of Hampton. Alex stood before Rasen, who was now dressed in new attire, confirming, "Yes, young master. Get ready." With a determined expression, Rasen declared his next move. "I'm going to the academy to study." He sits up in bed, looking at his butler, a question on his lips about the training building. As they walk through a vast training ground, he declares, "No, I'll make an appointment right away with young master." A week had passed since the incident at the Hampton estate, and he had been instructed to sort out his affairs before attending the academy. To survive in order to escape the novel, he needed to participate in the academy and become a decent human. Now, dressed in a new uniform, he walks through the grand halls of the Hampton estate, his mind set on the challenges ahead. He clenches his fist, a silent vow forming in his thoughts. He needs to train hard to survive, no matter what, and become more powerful. His expression hardens as he recalls the face of Kaysen Sod, the man he must surpass. A system screen flashes into view, displaying the title, Youngest Scoon of the Mages alongside a character profile and various menu options, indicating a game-like interface. Meanwhile, young Master Larson, his orange hair a blur of motion, sprints across a manicured lawn, his expression one of urgency. A frustrated sigh escapes him, as he mutters a curse under his breath. His mind drifts to a painful memory, a vivid image of a baseball bat, and the words, "him beating my butt with a golf club and bruises." Observing from a distance, Rasen watches Kaysen Sod and Alec walk by, a sense of unease settling over him, thinking, "But something should be wrong about this. I feel like I should be worried about." As they continue on their way, Kaysen's voice carries on the wind. "But now, we want to go to the training building." The words hang in the air, prompting a startled reaction from Rasen. The training building. A system notification appears, confirming the location as the training building, intermediate and low level, as he stands, his legs visible against the ground. Rasen reflects on the concept of a shadow, a shell trainee responsible for managing examples, a role he hadn't considered, wondering when this information became known. These individuals are trained and brainwashed from a young age, their sole purpose to assist the successor. They devote their lives and unwavering loyalty to their designated successor candidate, with the 7th young master's shadow specifically named Hampton. Meanwhile, Alex stands with a solemn expression, his posture rigid. The concept of a shadow is broad, encompassing even a simple flooring repairman. This particular individual, it is revealed, has been secretly raised by the Maton family itself. The conversation shifts to the imposing structure of the training building. Alec expresses his disbelief and gratitude at the prospect of going to the training building, his words filled with earnestness. Rasen, however, can only wonder what could have prompted such a sudden and profound change in the man before him. He still couldn't quite grasp the full implications of the shadow concept, especially with Alec's recent, unsettling display of gratitude. His thoughts drifted to the 7th young master's shadow, Hampton, and the unsettling idea that these individuals were brainwashed from childhood, raised in secret by the Maton family to serve their successors. Meanwhile, a different young master, his expression clouded, reflected on the bitter taste of misplaced trust. Back with the protagonist, he stood before a towering structure, its modern design a stark contrast to the world he now inhabited. He couldn't believe he was seeing such a contemporary building in what was supposed to be a fantasy world, muttering to himself about the author's seemingly half-hearted world-building. The sleek, glass and steel edifice loomed over him, an undeniable presence. A system notification confirmed his location as Training Building 1, and he found a strange comfort in its familiarity. Inside, an administrator, clad in a dark uniform and sunglasses, explained that each training building had its own dedicated staff, before turning to address the newcomers. With a polite bow, the administrator offered a formal greeting to the seventh young master. A tall, cloaked figure stands formally, awaiting their arrival. Lowering his hood, he reveals a sharp, confident smile, stating, "I'm Noah, the administrator of the Leaf Building." His smile widens slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Extending a hand to Rasen, the administrator offers a respectful greeting. "Yes, it's an honor to meet you, young master." Rasen feels Noah's grip, noting its unusual firmness, and muses that he hadn't expected such strength, nor such unwavering confidence from the administrator. It's unbelievable, he thinks, that a heavenly ranker would serve as an administrator for a training center, though he supposes it's only natural for someone of that caliber. He then asks what kind of monsters would be suitable for him to train with, hoping the administrator would be kind. Noah's smile remains as he replies, "I'll recommend a monster that's suitable for your age." As he checks a tablet, a knowing look crosses his face, and he murmurs, "If I knew I had you train here, Sir Kaysen would probably never forgive me." He hadn't thought about it, but how could he have forgotten such a crucial detail from a legendary novel? As Noah explains that the young master inquired about a monster that would displease Kaysen Sod, he reveals the creature in question is the mushroom monster Ruminome. A sudden clarity washes over Rasen as he realizes he distinctly remembers writing about that very monster. Noah continues, detailing that even the sixth young master, Kaysen Sod, would be upset by the Ruminome and assures them that preparations will take about 3 minutes, to which Rasen simply agrees, allowing him to proceed. Confirming the field will be set to the mushroom forest, Noah receives another affirmation from Rasen. The thought echoes in his mind. The mushroom monster Ruminome, a creature capable of upsetting even Kaysen Sod, with only 3 minutes until he can face it. Standing tall, a determined smile gracing his lips, Rasen declares his readiness to finally train properly and show what kind of monster he truly is. His hand clenches, reflecting his inner resolve. After all, he was the one who chose the most difficult training and returned. With a final gesture, Noah grants permission, informing him that he may now enter. He finds himself in a vibrant, ethereal mushroom forest, a training ground manifested purely by magic. As a small, grotesque mushroom creature shuffles into view, Noah's voice echoes, wishing him luck. A soft rustle accompanies the creature's movement, and Rasen's expression shifts to one of mild surprise. The small mushroom monster continues its eerie, shuffling advance, its glowing red eyes fixed on him. Soon, another, slightly larger one joins its companion, both thudding softly as they move, and he can't help but think how truly bizarre it is to see mushrooms actually moving. With a determined glint in his eye, he declares his strategy is about to begin, blue energy already sparking around his hand. A sharp crackle of energy emanates from his outstretched hand, as he prepares to strike the approaching monster. A system notification confirms that his physical will has been acknowledged, and the magic combat technique imprinted within him has been fully activated. His eye glows with an intense blue light, surrounded by swirling dark magic as he unleashes his power. He hadn't thought that. He might not look like it, but he was actually the top scorer of the Kunjuri division, yet a sharp pang of memory strikes him, as he recalls the suffering Kaysen Sod had inflicted upon him. Kaysen had manipulated him, making him believe he was capable of top-grade Kunjuri, a betrayal that still stung. He vows to pay back that damn manipulator. Meanwhile, the hooded figure of Noah reveals that the Ruminome monster Rasen is now fighting has been powered up to its highest level. As Rasen performs a swift, precise hand gesture, confirming his will. He acknowledges the immense challenge, knowing there's no way he can beat the Ruminome monster with a low-rank magic combat technique and no advanced attributes. Yet, Noah continues, with this training, he will be getting his revenge on the darkened Bray. He reacts with a sharp intake of breath, red energy crackling around his temples. Launching himself into the air, he closes the distance on 2 agile, bird-like creatures. A brilliant blue aura flares around his hand, gathering for a decisive strike. With a single, explosive kick, the energy erupts, sending one of the monsters reeling. Kaysen Sod watches, his eyes wide with disbelief, red lines of shock tracing across his face. The creature falls, defeated, as Rasen lands lightly, remarking on the ease of the battle. A system notification chimes, revealing his newly acquired Thunderbolt technique, ranked B, and confirming his impossible feat of strength in clearing the Ruminome area. A surge of power courses through him, his lavender eyes glowing with exhilaration. As the system confirms the weight equalization skill has been imprinted onto his mana circle, he feels the subtle shift in his own power. Meanwhile, from a distant vantage, Kaysen watches the unfolding events, a tremor of disbelief in his voice as he questions, "W, what is this power?" Kaysen, with his sharp red eyes, stares intently, a question forming on his lips. Meanwhile, Rasen, now inhabiting a new body and equipped with Aurelia's core, finds himself in a desolate, rocky training ground, still adjusting to the sudden shift in reality. He focuses, a faint magical glow emanating from his hand, a testament to the physical damage his magic can now inflict, enhanced by the monster pursuit field. Kaysen, however, remains unimpressed, noting that the full extent of what he can't do remains a mystery. Rasen, already feeling the drain, realizes his mana is completely depleted. He internally protests, finding it hard to believe he's already exhausted after only a few days. From his remote location, Kaysen casually suggests increasing the difficulty, a challenge that echoes back to Rasen. Rasen understands the implication. This new monster pursuit field is far more potent, faster, and scales its power to his own speed, making it a truly demanding trial. Kaysen Sod resolves to set aside his personal feelings, needing only to gather information for his report. Meanwhile, in the monster pursuit field, Rasen Maiten reminds himself that if the situation becomes too dangerous, he will simply stop the training. He muses that he hadn't written such detailed monsters into his original story, assuming this one was just another addition to the backstory. Suddenly, Alex's voice cuts through the air, warning his young master that the monster will appear soon. And with a soft thud, a massive, glowing mushroom creature materializes before him. Rasen observes the new foe, wondering what difference its color makes compared to the monsters he'd faced before. A moment later, a jolt of realization hits him. As he swiftly dodges an unseen attack, a crimson aura flaring around his form. He sprints away, the ground behind him erupting with a powerful crash. As the glowing mushroom monster lunges, Rasen Maiten weaves away, a crimson aura flaring around him, though he questions if this isn't just a pure magic combat technique, a type he's familiar with. The attack connects with the ground, sending him sliding back from the sheer force of the impact, the creature's guttural growl echoing through the field. Despite the setback, he stares down the monster with fierce resolve, acknowledging its strength but declaring his own, refusing to lose. Another impact rocks the ground. But this time, he meets it head-on, a brilliant blue aura erupting as he delivers a powerful counterpunch. From a hidden vantage point, Kaysen Sod watches, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, realizing he's discovered something new about the boy. Back in the field, Rasen stands firm, his blue aura still radiating, poised for his next move. His hand glows crimson as he decides to attach a simple pattern, intending to use his absorption ability first. He unleashes the beginner magic combat technique, weight utilization, a blue aura flaring around him. A surprised sound escapes him, the effort evident on his face. His expression shifts to frustration as he realizes his mana reserves are completely drained. The technique backfires, sending him reeling backward as the blue energy dissipates around him. Still recovering, he ponders the nature of the ability, wondering if it was truly a pure magic combat technique. A system notification confirms his mana has been depleted for the first time, deactivating the skill. From a distance, Kaysen Sod observes the outcome, noting that he will need more data to fully analyze the event. Elsewhere, a steaming cup sits on a counter, while two figures, one in a dark hoodie and another in a black shirt, stand nearby. Rasen's eyes widen in disbelief, questioning what he just witnessed, wondering if he truly threw himself into such a dangerous situation, while from a distance, Kaysen Sod, observing a screen, inquires about the young master's recent test of strength. Confirming it's scheduled for next year, a sharp glint in his eye, he wonders why the young master exhibits such strength without having undergone the official trials. Footsteps echo as Kaysen approaches the fallen Rasen, asking if he's already regained consciousness. Rasen, still disoriented, fears he's already been exposed, convinced his true nature has been revealed in some subtle, unseen manner. Kaysen grabs him, and Rasen acknowledges the commotion he's caused. He resolves to avoid drawing further attention, deciding to act discreetly for the time being. With a soft thud, Rasen finds himself on the ground, now clad in a simple black tunic, his expression one of utter shock. Kaysen looks down at him, exclaiming in surprise, "Young master." Hampton urgently called for a healing mage, cradling the injured young master in his arms. The young master lay prone on the floor, his condition baffling those around him. Later, Hampton sat at a desk, contemplating the perplexing situation. He looked down at Rasen, frustrated by the lack of immediate help and the mystery of his injuries. Elsewhere, a man reacted with concern, realizing the severity of the situation. Still perplexed, Hampton questioned the identity of the young master he was meant to serve. He clarified his own identity, asserting his loyalty to the seventh young master. Hampton recalled the young master's incredible feat, taking down a powerful blow with his own body, and wondered what kind of being he truly was. Finally, Rasen Maiten rested, recovering from the ordeal. Still recovering from his mysterious injuries, Rasen Maiten remains confined to his bed. His servant, Hampton, laments the situation, thinking, "All I do is carry him to and from his bed so he can rest, and then send him to a high-ranking mage." He considers his options, believing that if Rasen goes to the Leaf Building, He can pass this responsibility to the administrator, Noah, with a soft pat of relief. Hampton then extends his hands over Rasen, initiating a mana embrace, a gentle glow surrounding the young master. But as the light fades, Hampton observes Rasen's face, noting, as expected, there's no reaction. A slight frown crosses Hampton's brow as he thinks, well, it seems I'll have to work in the dark for a while. He then resolves, let's end this nonsense and go to the Leaf Building. Suddenly, Rasen's lavender eyes flash with an intense, vibrant glow, a surge of power emanating from him. Hampton recoils in surprise as Rasen sits upright, surrounded by a soft, blue aura, the servant exclaiming, my magic abilities improved. Rasen, looking rather annoyed by the misunderstanding, corrects him. No, I didn't heal him. It makes more sense to say my abilities improved by myself. He begins to speak, a soft, almost hesitant sound escaping his lips, causing Hampton and the other man to lean in, confused. Then, with sudden clarity, he repeats his words, a single, shocking declaration that leaves them both utterly stunned. Their faces contort in disbelief, eyes wide with a mixture of horror and incomprehension. A system interface flashes into view, displaying the hero's card for the youngest scion of the mages, indicating a recent level up. Elsewhere, under a clear sky, a grand church stands silently. Back in a lavish interior, a hand clutches a chocolate bar, while a strained huff escapes its owner, who apologizes profusely, explaining that only 2 are left, despite not being the one who ate them all, and promises to find more, but Rasen Maton, his back to the viewer, simply tells him to leave it, intending to get it himself. Meanwhile, in another room, Alec looks on with a questioning what? As Kaysen Sod, looking utterly exhausted, demands to know if he has nowhere else to go. Back with the young master, Hampton quickly agrees, promising to wait there. Kaysen Sod, however, simply responds with a firm no, dismissing Alec's suggestion. Finally, a satisfying crunch echoes as Rasen Maton takes a large bite of chocolate. He usually dislikes chocolate, but this particular piece feels different. As the chocolate melts in his mouth, a warmth of mana spreads through his entire body like a gentle fire. His eyes glow with an ethereal light, as the system confirms the chocolate is indeed filled with mana. He wonders if this is why the crazy scoundrel possessed so much mana, as a system notification appears, announcing the discovery of a fragment of unpredictability. The chocolate's flavor seems to deepen, expanding in a strange yet pleasant way, leaving him to ponder the sheer absurdity of gaining mana simply by eating chocolates. Meanwhile, in a different reality, a figure plummets through the air, surrounded by monstrous, fish-like creatures, forced to suffer in order to absorb mana. Back in his room, Rasen realizes he possesses a unique constitution he hadn't accounted for in his original story, which is why it was previously described as highly unpredictable. He muses about the concept of free mana, wondering if the only side effect of such easy gains would simply be gaining weight. He ponders the nature of the magic combat technique he just witnessed, wondering if it was truly pure magic. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before his eyes, announcing that his talent, Flow Slowly, has been enlightened, leaving him to question the meaning of such a peculiar ability. As he sits in thought, a knock echoes from the door, and Hampton's voice calls out, informing him that he has a guest, despite Rasen's earlier insistence on privacy. He remains seated on the floor, a faint blush on his cheeks as he considers the unexpected visitor, muttering to himself about the audacity of someone daring to disturb him. The door swings open, revealing Carlson Maton, Larson Maton's half-brother, and the fourth young master, who questions Hampton about his brother's unusual state. As the talent Flow Slowly fully embeds itself into his body, Rasen Maton observes the system notification, acknowledging the mana he consumed, yet questioning the wisdom of simply devouring any mana he encounters. Now understanding its nature, he finds the talent less intimidating than he initially thought, almost reassuring himself that it's just. But before he can complete the thought, a sudden, sharp impact makes him gasp, his hand instinctively glowing with a faint, blue aura. A powerful kick slams into his side, sending him reeling across the opulent room. He lands hard on the floor, looking up at his attacker, Carlson Maton, who stands over him with an air of cold disdain, demanding to know what he just did. Carlson repeats his question, then casually dismisses the assault, claiming he merely exercised self-defense. Rasen, still reeling, can only manage a confused what, as Carlson, his face twisted in disgust, commands him to repeat himself, calling him trash. Carlson then mockingly asks if he truly wants him to repeat the insult, his expression one of utter contempt. Without waiting for a response, Carlson delivers another brutal blow, his fist connecting with Rasen's face as he snarls, "You vermin." Carlson's voice rips through the air, a furious declaration of intent. He closes the distance, delivering a brutal punch that connects squarely with Rasen. Rasen's magic barrier, a shimmering blue circle, struggles to hold against the onslaught. But it's not enough. The barrier shatters into fragments as Carlson's attack lands, sending Rasen reeling. He collapses to the ground, unable to react to the sudden, overwhelming force. Yet, as Carlson winds up for another strike, a strange blue energy flares around his arm, causing him to cry out in surprise. The unexpected surge of power erupts from his own body, forcing him to recoil. His eyes widen in disbelief and pain as the energy courses through him. Seizing the opening, Rasen, now imbued with a vibrant blue aura, delivers a powerful, arcing kick. A guttural cry escapes him as the force of the blow sends a spray of blood from his mouth. Leaving Carlson Maton to stare in disbelief at the injured young man he holds by the collar. He hadn't even hit him that hard, yet the damage was far more severe than anticipated. Looking down at Rasen, now crumpled on the ground, Carlson wonders if mana had somehow exploded from within him before his own magic could even fully manifest. Concern etched on his face, he urgently calls for a healing mage, recognizing the critical state of the young master. A nearby servant, wide-eyed with shock, quickly acknowledges the command, scrambling to obey. Meanwhile, Carlson stares at his own hand, a faint glow still lingering, a quiet admission escaping him that he had indeed overdone it. As the servant carries him away, Rasen's mind, despite the pain, remains acutely aware. A sudden, profound understanding dawns upon him, a clear path revealing itself on how to truly deal with magic. His immediate goal is survival, but once safe, he vows to unravel the full potential of this newfound knowledge. The next day, news of the previous night's events had already spread, with whispers confirming that a scoundrel had indeed beaten the sixth young master. Meanwhile, in a lavish sitting room, a white-haired woman sips tea, remarking, "No way. There's no way he didn't know about it, is there?" She continues, her gaze sharp, "Make sense of it all. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't like you one bit." The brown-skinned man across from her flinches, his eyes widening in surprise as she asks, "What are you going to say? That you're a shadow?" Her voice unwavering, she states, "Everyone other than that scoundrel knows that you're his shadow." She leans forward slightly, her tone accusatory, "I don't think you're a normal maidservant either. Your footsteps are too light, and your movements are a scoundrel's." A slight smirk plays on her lips as she adds, "Yeah, that's something everyone except that scoundrel knows." The man, his expression hardening, challenges her, "Do you still think he's a scoundrel? Keep talking." His eyes narrow, but the woman remains composed, concluding, "This is what I think. The seventh young master has to be gone soon, because he'll be going through a regular ceremony soon." The grand, ornate architecture of the Maton family's Stardust Library stood majestically, a testament to centuries of knowledge and power. Rasen Maton gazed up at its towering facade, a sense of wonder washing over him as he realized, this is it. He began to walk towards the entrance. Knowing the Stardust Library was not only the largest in the Maton family's territory, but so immense it was considered a small city in itself. He approached the grand entrance, marked by a sign welcoming visitors to its hallowed halls. A soft creak echoed as he stepped inside, a surprising thought crossing his mind. He couldn't believe he had never visited such an incredible place even once before. His eyes widened, taking in the seemingly endless rows of shelves that stretched into the distance, making him question if these were truly all books. The sheer volume was astounding. This library held more books than even the royal library, leaving him to wonder just how many volumes were truly contained within. Suddenly, a voice filled with concern for the young master echoed through the vast space. Startled, he spun around, his gaze darting frantically as he demanded, "What? Where did that voice come from?" A soft swish of fabric indicated a presence nearby, just out of sight. Startled by the sudden, disembodied voice, he turns, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension, as he calls out, "Who are you?" His question hangs in the air, met only by the partial glimpse of a figure with long, flowing dark hair and an elegant, form-fitting garment, their face remaining obscured from view. A complex system interface displays information about the youngest son of the Matons and Aurelia's core, hinting at a world governed by hidden powers and strategic objectives. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Alex sips his tea, pondering aloud, wondering if the individual's recent display was merely a magic combat technique, before expressing surprise that he's attending the 10th-year ceremony, having thought he tried to hide himself so much. Turning to the young man standing opposite him, Alec voices his apprehension, asking if this new development makes sense, and speculating if the individual has been hiding his true power all this time, planning everything, admitting his fear. The young man, his expression serious, confirms his own observation, stating that he saw it with his own eyes. The individual is coming to the first circle. Alec questions the significance of the circle, prompting the young man to elaborate, advising him to look into it carefully, as the followers of the first circle are known to be the most powerful members of the Maton family. With conviction, the young man asserts that Alec is the only one who has been able to perceive the individual's true power, convinced that he is planning something nefarious, which is why he attempts to maintain a low profile, hoping to avoid notice. Alec, still processing the implications, asks if the individual hasn't been acting strangely in any case, but the young man cuts him off, insisting on the certainty of what he saw. With a confident smirk, the young man reveals his unique connection, declaring, "Because I'm his shadow." Alec, now thoughtful, acknowledges the individual's potential, believing he is destined for a significant future, and concludes that both he and the young man will be very busy. Instead of simply allowing events to unfold, Alex suggests they must work together, his words carrying a subtle weight as he addresses the young master. A nearby maid, overhearing the conversation, pauses, a soft pardon, escaping her lips. The thought lingers, a memory of a grand, ancient structure, as the implications of their discussion bring to mind the Maiden family's first circle. Suddenly, a new presence makes itself known, causing Rasen to look up in surprise and demand, "Who are you?" The elegant woman responds with a calm, clear voice, "I am Lorenza, Lorenza Maiden." Despite her formal introduction, Rasen remains perplexed, insisting he cannot recall anyone like her. A sudden realization dawns on him, a name from his past, as he exclaims in shock, "What? Larvian?" Lorenza bows respectfully, her voice calm despite his outburst, acknowledging him as she states, "It's an honor to meet you, young master." The revelation leaves him reeling, wondering how she could possibly be here. A memory flashes, showing a lone figure in white, surrounded by armored soldiers, as a voice declares that she didn't defeat the protagonist Kaisin sought alone. This powerful individual, one of the Maiden family's highest-ranking members, faces the enraged shouts of "Kill the witch." The soldiers press forward, their determination fueled by the legend surrounding her as a member of the Maiden family's first circle. With a sudden burst of blue energy, she moves with impossible speed, leaving a trail of ice and frost that engulfs the Grand Hall. It was this very power that froze over the northern Maiden Castle, an event that was nothing short of a catastrophe. The image of the powerful witch, now serene, holding a glowing butterfly, solidifies the identity of the figure from the past. Back in the present, Lorenza Maiden, observing Rasen's stunned expression, muses that the person from the past is probably different now. He can hardly believe it. The witch of Maiden Castle, the one who froze the entire northern Maiden Castle, was Lorenza. He knows the Maiden family's legend is basically a collection of books, a vast archive containing all the information about their lineage and written copies of their history, where only the highest-ranking members are recognized. Yet, he can read them, even though he isn't a First Circle member. Lorenza, meanwhile, asks him what kind of book he might be looking for. He stammers a bit, surprised by the question, as she offers to prepare tea for him, asking if he likes black tea. He replies that he doesn't mind black tea, and she assures him she'll prepare it right away, leaving him to ponder how this world is so different from the one he knew, unsure what he can truly trust. He reminds her that by their little bounded oath, she is his maid, and after that, he'd like to read books on mana cultivation. As a steaming cup of tea is presented, Lorenza asks again what book he is looking for. He clarifies that he'd like to read books on mana cultivation, and she asks what kind of mana cultivation book she should bring. He considers the fundamental principles of magic, questioning if what he witnessed was merely a pure magic combat technique. Lorenza stands before him, asking if he means the most basic ones, the basics of basics, to which he replies that since he possesses the blood of the Maiden family, some of the foundational knowledge might be redundant for him. With a soft rustle of her dress, Lorenza turns and walks deeper into the vast library, her hand reaching out to search among the towering shelves, a faint sound of rustling paper accompanying her movement. She returns, a thick tome now clutched in her hands, approaching him with a quiet grace. Placing the book gently on the table before him, she offers a polite, "All right, you may leave now." He looks up at her, understanding that she means he has much to contemplate. As he delves into the ancient text, he reads that mana is a type of energy that describes all states of matter and phenomena in nature, and that one must first make mana in the body and then train it. The book continues, explaining that to take one step further, a fundamental equation and first-order differential equation must be understood, and that only then can A and B values be derived. He finds himself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, the most basic mana cultivation methods in the modern world proving too much to grasp. Even if he can't perform the techniques himself, he wonders if his heavenly eye can still analyze the words. He tries to use the computer, hoping it can analyze the words he can't understand. A question forms in his mind about the analysis. A system notice appears, revealing the analysis of the Introduction to Magic Theory is only 22% complete, and that he lacks sufficient mana to use the heavenly eye. He realizes he can only use the heavenly eye when his mana recovers, confirming his current inability to utilize the skill. Deciding to head back, he asks Hampton to accompany him. Then, a sudden thought makes him pause, a confused so-so escaping his lips. His eyes widen in utter shock. A gentle, melancholic expression graces the face of a young woman, her gaze cast downward. Suddenly, a young, orange-haired boy, accompanied by a brown-haired friend, reacts with a startled, questioning sound, as if confronted by something unexpected. Standing before an opulent, unfamiliar estate, the brown-haired boy voices his bewilderment at the strange surroundings, while the orange-haired boy wonders aloud why his mother would ever be in such a place. Years later, Cha Sung-min, now a teenager, gazes out a window, a profound sense of longing evident in his posture, for he always missed his mother deeply. He couldn't see her, and the cold, hard data on a medical screen only confirmed his worst fears, prompting a desperate, heart-wrenching plea, a child's cry for his mother not to leave him alone. His face contorts in anguish, a memory of the day she died of cancer when he was young, forever etched into his soul. The trauma continued as he and his friend fled from pursuing adults, only for him to later collapse, bruised and defeated, the sound of his fall echoing the weight of his suffering. As he lay on the ground, two other boys stood over him, one sneering about how a mother-loving bastard could act up, a cruel taunt that underscored the emotional torment Cha Sung-min endured after his mother's death. Now, looking at a framed photograph of his mother, a new, unsettling thought crosses his mind. Why does she look so similar to another woman he knows? He stares at the image of his mother, a sudden, unsettling realization dawning on him. His eyes widen in shock as the words register, the blood illness. A holographic display confirms the devastating truth. His mother had been in the initial stages of the mysterious affliction. A system interface displays a hero's card, identifying the youngest scion of the maiden family. Meanwhile, in a quiet, opulent room, steam rises gently from a teacup, the quiet atmosphere punctuated by a soft sip. Lorenza sits across from Rasen, a tense silence hanging between them at a grand table. He listens intently, his expression a mix of apprehension and curiosity. Lorenza finally breaks the silence, her voice laced with disbelief as she declares, "Someone like you is my brother." Standing abruptly, she leans over the table, her tone shifting to one of exasperation. "But oh, Earth. Did you know that on Earth, my brother was such a scoundrel?" And his eyes widen, a single word escaping his lips in a whisper, "Mo, there." Lorenza's hands clench on the tabletop, her unseen expression conveying deep tension. She finally settles back into her seat, a sigh escaping her as she admits, "I don't know where I should start," before continuing to ponder if the tyrant he remembered wasn't actually a scoundrel. She insists that he shouldn't think of the tyrant as such, explaining that his actions were for the sake of his mother and the succession war, while Rasen internally connects her words to Kaisen, who was forced into something. Looking down at his teacup, Rasen apologizes, admitting he doesn't truly understand what happened in the past. A flicker of surprise crosses Lorenza's face, her eyes widening slightly at his unexpected sincerity. Meeting her gaze with newfound resolve, he declares that while the past remains a mystery, he has come to his senses, asserting that he wasn't truly himself back then. He offers a sincere apology for all his past actions, though the truth was that he had never once sought her out or even acknowledged her existence as he grew up. The reason for his neglect could be understood, emerging from the faint, cracking voice of a young girl. As Lorenza, also known as EID, stands behind him, wishing she could do more, the harsh reality was that because she was merely his sister, she had no designated role or work within the family structure. This was further complicated by the blood illness she suffered from, a disease that slowly erodes both body and soul, an incurable curse passed down through the Maiden family's bloodline. She stands alone in the grand hallway, her gaze distant. A quiet lament escapes her lips, wondering why she continues to cry even on a good day. Her voice cracks with the painful truth, admitting that her illness has weakened her so much she can no longer even shed tears. Turning to him with a fragile hope, she asks if he would stay with her every day. Lorenza offers to prepare the Kagyudan tea from the Maiden Gardens for them to drink together, and Rasen, after a moment, simply agrees. A soft thud echoes as she closes the door, her resolve seemingly firm. Later, Rasen gazes out at the Maiden Tea Garden, a place where his mother once spent her time, and where she ultimately died. He reflects on their complex relationship, acknowledging that even though she wasn't his biological mother, she was still his mother in every meaningful way. The vast Maiden estate looms in the distance, its weight now resting heavily upon Rasen's shoulders. He stands in a desolate, overgrown space, his mind already adrift in thought. Later, in a stark, confined room, he wonders aloud, is this a prison? His hands clench, a torrent of questions flooding his mind. What is it that I'm not getting? What is this feeling? You can't be serious, right? His gaze falls upon a flickering candle, a silent confidant in the dim light. Were you listening to me from that place? He declares his ambition, a profound shift in his destiny. I'm going to become a duke. It feels like I've changed a lot. It's a little bit scary, but I'm excited. The weight of his words, the enormity of his path, brings tears to his eyes, a silent testament to the emotional turmoil within. The candle flickers, its flame dancing as if reflecting his vivid imagination, a silent echo of his inner world. As the flame continues its gentle sway, his thoughts linger on the future he now envisions. At the grand estate of Freyra, a new maid bows respectfully to the young master, assuring him of her unwavering loyalty and service. As she bows, Rasen reflects on a truth he's always known but only now fully grasps, before adding, and one more thing. The maid, Freyra, listens intently as he specifies his desire for burden chocolates. He emphasizes his preference, stating, I want the specialty chocolates, so get as many as possible. Freyra silently wonders what she was expecting from her new master, as he then adds, and one more thing. A knowing smile plays on her lips as she realizes the true importance of his next request, to buy the sweets from Luden Bakery too. 1 hour later. Rasen muses, reflecting on the truly amazing power of money. His thoughts are punctuated by the sight of the exquisite burden chocolates and Luden Bakery sweets, now neatly arranged and ready for his enjoyment. He muses on the sheer volume of money he spent on chocolates in just 1 month, a sum that would have been unimaginable in his previous life, yet now he can enjoy such luxuries without a second thought. These aren't just any sweets. The most expensive cocoa beans, sourced from remote regions, are crafted into chocolates that cost over 100,000 gold per gram. He wonders if there's a limit to the power of money, then dismisses the thought, acknowledging that such a question is irrelevant to someone like him, who now wields immense wealth. The difference between the common and the truly exquisite is often subtle, yet profoundly significant to those who can discern it. Suddenly, the door opens, and Hampton steps in, responding to his young master's summons. Rasen, with a thoughtful expression, asks about the baker of Ludden Bakery, the creator of these exceptional sweets. Hampton's face contorts in surprise, wondering why his young master would suddenly be interested in such a person. Rasen explains that he's not supposed to be seen by just anyone, but he has a terrible headache and believes a meeting with the baker might help. He wouldn't kill a nobody like this, he thinks, but he's certainly considering it. Hampton, however, pleads for his life. As Rasen presses him about the recipe for the sweets, he insists on knowing every ingredient, leaving nothing out. Hampton then presents a simple, handwritten recipe, explaining that it's just cocoa, sugar, and a few other basic components. Rasen, clearly unimpressed, questions if that's truly all there is. The true secret, however, is the legendary thousand leaf. A knowing smile spreads across his face as he finally understands. Rasen Maton stands amidst a swirling blue aura and glowing leaves, contemplating the power he could gain, believing that if he could consume such a thing, his mana would surely increase. Meanwhile, in a sleek, circular chamber, a hooded figure addresses an unseen listener, confirming their interest in magic users and offering information about the Yu Young family. Back in his own thoughts, Rasen recalls a time when he felt powerless, unable to even act, as he considers the first type of magic combat technique. He then shifts his focus to a second, more advanced form, the Transcendence technique, which also falls under the umbrella of magic combat. The hooded figure now stands in a different setting, a room filled with hospital beds, their arms outstretched as if in a moment of revelation or despair. Suddenly, a bald, enraged man confronts the hooded figure, his face contorted in fury as he blames the Yu Young family for everything he has endured. The hooded figure recoils in shock, uttering an expletive as the bald man's accusations hit home. With a menacing grin and eyes glowing crimson, the bald man challenges the hooded figure to fight harder for their life. A vibrant blue aura flares around Rasen Maton, the energy swirling with glowing particles as a game-like interface overlays his vision, questioning the nature of a pure magic combat technique, while simultaneously clarifying that such a technique is a type of magic that only the Maton family can use. He ponders, his gaze cast downward, how such a powerful technique could have become so common, a thought quickly followed by the realization that it's a technique only his family can use. Meanwhile, Hampton, his expression etched with concern, points out that the 10th year anniversary is fast approaching, and questions if bringing out such a powerful technique right before the ceremony might be too much. The butler then recalls the protagonist's previous state, unable to even get up, and dismisses the idea of him mastering such a technique, declaring, "There's no way." He remembers the young man beginning with a simple magic combat technique he had just learned, a memory that causes Rasen to recoil, a surprised expression on his face as blue energy particles burst around him. Hampton, still in disbelief, insists that it couldn't have been a magic combat technique, having never heard of one with such power. Rasen's eyes widen in shock, his hand rising to his face as the butler continues, warning that not only would he be unable to perform the technique properly, but he'd also be in danger when incorporating advanced spells, calling it a disaster waiting to happen, as everyone has forgotten their place. Hampton, his brow furrowed with worry, then asks if the young master was simply too naive. Rasen, his expression now thoughtful and resolute, acknowledges that could be the case, but something tells him that's not the real answer. He muses on the implications of the family technique, believing he's being underestimated, and that the upcoming 10-year ceremony will prove to be quite interesting. With a determined gulp, Rasen consumes a strange, leafy substance. He confirms his theory, acknowledging that despite his vast mana reserves, there's always room for more, as a system message confirms he's obtained a small amount of mana. Having consumed nearly 100 grams of the green chocolate, he feels the mana spreading throughout his body. By collecting that mana at his core, he can convert it into pure energy, burning away fat and refining his form. This increased mana in his body allows him to extend the usage time of his heavenly eye, enabling him to learn and grow even faster, a fact confirmed by another system notification. 5 days later, Rasen stands before a grand building, exclaiming his success. Now, seated at a desk, he delves into the elements of Introduction to Humanities, his focus unwavering as he continues his studies. A sudden notification appears, announcing new arrangements for the great sage Alberto and the emergence of a secret page. With a soft rustle, a massive tome springs open, emitting a gentle glow. It reveals itself as the book of the great sage Alberto, promising mana cultivation that is easy to learn, prompting Rasen to ponder the identity of this mysterious sage. He concludes that further knowledge would require a visit to the library. As a mysterious woman with luminous green eyes questions the unfolding events, Rasen firmly resolves to depart. His steps are purposeful, carrying him away from his current location. The enigmatic woman's image briefly flickers in his mind, inverted, as he presses onward. Her piercing green gaze seems to hold a hidden message within the fleeting vision. His journey culminates at the entrance of a magnificent, towering library. He stands amidst towering bookshelves, engrossed in a book, when a sudden thought crosses his mind. Where's Evan? Just then, a voice from behind startles him, asking, "Are you done reading?" He lets out a surprised cry. Turning, he offers the book to Lorenza, saying, "Oh yeah, here." He explains that it's a magic book about the great sage Alberto. Lorenza takes the book, her expression thoughtful as she notes, magic books are hard to find. She flips through the pages, a soft whip sound accompanying the motion, and a thought crosses her mind. Her magic is inherent, so she can't cast a spell without an incantation. Reading the title, Magic Mana Cultivation That Is Easy to Learn, a Book of Secret Mana, she demands, "Give me it." She explains that the book was abandoned because its information is incomplete and unhelpful, but he simply replies, "It's fine. I just want to read a book for fun." Lorenza brings the book closer to her face, taking a deep sniff, a soft sound escaping her. He then mimics her, also sniffing the pages, a curious expression on his face. Still engrossed in the ancient tome, he inhales deeply, a strange sensation washing over him as he tries to decipher the book's unique aroma. The scent, now clearer, is like a fruitier, more potent fragrance. From behind him, a familiar voice cuts through his concentration, addressing him with a formal tone. Lorenza's gaze is direct as she observes him, remarking on his pleasant scent. The unexpected comment makes him recoil slightly, a surprised "oh" escaping his lips. Without further explanation, she extends a hand, presenting a card that seems to summarize the very book he holds. She dismisses the card's content as useless, yet offers him a choice, implying a deeper meaning behind her words. Her expression turns serious as she delivers a cryptic warning, suggesting dire consequences if a man with her isn't getting along. With that, she turns to leave, leaving him to ponder the unsettling implications of her final words. Still captivated by the magic book's unique scent, Rasen Maiden muses that it feels even fruitier than before. Nearby, Lorenza Maiden watches him with a subtle, unreadable expression. He continues his internal debate, wondering if he should just ignore the book's contents entirely. As he flips through the pages of Magic Basics, Mana Control, a system notification flashes, revealing his Heavenly Eye skill is 42% complete but has been deactivated due to insufficient mana, making the book far less exciting than he'd hoped. A thoughtful expression crosses his face, his gaze distant. He laments the book's grand claims, realizing that to achieve anything significant, he truly needs to master the basics first. Meanwhile, a white-haired maid and a dark-skinned servant stand together, both looking surprised by something off-panel. With a sigh, he walks away, still pondering the implications of his deactivated skill. He's been quite busy lately, frequently visiting the annex, Lorenza notes to the young male servant beside her. Even overexerting himself, she thinks, wondering what could be so unlike him. The servant echoes her thought, asking what it could be, as a faint rustling sound drifts through the air. Suddenly, the servant exclaims, recognizing Lord Evan, while Lorenza expresses surprise at her unexpected presence. Lord Evan inquires if they've decided to visit the Autumn Mansion, to which the servant confirms their presence. Considering whether to inform someone, Lord Evan quickly decides against it, deeming it unnecessary. The servant wonders aloud why Lord Evan has come to the Autumn Mansion, concluding that if she's here, it must signify a high-level meeting. Lord Evan corrects his assumption, stating that legendaries are meant to maintain neutrality. The servant observes a distant figure, musing that the rumors about them are quite different from reality. Inside the mansion, Lorenza Maiden holds a chocolate bar, remarking on Rasen's recent efforts, believing him to be exhausted from working so hard, while Frera admits that is precisely why she hesitated to give him the treat. Lorenza then looks at Frera with a thoughtful expression, confessing she never expected to encounter someone quite like her. She recalls the master's words, that to improve mana quality, one must remove impurities from the mana core. Lorenza's expression turns slightly worried, certain that she would be furious if she knew about the chocolate. Frera, still holding the chocolate, decides it would be best to give it to his seniority instead. As they stand together, a small child joins them, holding Frera's hand. Frera's gaze drifts, a question lingering in her mind. What exactly transpired over the last 3 days? 3 days later, the Grand Mansion stands under a clear sky, the passage of time marked by the quiet exterior. Inside, Rasen Maiden observes a floating system notification, which reveals he has successfully analyzed the contents of magic mana, and that mana cultivation, now easy to learn, along with Heavenly Eyes, will be completed around the same time, prompting an excited exclamation from him. He feels a surge of triumph, having finally mastered mana cultivation, finding it surprisingly easy to learn. But suddenly, his expression shifts to one of shock as crackling blue energy erupts around him. A heavy thud echoes, the overwhelming power beginning to manifest physically, leaving him bewildered and questioning what is happening. His hands glow with an intense blue light, the mana overflowing beyond his control, threatening to tear him apart. His eyes blaze with the same fierce blue energy, as he struggles desperately to contain the immense power, fearing his heart will explode. Rasen Maiden stands amidst the dappled light of the forest, a shimmering blue aura of magic swirling around him, as he ponders the nature of his abilities, questioning if what he's attempting is merely a pure magic combat technique. Believing he's finally grasping how to properly wield his magic combat technique. But a sudden surge of frustration crosses his face, a sharp expletive escaping his lips. The magical energy crackles around his hand, as he realizes he needs to approach this with the correct mindset. He recoils slightly, the blue aura flaring around him, acknowledging that this technique might be far more complex than he initially assumed. Despite the setback, his mana reserves remain stable, allowing him to regain his composure and refocus his efforts. With renewed determination, he once again believes he's on the verge of truly understanding how to properly utilize his magic combat technique. He glances down, a question forming in his mind about the nature of the pure magic combat technique he's been practicing. Meanwhile, the backstory of the Ice Empress begins to unfold, revealing a figure of immense power, surrounded by a shimmering blue aura of ice magic. Her name is Larvian, a woman of 27, whose main attribute is ice, and whose personality is described as both pure and cruel. He remembers a simpler time, a fleeting thought of chocolate crossing his mind. Back when he and Hampton would spend hours immersed in books, learning about the world and its history. His fingers traced the worn pages. But even then, walking through the academy grounds, he couldn't quite grasp the full extent of the knowledge he sought. A sudden realization dawns on him, a spark of understanding igniting in his eyes. He sits, poring over the text, a new question now forming in his mind. What's this hero? A fiery silhouette of a mage flickers in his mind, a memory of a powerful figure he once wondered about. He ponders, still grappling with the implications of his recent insights. Was that truly just a pure magic combat technique? Suddenly, a sharp, confident voice cuts through his thoughts, addressing him with a disdainful, "Hey, pig." This is Freyra Maiden, a powerful mage whose primary attributes are fire, earth, and water, known for her swordsmanship, focus, and cruel disposition. The realization hits him like a physical blow, an incredibly powerful mage, one of the three heroes he'd heard about. What is she doing here? His face contorts in utter surprise, the question echoing in his mind. Freyra, a woman who finds joy in tormenting servants and the weak, has a chilling hobby, cutting people up. Standing over him as he lies on the floor, she asks with a menacing smirk, "You think you can get away with that?" Rasen, his hand instinctively covering his mouth, can only utter a single, terrified word. "Myapo." He recoils, a sharp realization hitting him, almost apologizing for something he can't quite grasp. Looking down at him, Freyra declares her weariness with their past, stating, "I want nothing like I had before. I'm tired." Rasen, still on the ground, can only manage a bewildered, "What did you just say?" Her gaze sharpens, repeating his question with an edge, "What did you just say?" He quickly retracts, offering a hasty apology. "What did I say? I'm sorry." Yet, a defiant thought flickers through his mind, acknowledging his own exhaustion. Whatever. I'm tired." He doubts her ability to easily persuade him. Freyra dismisses his words as nonsense, her expression cold as she adds, "You should have known that I was tired of your petty acting, though." He challenges her, his gaze unwavering. "But the reason I'm doing this is to see if I'll live or perish. Isn't that why you did that?" A moment of silence hangs between them before Rasen tentatively asks, Did that work?" Freyra's expression remains unreadable as she responds, "Look at this beat. I don't think that you've changed me that you." Rasen, still trying to process her words, mutters, "Rumors." He reflects on his own desires, wishing to live more like a normal human being. He challenges her, asking if she isn't being a little too harsh, but Freyra simply dismisses his concern, stating that the moment of realizing an opponent's superior strength comes swiftly. As if to prove her point, a golden, serpentine entity, crackling with energy, erupts from her outstretched hand, its glowing red eyes fixed on him. She turns her back slightly, the magical serpent coiling around her arm, promising that once he believes he can win, he too will understand. The golden snake now wraps around his neck, constricting him, as he acknowledges his current limitations, admitting he cannot become the patriarch. Freyra, still looking away, confirms her awareness of his situation, while he insists there are still things he can do. A slight smirk plays on her lips as she considers him an unexpected variable, a mere anomaly in her calculations. Despite the magical serpent still coiled around his neck, he maintains his resolve, declaring that his capabilities depend on the person wielding them, just as a person themselves can change. Freyra, still dismissive, reiterates her view of him as an unexpected variable, then pointedly asks what he truly desires to become, while he reflects on the people who stand behind him. His gaze drifts, a thoughtful expression on his face, as he admits he still doesn't know much about everyone around him. He knew he didn't have the power to fight back against her, not yet, but he also knew the people who stood behind him. Meanwhile, Freyra stood tall and imposing, her words cutting through the air. Her voice sharp, she declared, "But I know that you're afraid of your second sister." Her green eyes sharp with disdain. Suddenly, a golden serpentine entity lunged forward, its fangs bared, wrapping itself around him. The magical constriction tightened, and Freyra's voice echoed, "I guess you lost because I don't think you have the guts to sprout such nonsense." He struggled against the binding, his face contorted in pain, as she continued, "And I also know that you hate lies." The golden light intensified around him, forcing him to his knees, the pressure overwhelming, as she finished, "And I don't want to hear you speaking about my brother." His body collapsing under the magical assault, he could only kneel, defeated. Still reeling from the magical assault, Rasen coughs, his voice strained as he apologizes for speaking the truth. But before he can finish, Freyra's magic flares with a sharp FWIP, silencing him instantly as a blue aura pushes his head down. The force intensifies, red impact lines radiating from the point of contact as he's driven further into submission. With a final, resounding, ugh, Rasen is forced completely to the ground, his hand reaching out in a desperate, futile gesture. His face contorted in agony, he gasps for air, overwhelmed by the sheer power bearing down on him. Coughing again, he refuses to give up, a sudden awareness dawning as he feels his mana circle stirring within him. A soft pot emanates as a system message appears, revealing that his beginner magic combat technique has protected his heart from the advanced mana, making him realize his naive understanding of magic. Freyra, observing the change, utters a surprised, drawn-out, "What?" Still on the ground, a faint glow surrounding him, Rasen's gaze falls upon an apple, and he resolves not to let this unexpected opportunity slip away. He ponders the nature of his beginner magic combat technique, questioning if it was truly just a pure combat skill, while a system notice highlights the rarity and effectiveness of a mana elixir. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, a young woman muses that her status as the youngest child of the Maton family is the reason for her current capabilities. As Hampton, the family butler, speaks of Lorenzo Maton, the eldest child, and his limited prospects, she defiantly asserts her superiority, wondering if she isn't better than him after all. The grand autumn mansion stands under the night sky, its silhouette a familiar sight. Inside, Lorenzo Maton reviews documents, her thoughts turning to Rasen Maton, the horrible thing, who is the eldest child of the old man Freyra had kicked. A sigh escapes her as she reflects on her own past actions, admitting to herself that she has acted foolishly. Her fingers tap rhythmically on a document detailing the Maton family will, as she declares her need for such individuals in her impending conflict with her second sister. Her gaze sharpens, acknowledging Rasen's strength, knowing he is no coward to succumb to fear or weakness, and that she understands the true power he possesses. Yet, a final tap on the document underscores her conviction that, despite his power, he has no chance of becoming a lord, his limits clearly defined. A sharp crack echoes through the room as she stands over Freyra, who sits hunched at a desk, a subtle tension filling the air. Later, in a different setting, Lorenza muses aloud, "Sando." Her thoughts drift to the mundane, to the endless paperwork and the need for discretion, knowing that even a simple accountant could easily steal from them. Disguised in a dark cloak, she kneels, contemplating how to stop him from interfering with her other schemes, her expression hidden in shadow. A sly smile plays on her lips as she clarifies her intentions. "I'm saying don't make it obvious, but I want to take the Cartillon." She continues, her gaze distant. "Sando over here doesn't care, so I can't have him steal from me without some kind of insertion from eating a potion, or after all." Her smile widens, a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes. "It seems you'll find him quite a bit, and if he doesn't become more interesting, I'll probably be forced to cut off his limbs." In a flash of magical energy, she envisions herself wielding immense power, a glowing orb held aloft, contemplating the ultimate solution. It'll probably be easier to just kill him. A system interface displays the image of a powerful mage named Aurelia, along with details of her core, while a warning flashes, indicating that overconsumption of its power could be fatal. Despite the danger, the thought lingers that such a powerful magical item would be incredibly helpful if one could utilize water, ice, or wind elements. Reaching for a small, red apple, he wonders why she would give him such a thing, questioning if she intends to test him. A gentle smile graces the face of the woman who gave him the apple, her expression hinting at a deeper meaning behind her actions. Sitting on the floor, holding the fruit, he recalls the system's notice that no matter how much he consumes, she probably won't even notice. His hand clenches in frustration, a silent plea for help echoing in his mind. The potential of the core and the apple would be invaluable if he could manipulate water, ice, or wind elements, leading him to consider the possibility of an ice mage. A mysterious woman with long, dark hair stands amidst glowing particles in an ethereal forest, a silent thought echoing the need to find her. Meanwhile, Rasen Maton sits on the floor, looking distressed, as a woman with an eye patch warns him, "Phew, didn't I tell you that she'll kill me if she finds out she has the perfect Aurelia's core?" Despite the warning, he simply knows. A moment later, a familiar voice calls from the doorway. "It's Evian. May I enter?" Still seated on the floor, Rasen reflects on his predicament. "I didn't expect to hide this anymore. I thought I could regain my strength much sooner." Looking up with renewed determination, he grants her permission to enter, knowing he will need to come up with a new strategy. "Come on in." Seated across from him at a table, Evian responds with a simple, "Yes," as Rasen declares, "I wish to make a deal with you." She inquires, "What deal are you referring to?" Evian explains that she cannot contradict the situation with her own strength, having hoped Rasen would help her instead. She continues, stating that she needs to maintain a neutral stance. Reincarnated, his gaze sharp, retorts that he isn't asking for help with that. Instead, he clarifies his true desire. He simply wants to climb to higher heights and become a magician committed to the will of magic. He then asks what comes first in this pursuit, referring to the will of magic as akin to a model mage. His expression remains resolute. While Evian listens intently, her own thoughts unreadable. She finally responds, stating she has no intention of becoming the model mage he speaks of, even as it's known that members of the Maiden Barony are those rejected from the Frichek. With a soft touch, he reaches for an apple on the table, acknowledging that the Maiden Barony cannot be ignored and urging her to seek help from its baron. Still reeling from their conversation, Evian confesses her deep-seated distrust, lamenting that everyone, even her Coraluna, has abandoned her. Looking up with concern, Reincarnated sincerely hopes she doesn't truly mean it. Clenching his fist, he resolves to protect his own powerless self. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a street where a man in dark gauntlets violently grabs another's arm, demanding to know how he dares put on such airs. Lifting his victim by the collar, the aggressor vows to make an example out of him, as the terrified man pleads to be released from the evil grip. A glowing fist connects with a brutal impact, sending shockwaves through the air. A nearby woman watches in horror, her scream of "no," lost in the sudden violence. The aggressor continues his relentless assault, pummeling the man on the ground as blood splatters with each sickening blow. He brings his sword down with brutal force, the blade tearing through flesh as the victim collapses, while a bystander screams for her child to avert his eyes. The crowd erupts in terror, scattering as a woman with dark hair and glowing red eyes watches the chaos, her voice filled with urgency as she warns others that soldiers are involved. Her red eyes burn with an intense, almost supernatural glow. The woman's face contorts in distress, her gaze fixed on something unseen, while in a starkly different setting, a woman in a long white dress stands alone. She is surrounded by a ring of armored soldiers, their swords drawn and pointed menacingly towards her. The soldiers hold their ground, their formation tight and unyielding. The woman in white looks up, a powerful blue aura flaring around her, particles of light swirling as she prepares for confrontation. This scene, a memory of a 9-year-old young master, represents a life lived under constant threat. The young Reincarnated stands beside the woman in white, both gazing forward, their expressions resolute. He remembers the lady of the Maiden family, the only one capable of magic, who alone could protect him. This realization drove him to become a magician, knowing he had to protect his beloved mother. His younger self once questioned, wasn't that just a pure magic combat technique though? Yet, he had received nothing but hatred, making such a thing seem impossible. The memory shifts to a younger him, standing beside Aurelia, surrounded by shadowy figures. He knew that within the Maiden family, countless candidates were deemed more suitable than him, a right only granted by noble birth. His dream seemed impossible to achieve, yet that pipe dream of his. The perspective shifts to Lorenza, sitting thoughtfully at a table. She muses that dreams aren't merely things that need to be fulfilled. She believes that chasing something is also considered a dream, and she will make this clear. With unwavering resolve, Lorenza declares that she will not allow him to die. A look of surprise crosses Rasen's face, as he questions if that wasn't just a pure magic combat technique. Lorenza, holding a small, glowing orb, corrects him, implying he misunderstood what she had said. She begins to summarize the process, explaining that she will freeze the energy he consumes from the Cartion, then slowly meld it for his body to absorb. However, she warns, a side effect is that his body might freeze up during the process. Rasen, now sitting up in alarm, exclaims in disbelief that his body might freeze. Lorenza continues, her expression stern, explaining that if he is too slow, he will be frozen for years, but if he is too fast, he might die. Rasen, looking distressed, pleads with her not to speak so casually about such dire consequences, though he then reassures himself that he is a capable ice mage. With a determined glow from the orb in her hand, Lorenza promises to do her best to ensure that doesn't happen. Still contemplating the perilous training, Rasen wonders if he should simply abandon the entire Cartion endeavor. Yet, a flicker of resolve ignites in his eyes, reminding him that the success rate for those who honestly abandon such missions is practically zero. His thoughts drift to the mysterious, glowing apple. Acknowledging the danger Lorenza warned him about, but viewing it as a lottery ticket, a chance to become rich if he can free himself from this predicament. With renewed determination, he pushes himself, demanding just one more effort. Meanwhile, Lorenza stands confidently, asserting her status as a full-fledged mage, reminding her unseen interlocutor that her services are well known and not to be underestimated. She dismisses a perceived slight, stating that it's not much of an issue. Then, with a slight smile, she reveals her preferred payment, declaring she will accept it in chocolates. Elsewhere, Aurelia ponders the situation, wondering why Lorenza ate the apple, and noting that she has now become a spiritual body of a mysterious dimension. She holds the transformed Lorenza aloft, a faint red glow emanating from the younger woman, wondering aloud if the Ice Lady had truly begun her transformation, and if the young man had truly managed to move her heart. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure asks how such a feat was possible, admitting that even with Evian's energy detection, the reason remained elusive. A slight smirk plays on Aurelia's lips, blood splattered on her cheek, as she expresses disbelief that he possessed a card powerful enough to sway Lorenza's heart. Walking away, she glances back, acknowledging that he must have succeeded in moving her heart. She then looks down at Rasen, who lies on the ground enveloped in a red aura, confirming his success but noting something strange about it, prompting him to question what she means. The cloaked figure, kneeling, muses that the ice body is something that can manifest unexpectedly, even becoming a spiritual body. Aurelia, deep in thought, reflects on the young man's impressive control over the ice body's power and mana, wondering if the ice heart itself had been moved after all. The masked figure then addresses someone named Sengo, inquiring about the time needed to fully absorb the ice body's mana, emphasizing the need for a flawless, single-shot absorption. She considers the situation, a thought forming in her mind that what she had witnessed should have been sufficient. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a grand estate stands under the dim light of a cloudy night. Inside, a sudden, agonizing heat overwhelms Rasen, causing him to writhe in his bed, cursing the sensation. His body feels alien, a deep, guttural sound escaping him as he struggles to comprehend the change. The heat intensifies, becoming an unbearable torment. A system interface flashes, displaying the profile of a mage, while a thought crosses his mind. Was that truly a pure magic combat technique? The system clarifies that magic combat techniques are a fusion of both magical and physical prowess. His foot splashes through shallow water. As Rasen Maton continues his relentless run, feeling the exhaustion deep in his bones, musing that he isn't even sure how many hours he's been running. Still pushing forward, he glances back, the thought lingering. Finally stopping, he calls out, "Hampton." The servant immediately responds, "Yes, young master," before Rasen Maton instructs him to bring him to the waterfall garden. Moments later, water splashes vigorously. As his hand plunges in, grabbing a handful. Splashing it onto his face, he finds the cool water far more effective, consuming significantly less energy than his prolonged run. Even as he refreshes himself, a demanding thought crosses his mind. He wishes Hampton would bring him a waterfall made of lead. He considers the nature of magic combat techniques, pondering if what he's doing is truly a pure magic technique, as Aurelia stands silently in the distance. His hand glows with a faint blue aura as he focuses, remembering the Iron Will technique, a skill that strengthens the body by infusing it with mana. He understands that Iron Will is a defensive technique designed to protect the body, but he feels a strange, growing heaviness. The sensation intensifies, his body feeling heavier with each passing moment. Observing his efforts, Hampton suggests increasing the weight to Zorg, a proposal that clearly catches Rasen off guard. Hampton reiterates the command to increase the weight to Zorg, and 1 week later, the rigorous training continues. The servant advises his young master that while passion and drive are commendable, overdoing it could lead to injury. Despite the warning, Rasen pushes himself to the brink, his face contorted in exhaustion and distress, sweat pouring down. Hampton considers the sheer amount of mana Rasen is consuming, a quantity that could easily sustain an entire family for a month. Aurelia, seated across from him, questions the nature of the technique, asking if it wasn't just a pure magic combat method. Holding a book, she clarifies that it doesn't seem to involve magic, but rather appears to be a physical combat technique. The book, titled Ashura's Training Regimen, details how magic combat techniques are a type of physical combat that uses mana to strengthen the body, making them defensive in nature and causing a sensation of increasing weight. Aurelia, still skeptical, asks if it's not just a simple 5-kilogram increase, to which Hampton replies that Rasen can now climb a 30-meter waterfall in less than 5 minutes. Aurelia, now visibly concerned, wonders aloud how long he can possibly live under such strain. Elsewhere, a masked figure observes the situation, muttering that if they leave him be, he might not make it. Back in the study, Hampton reveals that Rasen has only 3 months left, explaining that his body is already at its limit and he's pushing himself too hard. Aurelia, her expression grim, concludes that if they help him, he might survive. Observing the young man, she couldn't help but wonder if his newfound prowess was truly a pure magic combat technique, as he himself seemed to believe he'd simply become good at it, a sigh of relief escaping her as she was glad to find him healthy after her earlier worries. He runs his hands through his hair, feeling the changes in his body, a transformation he attributes to the vast amounts of mana he's absorbed, believing he's changed a lot. Later, seated at a table with Aurelia and Lorenza, the latter comments on his noticeable growth, asking if he hasn't gotten a bit too big. He reassures them that he's perfectly healthy and will return to his original size once he stops training, urging them not to worry. As Frera serves him tea, she compliments his improving skills, noting they become more refined by the day. He acknowledges her words, finding it good to hear, though a lingering concern suggests that despite his improving abilities, he isn't completely well. High above the sprawling estate, the night sky hung heavy, a silent witness to the unfolding prophecies. Within, a system message blazed to life, announcing that divine revelation had been activated, a powerful gift from the gods now in use. It was the 20th of December, at noon, a pivotal date. For the 20th of December, Christmas Eve, was the day a star was born, a singular being destined to rally all races and lead mankind. More simply, it was the day the emperor was born, though some cared little for such titles, finding other matters more pressing. The prophecy continued, speaking of a third prince, born between the 20th and 24th, who would conquer the world with his own hands, wielding the power of fire. This power was tied to the tribe of fire, the original enemy of Manhwa, the Krausen tribe, and the tribe of sorcerers, and it was during this period, between the 20th and 24th of December, that Lilith was also born. Aurelia, now sitting before a massive gate, fire raging behind her, reflected on these revelations, the weight of the prophecies pressing down. Though she knew nothing of the emperor, she had been taught by the third prince, and a desperate plea escaped her lips. "You can live my life." Reaching out, her thoughts turned to the self-centered nature of another, finally understanding why they acted as they did. A dark, armored figure stands amidst a fiery, desolate landscape, a sword held ready, embodying the prophecy of one who has forsaken family and clan to embrace darkness and become a demon. This is the one destined to become the emperor, a figure whose power is intrinsically linked to Lilith and the formidable tribe of fire. Elsewhere, Rasen Maton stirs in his bed, a profound distress etched across his face, realizing he cannot escape the cycle of reincarnation by simply acting like a normal person. His eyes widen in a silent scream, a frustrated curse escaping his lips as the weight of his fate presses down. In a shadowed chamber, a cloaked figure known as Lilith, the third sister's shadow, stands with her back turned, a quiet question hanging in the air about something missing from her room. Back in his room, Rasen's thoughts race, wondering when he started being affected by these prophecies and if he can truly ignore them any longer. He looks down, a deep sense of despair washing over him, knowing he won't be able to live his life as he wanted, nor see the one he longs for. Attempting to escape the crushing reality, he feigns sleep, hoping that if he just acts like he's sleeping, the ominous presence will simply leave. Lilith, her eyes glowing with an intense red light, observes the situation, a question forming in her mind about his ability to control mana even while unconscious. As Lilith continues her observation, Rasen Maton lies asleep, his body subtly shifting as if pushing something away, while a thought echoes about mana cultivation being a sensitive task, where even a slight loss of concentration could lead to error. From her hidden vantage point, Lilith, masked and vigilant, finds herself perplexed, questioning how she should report this inexplicable phenomenon. Her mana remains perfectly intact, yet she admits to watching him for a while, without finding anything unusual, regretting not having intervened earlier out of fear of being caught, convinced he must be hiding something, especially with the observer's mana being too strong for her to let her guard down. A book titled Zanon rests nearby, as her thoughts continue to race, reiterating her regret at not acting sooner and her certainty that he conceals a secret. She observes Rasen, now shirtless and gazing out a window, noting that while mana naturally flows even during sleep, his situation represents a completely different, unprecedented type of change. Lilith's masked face reappears, her internal monologue continuing, as she speculates that the Emperor's blood must have gathered at his location, acknowledging the real problem is her inability to report this, certain he's concealing something. Back in his bed, Rasen Maton again makes a subtle shove motion, having managed to regain control of his mana even while asleep, or rather, he's still controlling it. A closer look at the sleeping Rasen confirms it. He has indeed regained control of his mana while asleep, and is actively maintaining that control. In her own ornate room, Lilith concludes her observations, deciding to report all these details tomorrow, noting his abnormally strong heart's durability. A soft exhalation escapes Rasen Maton, a faint blue aura swirling around him as he stirs. His breath continues to flow, a gentle stream of mana, as he slowly comes to consciousness. Meanwhile, outside, a brilliant, star-like light pulses in the night sky, its glow reflecting off the surrounding foliage. The ethereal light hovers above a grand estate, casting an otherworldly shimmer across the grounds. Now fully awake, Rasen stands amidst a circular arrangement of smaller, glowing orbs in the garden, gazing up at the celestial phenomenon. Hampton bows respectfully as Rasen addresses him, confirming his presence. As they walk, the loyal servant inquires about their destination. Rasen, deep in thought, names a specific, distant location. Their destination is revealed to be a formidable, ancient gate, known throughout the estate as the Forgotten Gate. And today, he muses, his gaze falling upon Freyra, the young child, and Hampton. The very nature of the world has changed, and the one-sided hunting has begun. He resolves to meet her. Rasen Maton's expression hardens with determination, his lavender eyes fixed on an unseen future. Elsewhere, Freyra lets out a sharp gasp, her face etched with distress. Evian stands over a fallen figure, her voice laced with fury as she curses, "Bastards." And Aurelia, surrounded by a vibrant, glowing aura, declares with fierce resolve, "I'm going to kill you all." A comprehensive overview of the Maton family's magical lineage and current standing reveals Aurelia, Rasen, Freyra, Lorenza, and Evian as key figures, each with their own core and level of magical proficiency. Meanwhile, under the cloak of night, the journey continues towards the outer, west gate. Freyra questions the delay, asking if they intend to spend the night before the gate, while Rasen Maiden reveals he is preparing a potent organizing poison. Their footsteps echo softly as they continue their approach. A young woman, Lydia, responds with a simple, no. Freyra, noticing her discomfort, asks if she feels unwell, but Lydia quickly clarifies that she feels perfectly fine, denying any sickness whatsoever. Suddenly, Lorenza Maiden's arm flares with a vibrant blue aura, her voice sharp with menace as she commands them to stop, threatening to kill them all. Lydia, a young woman with fire as her main attribute, is known for her simple-minded yet loyal personality and her deep adoration for her father. The attack is swiftly countered, sending Lorenza crashing to the ground with a resounding impact, as Rasen Maiden questions her uncharacteristic impatience, wondering if it's the human touch affecting her. He wonders if the woman he just subdued had been given a poison, as Hampton confirms her condition is stable, but Rasen remains concerned about the lingering effects of the human touch. Meanwhile, Aurelia, her expression grim, declares that she must ensure Lorenza never tries to harm them again, her resolve hardening. With a surge of dark energy, her eyes glow crimson as she prepares to strike, a powerful aura radiating from her. A green magical blast erupts from her hands, aimed directly at the fallen Lorenza. The attack connects with a resounding impact, leaving Lorenza groaning on the ground as Aurelia stands victorious over her, declaring her intention to burn her to ashes. As the rest of the group arrives at the west gate, Rasen observes the scene, realizing he must intervene to prevent further harm, his expression resolute. He moves with incredible speed, his hand shooting out to firmly grasp Aurelia's wrist, stopping her mid-action. Holding her wrist tightly, he demands to know why she would reveal her true abilities in such a reckless manner, his voice laced with concern and authority. He finds Aurelia standing over Lorenza, who kneels on the ground, her maid's uniform torn and disheveled. Aurelia's voice is sharp, questioning Lorenza's attempt to escape, while the maid, bewildered, can only ask how such words could be spoken. Stepping forward, he acknowledges Aurelia's decision to protect a family member, but notes her excessive honor. Lorenza lies motionless, face down on the cold stone, a silent testament to the force of Aurelia's attack. Aurelia turns, startled by his presence, but he calmly declares his intention to take Lorenza with him. Looking down at the unconscious maid, Aurelia pleads with him, unable to let her go and demanding he reveal his identity. His jaw tightens, a silent resolve hardening his expression. He then introduces himself as a mage from the esteemed Maiden family, a great individual who walks both the path of the world and the path of magic, leaving Aurelia speechless. He offers a final assurance, stating that if he takes Lorenza, she will not die, a promise that Aurelia receives in silence. With his identity revealed and his intentions clear, he stands firm, ready to uphold his word. He looks at her, his voice calm but firm, asking if she finally understands. Aurelia, still reeling from his declaration, can only manage a stunned, "What?" He reiterates his point, explaining that the Maiden family's magic is not merely a combat technique, but a fundamental path of the world itself, a truth she should have known. His words hang heavy in the air, a profound statement that leaves her speechless, as he continues to assert his lineage and the power it commands. Suddenly, a figure rushes forward, dropping to her knees before him with a soft thud, her eyes wide with shock and recognition. It is Freyra, who immediately acknowledges him as her young master, her voice filled with deference. He looks down at her, a hint of annoyance in his expression, reminding her that she should not have been so careless as to forget his identity. Freyra, still kneeling, apologizes profusely, her head bowed in submission. Aurelia, witnessing this unexpected display of loyalty, finally finds her voice, questioning his intentions for Lorenza. She stares, her mind racing, wondering why she hadn't considered such a simple answer to her predicament. A slight smirk plays on his lips, as if anticipating her every thought. Meanwhile, a young woman with reddish-brown hair observes the scene, her gaze fixed on the bound figure, finding her attractive even in distress. Then, a sudden clarity washes over Rasen, as he declares his understanding of the situation. Lorenza remains on the cold floor, her hands bound, a silent testament to her capture. As Freyra kneels in subservience before Rasen, Aurelia, and Evian watch, their expressions a mix of apprehension and curiosity, while Lorenza remains motionless on the ground. Rasen then turns his attention to a glowing screen, displaying a notice that a deity had been defeated by an unexpected variable and disappeared, before confidently stating that the most powerful will inevitably change. Lorenza's eyes snap open, wide with shock. A muffled sound escapes her, as Rasen, standing over the kneeling Freyra, asks how she knew about it, then calls out to her. Her eyes widen further as he declares her father may be bad, but he will help her. He continues, revealing his deep understanding of her situation, knowing exactly why she is there, and about the core hidden in her left hand, which she cannot use. His knowledge extends to the Hiran territory, the only region facing the Dragon Mountain, and the epidemic spreading from there. Elsewhere, Evian listens intently, her expression unreadable. Back in the chamber, Rasen confidently states he knows the cure for the epidemic, eliciting more muffled protests from Lorenza. He taunts her, suggesting her extreme reaction stems from her ignorance of the cure, as she struggles against her bonds. Finally, he delivers a chilling ultimatum. If he cannot help her, he will simply cut off her head. A mysterious cloaked figure stands amidst a sparse, ethereal forest, their thoughts questioning if what they witnessed was purely a magic combat technique. Their eyes glow crimson and fangs protrude as they turn to Freyra, demanding, "Are you going to help me?" Lorenza Maiden, standing before a seated Freyra, responds with a cool demeanor. "I said I'd help you, Freyra. Why would you help me?" She continues, her expression unyielding. "Is that important? There's no way I would help you without any reason." "Who said that?" "My dad." Turning away from Freyra, Lorenza explains her own calculated approach. "You came here as we're about to be killed. I got to create a reason. I got to become a villain." A close-up on her determined eye emphasizes her resolve. As she concludes, Her mind flashes to a vision of Reincarnated Maiden, holding aloft a radiant artifact, the holy grail of fire. Snapping back to reality, Lorenza's expression shifts to surprise as she hears a proposition. "I'll cure the epidemic." "Really?" Holding out her hand, she begins to negotiate terms. "I don't have money. Pay me back later." "How much is needed?" Still pressing for a solution, she insists that she doesn't know what else to do after treating him, demanding help to cure him now, and asking if she'll be paid back. Her voice tinged with a hint of desperation, she declares her willingness to do whatever it takes to repay them, questioning if they didn't say she was becoming a villain and offering to give them that too. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, a young man confirms that everything is done, to which his butler, Hampton, respectfully replies, "Yes, young master." The young master's thoughts drift to the holy grail of fire, a powerful artifact that can turn seawater into pure mana, wondering if the prescription they're discussing is a type of magic combat technique. With a resolute expression, Lorenza declares her lineage, stating firmly, "I'm a Maiden." Meanwhile, Freyra offers a polite bow to Rasen, thanking him for a valuable lesson. A sense of immense grandeur permeates the air. Rasen stands, gazing up at the sky, a profound realization dawning upon him. He muses that it's as if he's witnessing the patriarch in his youth, and with this newfound power, he vows to surpass him. Lorenza, overhearing his declaration, reacts with utter shock, her eyes widening as she whispers, "What?" She confronts him directly, demanding to know what he just said. A wave of regret washes over her, realizing she might have made a grave mistake. A system window flashes, revealing the profile of Aurelia, the youngest scion of the mages, as a thought crosses the mind. Wasn't that just a pure magic combat technique, though? The magic combat technique is a type of skill, but Aurelia, her red eyes wide with surprise, asks how he knew her name, since she had never told him. Kneeling on the ground, a faint red aura still clinging to her, she curses her mistake, while Reincarnated Maiden and his companions observe her in the ruined chamber. With a confident smirk, Reincarnated Maiden tells her not to panic, then asks if it's strange for him to inquire about her name. Aurelia confirms that it is indeed very strange, then counters by asking if it's not strange that he's using an expensive healing technique on someone who has no name. She then adds that it's also strange that she's a servant of the Maiden family, concluding that the whole situation is simply strange. Her distress growing, Aurelia questions why he would ask her name when she speaks so grandly, her voice filled with confusion. Reincarnated Maiden, now seated, calmly reminds her that she just showed bloodlust towards her savior, asking if she understands the gravity of that action, to which she meekly responds, "Yeah." He continues, questioning if she truly comprehends the great kindness he showed her, prompting a remorseful, "I'm sorry" from Aurelia. Still kneeling before him, she offers a quiet, "I'm sorry." He tilts his head, feigning confusion. "What did you say?" "I didn't quite catch that," prompting her to repeat. "I'm sorry. I was wrong." "Apologize again," he instructs, this time sincerely, as she asks if she can go home, assuming he will forgive her for what she did. A faint light emanates from her as she struggles to articulate her thoughts. "That's." She recalls the words of others. "You said you didn't do anything wrong, but they said that I didn't have the right to live for lovely people like you." He remembers the words of his own family. They said that it didn't matter if the father of someone like me was a bad person. They said that it's got nothing to do with the Maiden family. Her hands clench, a dark aura flickering around them as she confesses, "I was going to kill them all. I love playing with people's lives." Tears stream down her face as she adds, "But they forced him to die." Rasen turns to Freyra, instructing her, "Freyra, release her." Freyra bows, acknowledging, "Yes, young master." As Freyra processes the name, a flicker of recognition crosses her face. She questions if Rasen had spoken to her, who in turn asks if she meant him. Repeating the name, Reincarnated Maiden, a subtle tremor runs through her, a quiet squirming sensation accompanying the realization. A sharp gasp escapes her lips, the full weight of the name settling in. Kneeling before Rasen, Aurelia, Hampton, and Lorenza, Freyra is admonished as a scoundrel, her posture one of deference or perhaps penance in the grand hall. Rasen asserts that she is not there, implying a lack of true presence or loyalty, to which she responds, "I'm here," a subtle shift in her expression suggesting renewed commitment. Suddenly, a system notification flashes into existence, announcing that as the story and predictability has been affected, an unexpected variable has occurred. The system confirms the disruption, stating, "Another unexpected variable has occurred." Later, in a different setting, Rasen admits his uncertainty about the unfolding events, but expresses his trust in Freyra, who suggests they simply check for now. With a subtle, knowing smile, Freyra reiterates, "Let's just check for now, ready to face whatever comes next." The Grand Maiden estate stands silently under the night sky, its imposing architecture a testament to generations of power and influence. Inside, Rasen Maiden emerges from a room, a sense of urgency in his stride, thinking, "I'm worried about the others. I'll depart for good soon." He finds Hampton waiting in the hallway, asking, "All right, how long do you think it'll take, Hampton?" The butler replies, "I think I'll be back in 3 days." Hampton kneels respectfully, assuring him, "Lord Maiden, while you are away, I will be sure to take care of the mansion." He then inquires, "May I know why you need to leave, young lord?" Rasen's expression remains resolute as he simply states, "It's urgent for a while." Hampton, understanding the unspoken implications, responds, "To a certain extent, I understand. If the victim is a human, it could be nothing at all yet." As Rasen turns to leave, Hampton offers a final, heartfelt sentiment. "Thank you for the great mansion." Rasen dismisses it with a wave, "It's nothing great." With a somber gaze, Rasen reflects on the weight of his decisions, knowing that this is how the reputation of his family will forever be shaped in the future. A younger Rasen, with dark hair and eyes, recalls a pivotal moment from his past, believing he had encountered a true, guiding light. He reflects on the nature of this true light, pondering if it was merely a pure magic combat technique, or something more profound, and acknowledges that he must return to the Maiden estate. 2 days later, the Grand Maiden estate stands under a clear sky. Inside, Lorenza Maiden and Freyra discuss recent events, with Freyra remarking, "I heard that the Master of Maiden has brought an interesting toy back." Elsewhere, Aurelia, with her sharp red eyes, urges someone to take a look at that toy. Evian, her expression thoughtful, wonders aloud, "I wonder what that toy, Lord Rasen, brought back." Meanwhile, Rasen, his lavender eyes narrowed, reacts with a subtle, questioning sound, as he hears a voice ask, "Who are you? You are not the history of Maiden, nor are you a maiden." He stands with his back to the viewer, his posture resolute. His gaze firm as he considers the implications of being called Larsen Maiden, a name that carries both expectation and burden. He reflects on his past self-deception, as Aurelia reminds him that he is, in fact, utilizing a magic combat technique. He attempts to deny it, claiming he isn't actively employing anything, but she counters, questioning his understanding of the pervasive magic that permeates their world. Overwhelmed by her words, he stumbles back, demanding to know how she achieved such strength and what specific magic combat technique she employs. A sudden, intense sensation washes over him, his internal thoughts revealing a chilling feeling as if his heart is about to freeze. Aurelia observes his struggle with a subtle, knowing expression. A system notification confirms that the beginner magic combat technique, Advanced Iron Will, is actively protecting his body, leading him to a startling realization. His Eye of the Mind was a magic combat technique all along. He looks up, as she remarks on his impressive achievement, having mastered so much in merely 2 weeks. She gently pats his head, playfully admitting his face is cute, but warns that if he continues to grow at this rate, she'll have to pat him much more often. He quickly rejects the gesture, his tone firm. He senses a new development in his abilities, a distinct shift from his previous discoveries, as Aurelia asks if it's just another trinket he's picked up. She, however, dismisses it with playful sarcasm, urging him to treat it as another piece of art to adorn. He bristles at her flippancy, but she only laughs, her tone suggesting a deeper meaning behind her words. Rasen questions the motives of his former family, believing they would only seek to exploit him, prompting Aurelia to challenge his assumptions about her own intentions. As the conversation takes a serious turn, Aurelia's form is enveloped in a vibrant, fiery aura, the air around her crackling with raw power, a clear demonstration of magic combat technique. Her eyes glow with fierce determination as she declares her claim over him, a statement that catches him off guard. Rasen, recovering quickly, retorts with a defiant challenge, refusing to be treated as a mere possession. Aurelia's patience snaps, and with a furious burst of crimson energy, she unleashes a powerful magical attack directly at him. But before her assault can connect, a brilliant blue energy erupts from Rasen, his newly acquired Advanced Iron Will technique flaring to life, effortlessly repelling the incoming magical force. Aurelia's voice cuts through the air, questioning the nature of his technique, wondering if it was truly just a pure magic combat method. He knows better, understanding that magic combat techniques are a type of martial art that uses mana, and his own heavenly eye has helped him refine it as he prepares himself. She offers him a chance. A dismissive flick of her finger accompanying her words, as if daring him to refuse. Rasen, however, has no intention of simply giving up, asserting that he doesn't like losing, especially when he hasn't even tried, his gaze firm. His arm tenses, and he declares his readiness to fight, demanding she give him one more chance. Without warning, Aurelia unleashes a torrent of searing flame, a fiery dragon coiling and striking directly at him. Having detected the illusion with his heavenly eye, Rasen prepares for the true assault, a faint blue aura beginning to coalesce around his fist. But before he can fully react, Aurelia closes the distance in a blur of motion, her punch connecting with devastating force. She pulls back, a confident smirk playing on her lips, admitting that he possesses more than she initially thought, and challenges him to win if he truly wants her to leave. Rasen flinches, his eyes wide with surprise at the sudden impact. Aurelia's smile widens, her eyes glowing with a dangerous red light, warning him that if he fails to entertain her, she will simply destroy his toy. Aurelia, the youngest scion of the mages, possesses a core of immense power, yet a lingering question remains. Wasn't that just a pure magic combat technique? The magic combat technique is a type of... In a grand hall, Rasen Maiden stands before Aurelia, a tense silence hanging between them. A determined young man with light brown hair clenches his fist, vowing to use anything he has to try and win. Rasen, his stance firm, expresses his surprise at facing her of all people. Aurelia, a smirk playing on her lips, questions if he had his eyes on the throne, suggesting he's the only one who would think that way. Without hesitation, Rasen Maiden surges forward, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him as he closes the distance in a blur. But before his attack can land, Aurelia moves with impossible speed, her glowing hand intercepting him with a dismissive, "You slow." The force of her counter sends him reeling, his form blurring from the impact. A powerful blow connects, eliciting a pained cry from Rasen as the impact reverberates. She delivers a powerful kick, sending him flying through the air. He crashes onto the ground, magic circles erupting around him, the impact echoing with a sharp crack. Aurelia, with a smirk, prepares another spell, her fingertip glowing with ominous red energy. From his prone position, Rasen Maiden looks up, his expression a mix of pain and dawning realization. Now standing before her in the grand hall, he acknowledges the grim truth. If this continues, he will only become more disadvantaged. The power gap between them is simply too vast, making any attempt to dodge or counterattack futile. Sweat beads on his brow as the pressure mounts, his eyes wide with a desperate resolve. A frustrated groan escapes him, as he realizes he cannot even properly use his magic, forced to protect his very soul. Rasen Maiden considers the nature of the magic combat technique he's about to employ, wondering if it was truly a pure magic technique. He understands that this low-rank mana cultivation is his only opportunity to turn the tide, declaring it his sole chance. With a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself forward. His movements a blur as he closes the distance, thinking of his opponent. He executes a swift, sweeping attack, landing a powerful kick. Aurelia collapses to the ground, her expression one of utter shock. Rasen stands over her, his hand crackling with vibrant blue energy, ready to deliver a decisive blow. She stares up in disbelief as the magic intensifies. A blinding flash of light erupts, signaling the devastating impact of Rasen Maiden's attack. The residual energy shimmering as it dissipates into the air. Aurelia's eyes widen in utter shock, unable to comprehend what has just transpired. She lies defeated on the ground, a hand reaching out towards her, as Rasen Maiden confirms his victory. Yeah. He then asks if she truly believed he would lose simply because she was stronger, before admitting that was precisely his only chance. Aurelia, still on the ground, questions his strategy, wondering if chasing after her wasn't an excessive risk. Rasen Maiden explains his focus on magic combat techniques, adding that it wouldn't be clever to simply put her to sleep. Aurelia listens intently, her expression thoughtful as she processes his words. But the victory comes at a cost, as blood slowly drips from Rasen Maiden's hand, revealing an injury he sustained during the intense confrontation. A soft, rhythmic drip echoes in the silence. As Rasen Maiden floats, a faint glow still surrounding him, his expression one of surprise and lingering shock. The last vestiges of powerful magic dissipate around him, revealing a crimson stain spreading slowly on the ground, a stark reminder of the fight's true cost. Blood trickles from his lips as Rasen Maiden looks up, a pained but resolute expression on his face, acknowledging, "You won the bet." Aurelia, her back to him, responds with a hint of intrigue. "However, you keep surprising my interest." As Sando had observed, his body proved remarkably resilient. Turning to leave, Aurelia declares, "I'll be going now. I've seen enough of your magic. I'm sure you'll be able to handle the rest of my sister's shadows." Her eyes glowing with a sinister red light, she adds, "Killing you wouldn't be fun." Engulfed in a fading fiery aura, Aurelia moves away from the site of her recent confrontation, a thought echoing in her mind. Wasn't that just a pure magic combat technique, though? As she continues her swift departure, she considers the implications, finding it more interestingly. He's got a lot of mana. Leaving a trail of glowing embers in her wake, Aurelia disappears into the distance. Later, in a different setting, Aurelia stands before a hooded figure, remarking, "I can't believe he's able to use that many different magic techniques." The masked attendant replies, "That's why it's a little surprising too." Aurelia continues, "I knew he wouldn't be able to defeat me, but I didn't think he'd be able to leave all those marks." The hooded figure then asks, "You mean the third sister's shadow?" The masked attendant considers this, adding, "It's an interesting sight, isn't it?" Aurelia concludes her assessment, stating, "But if he hadn't been so injured, he wouldn't have fallen apart." Meanwhile, back at the scene of the battle, a hand reaches out, its fingers brushing against a pool of fresh blood on the ground. Lying broken and bleeding on the ground, Rasen Maiten attempts to activate a magic combat technique for self-recovery, a special requirement for his current state. As a faint blue aura begins to coalesce around his hand, the system confirms that the magic combat technique, self-recovery, is already active within his body. However, this powerful technique comes at a cost, consuming a significant amount of his remaining mana. Despite the mana expenditure, a stark notification flashes across his vision. The preparation of self-recovery has failed due to physical destruction. A gasp escapes him, his eyes wide with shock and agony as the reality of his condition sets in. An internal scream echoes through his mind, a shadowy manifestation of his pain writhing in silent torment. He clutches his stomach, the system clarifying the extent of his injuries. The physical destruction includes severe damage to his internal organs. Despite the overwhelming agony, a flicker of resolve ignites within him, urging him to pull himself together. Every fiber of his being screams in protest, feeling as though his body and bones are being pulverized from within. He swallows hard, a desperate attempt to control the agony. His hand clenches, trembling violently as the self-recovery magic combat technique activates, blue energy flickering around his arm, yet a scream escapes him. Still, the system confirms its failure, explaining that physical destruction, damage to his internal organs, prevents its success. Suddenly, two women, one older and one younger, rush into view, the older one crying out, "Larson!" The younger woman winces, her face etched with distress. The older woman quickly dismisses the idea of poison, recognizing the true, overwhelming nature of his suffering. Her hand glows with blue mana as she attempts body reconstruction, but a thought crosses her mind. Is this a foolish waste of mana, given the technique's immense requirements? A white orb of energy forms, yet her mana is rapidly being siphoned away, leaving her bewildered. Still writhing in pain, Rasen Maiten curses, realizing his own mana reserves are completely depleted. A surge of raw power courses through him, a sensation so overwhelming it forces a gasp from his lips. As he looks down at his hands, now glowing with an ethereal blue light, a concerned voice calls out his name, offering aid despite the unknown circumstances. Meanwhile, another figure, cloaked in dark robes, extends her arms, preparing to unleash her own potent magic, a fiery aura swirling around her hands. The pure, clean mana flows into Rasen Maiten's body, a desperate attempt to sustain him as he struggles to keep going. Though she doubts her own ability to make a significant difference, Lydia continues to channel her energy, receiving a quiet thanks for her unwavering support. Lydia, with her hands glowing blue, focuses intently, while Aurelia watches the unfolding events with a sharp gaze. The magical energies around them crackle and surge, a volatile mix of healing and raw power. Lydia turns to Aurelia, her expression urgent, addressing her as young mistress. Suddenly, a system notification appears, announcing that the root attribute, heavenly body, hidden deep within his being, has been activated, and that he has fulfilled the basic requirements for the growth of a magic combat technique. Rasen Maiten stands, his body now radiating a soft, ethereal blue light, a low grunt escaping him as immense power surges through his form. His eyes, usually lavender, glow with a warm brown hue, reflecting the newly awakened attribute. A detailed status screen appears, highlighting Aurelia's core and her designation as the youngest scion of the mages, displaying various attributes and statistics. Meanwhile, a profound realization washes over Rasen Maiten, his heart pounding with the shock of it all, as he processes the incredible truth. The heavenly body attribute, born deep within his bones, has been activated, destined to elevate him to the peak of humanity with the current Emperor's power. He questions the nature of this power, wondering if it was merely a pure magic combat technique. But the truth is far more profound. When the heavenly body attribute is activated, the demon god attribute also awakens, making him the strongest emperor, a body truly born from mana. Understanding the gravity of this revelation, he resolves to keep this incredible fact hidden from everyone. Later, in a different setting, Lydia confronts him, asking if his tardiness is truly due to the reason he gave, to which he offers her something, prompting her to ask if it's an apology. He and Lydia read the letter from her father, confirming that the villagers were recovering well. Thanks to the secret prescription he had given them, the epidemic was rapidly disappearing. A satisfied smile touches his lips as he thinks, "I like this feeling." Lydia, however, seems confused, asking about his knees. She bows slightly, acknowledging him as her savior, and he simply accepts the title. Meanwhile, a deeper connection resonates between him and Aurelia, both acknowledging each other as contractors. This unspoken bond is the contract of heaven, a mystical agreement manifesting in the skies. It is the contract that Rasen Maiten made with the Northern Magic Tower, a powerful pact sealed between him and Aurelia, surrounded by a vibrant, pinkish-purple aura. This sacred promise binds him to protect the Lady of the Tower, their figures standing before a grand, ancient doorway. Ultimately, the contract of heaven was made for one purpose: to obtain the immense power of the demon god, a determination etched onto his face. He struggles, a desperate plea echoing in his mind to escape this place, to break free from the confines holding him. Still, the thought persists, a yearning to simply get away. Meanwhile, Lydia offers a gentle, knowing smile. As the solemn declaration of her oath resonates through the air, I, Lydia, of the tribe of fire, make the oath of life in front of the eternal flame. A soft, ethereal glow surrounds them both, sealing the pact. Rasen Maiden's eyes begin to burn with a vibrant, golden light, a subtle shift in his demeanor. A system notification flashes into existence, announcing that his heavenly eye has analyzed new information, revealing the settings of the otherworld. His eye glows intensely as a new authority is bestowed upon him. The authority of hegemony restraint is granted to the contractor of fire, eliciting a gasp of surprise. Surrounded by a fiery aura, he reflects on the moment he made the contract with Aurelia, admitting he never truly understood the profound meaning of the power he was gaining. The authority of hegemony restraint is a power bestowed upon a contractor of fire, and Aurelia, in effect, became that contractor. Suddenly, Rasen Maiden's eyes widen in disbelief, as a chilling realization dawns on him. Death? Aurelia, however, seems unfazed, insisting that he simply doesn't understand, and that this is actually a good thing. He struggles to comprehend, his mind racing with the implications of the contract, demanding to know what could possibly be good about such a terrifying prospect. Aurelia's expression shifts to one of slight surprise, as if his reaction is unexpected. Still reeling from the revelation, he presses her for more details, needing to understand the full scope of what she's implying. Leaning in close, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone, she reveals the shocking truth. He cannot die without her explicit permission. A small, almost amused smile plays on her lips, as she finds the profound implication of her power cool. His face contorts in utter shock, unable to process the gravity of her words, as she explains that his death would cause her suffering, a consequence he questions as irrelevant. He stares at her, still reeling from the implications of her words, as Aurelia calmly explains that the contract of fire is a type of authority of hegemony restraint. The realization hits him hard, his hand flying to his face in disbelief. He can't believe it. He's been bound to her, and she's just been playing with him this whole time. Aurelia's hand glows with a soft, blue light, a subtle display of her power as she continues, reminding him that he cannot die without her permission. He looks at her, his expression a mix of confusion and anger, as she asks him if he truly doesn't want her as his contractor. Aurelia's gaze is unwavering, her words carrying a hint of amusement as she explains that the contract is a cool thing, and that she finds his suffering cool too. He recoils slightly, his frustration evident as he protests that force is a bad thing, and he doesn't want to be forced. Aurelia smiles, a knowing look on her face as she acknowledges his words, and with a casual shrug, agrees to wait. His eyes widen in shock as, without warning, the contract of fire is suddenly cancelled, leaving him utterly stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Still reeling from the abrupt contract cancellation, Rasen Maiden finds himself confronted by Aurelia, who declares him a good person, prompting him to question the sudden compliment. He recalls his father's words, that such a person is trustworthy, and muses on the implications of the voided contract, noting how the contractor has become cautious. Aurelia simply asks if that is so, as Rasen Maiden explains his father's belief that it's perfect for the contractor, calling it a coincidence. A faint smirk plays on Aurelia's lips, as she echoes his father's sentiment about trustworthiness. Suddenly, her eyes flare with an intense red glow, and a powerful magical aura erupts around her, signaling a profound shift. Aurelia holds a glowing red orb in her hand, declaring that this power is her authority. Now seated on the ground, Aurelia listens as Rasen Maiden, standing over her, recalls the individuals who knew his father and offered him advice. His eyes widen in sudden realization as he remembers the valuable item. Looking down at a glowing, cross-shaped object on the floor, he deduces it should be in the dimensional storage near his bed. Aurelia considers the technique, wondering if it was merely a pure magic combat style, yet acknowledging that such a technique uses the body as its medium. He finds her statement rather unusual, a thought echoing in his mind. Only fire can quickly melt ice. Aurelia simply shrugs, claiming she doesn't know its name. Rasen Maiden recalls it was referred to as a valuable cup, chastising himself for having underestimated her. The phrase repeats in his mind, the only thing that can melt ice is fire. His eyes glow with sudden realization as he connects the dots to a precious item, a family heirloom passed down through the Maiden lineage for generations. That's what the records say, but what is this new information? He dismisses the lingering thought, deciding it doesn't matter. Turning, he calls out, "Let's go, Lydia." She readily agrees. As he prepares to depart, a white-haired woman approaches, offering, "Young master, shall I request for a bodyguard?" He looks back at her, questioning, "An escort?" A sudden realization dawns on him, and he exclaims, "Ah, oh right." He had forgotten once more. For whenever a direct descendant of a Maiden family leaves their home, there are always guardian mages, cloaked figures with glowing red eyes, who will protect them. Yet, a somber thought crosses his mind. That same rule applies even to him, who has been abandoned by all. He ponders the implications, wondering if such protection would be sufficient for the valuable cup. With a determined gaze, he asserts, "I can't lie to begin with." His thoughts continue, the real problem being that he isn't the kind of person who can be protected by anyone. Meanwhile, Aurelia watches on, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. She muses, that's to be expected, since the succession was created for the Maiden family, and you need to get as many talents as possible to your side. Meanwhile, at the Maiden mansion, Elizabeth addresses Rasen and Lydia, thanking them for making the journey. Rasen, however, seems preoccupied, his thoughts drifting to the old man and his own perceived vulnerability. Elizabeth taps her foot thoughtfully, before declaring her decision. The chosen guardian mage, Jaffel, appears, a cloaked figure with a stern demeanor, his presence immediately commanding attention. A deep frown creases his brow as he considers the task, muttering that he is an extremely bad match for Rasen. A system interface glows, displaying Aurelia's core at level 16, alongside the names Aurelia, Lilith, third sister Shadow, Maiden, Lydia, and Jaffel, all listed under youngest scion of the mages. 3 hours earlier, Jaffel leans over Rasen Maiden, asserting, "You're just a noob that doesn't know how to work." Rasen Maiden retorts, "And I'm the noob, you old fart." His frustration boiling over, Rasen Maiden shouts, "If you understand so much, you should do it yourself." Later, alone, he sighs, lamenting, "Sigh, why did the 8-year-old me do that?" He presses a hand to his forehead, considering the situation, even though the escorts are at least 7th circle. Elsewhere, Lydia looks on, asking, "Who is she?" The reply comes, "She's my sister." A formal document, bearing an official red seal, is presented. The details of the document are visible, confirming its approval. A figure approaches a grand estate, its imposing architecture rising against the sky. This is Jaffel, the master family escort, his presence a silent testament to his duty. From a balcony above, a young voice calls out, "Welcome, Jaffel." Rasen Maiden looks down, a subtle expression on his face. Jaffel, looking up at the young master, reflects on the passage of time. As Rasen descends the stairs to meet him, Jaffel remarks, "You've changed a lot since the last time." Rasen simply replies, "Yeah, a little." Then, Jaffel's tone shifts, asking, "May I ask one thing?" "What is it?" Rasen inquires, as Jaffel continues, "About that girl." "He is just a dog that guards his master," Rasen Maiden thinks, remembering Jaffel's words from earlier, and it's exactly the kind of good memory that makes him so dangerous. Looking up at the young master, Jaffel continues, "Since you're a dog that guards your master, you should guard the other one too." A sharp, almost predatory glint enters Jaffel's eyes, his gaze unwavering. Rasen Maiden considers this, thinking, a 7th circle mage, honestly, he's scary, but he never lies. Not once, because I apologize, master. Jaffel then asks, "Do you know what I'm talking about?" Rasen Maiden replies, "No, I don't." Rasen Maiden continues his internal monologue, "Not Jaffel himself. But I trust in Jaffel the escort, that he's not ambitious, nor will he fall." Jaffel's thoughts drift, perhaps to a memory, as he addresses a pink-haired woman. "You're the one who told me to take care of the young master, and you're the one who told me to take care of the young lady." His internal monologue continues, now seemingly directed at a black-haired woman. "At first, my brother and I were going to take care of the young master, but you told me to take care of the young lady. Now, how am I supposed to understand you? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with you." He lets out a soft scoff, dismissing any mere scoundrels as utterly powerless. As he turns to leave, he reminds the young man that despite his pride, he is still human, needing to eat and sleep. He then clarifies his role, stating he is an escort mage paid by Larsen Maiden, a declaration that, despite his unsettling demeanor, speaks to his unwavering loyalty. Jaffel confirms this with a direct gaze. The young maiden, in turn, asserts his identity, asking for protection. Jaffel accepts the order, but a flicker of doubt crosses his mind as he wonders if this is truly the same boy he once knew from Earth. He recalls the legend of the slumbering beast, the young master who had cleared the 1st circle and become a magic teacher. A shimmering blue magic circle appears, hinting at the immense power at play, a vast amount of mana that even the greatest mage, Hylia, could not manipulate. From a distance, Jaffel resolves to observe him closely, certain that something is amiss. As the group continues their journey, Lydia expresses her excitement, declaring they are going to see her father. Entering a bustling settlement, she proudly announces that this is her hometown, Horian. The town's history is steeped in legend, once home to the god of fire, whose divine powers and subsequent downfall shaped its very foundations. Despite the historical weight, Rasen feels a strange disconnect, as if Horian is merely a remote location, when suddenly, a dog bounds towards them, barking excitedly. Startled by the sudden appearance, Rasen flinches, letting out a small gasp. His foot quickly shifts, as if bracing for an impact. Looking down at the dog, he questions its identity, while Lydia reassures him that it's okay. Lydia then turns to the dog, calling out to it, and Rasen, still a bit confused, asks where her father is. Jaffel, observing the scene, simply states that he is at home. As the others walk ahead, a voice calls out, "Wait for me." Aurelia turns to Jaffel, considering the situation. "I feel like I could be of help to you, but I'm not sure if I should interfere, right?" Meanwhile, a man with a stern expression reflects on his past. "I have never given my daughter anything. I'm always late." But his thoughts are interrupted as Lydia rushes into his arms, crying out, "Dad!" Clinging to her father, Lydia expresses her gratitude. Thank you. A woman with a warm smile observes the reunion, remarking, that girl was so small when I last saw her. She was only about 10 years old by then. She's grown up so much. She's become a beauty. Lydia's father nods in agreement, acknowledging the woman's words. Indeed, you have my gratitude for your kindness. The woman then playfully adds, that Scumrell is finally back. I'm going to adopt Carmi as my daughter. Rasen steps forward, addressing Lydia's father. I have to thank you for taking care of my companions. A younger Rasen, enveloped in swirling blue energy, grapples with a fundamental question. Wasn't that just a pure magic combat technique? He ponders the nature of magic combat, a type of magic that doesn't involve an invocation itself, wondering, what do we do? No one knows the answer. We can't figure it out. Why do we do it without knowing reasons or goals? Why do we do it? The scene shifts to another memory, where a younger Lydia sits on the ground as her father, accompanied by Elizabeth, tells her, follow me, I'll give you the present. Back in the present, the dense forest canopy gives way to a small clearing, where Lydia's father gestures towards a massive, moss-covered rock formation, declaring, here it is. Elizabeth, observing the ancient structure, murmurs, a rock grave? A faint smile plays on her lips as she adds, La Shadow Lab later. Suddenly, the rock structure begins to glow with a vibrant golden light, particles erupting from its surface, a rumbling sound echoing through the clearing. The golden luminescence intensifies as the structure continues to crumble, the rumbling growing louder. As the ancient rock structure crumbled away, a peculiar hourglass-shaped object, radiating a soft, golden light, was revealed within its core. Gathered around the newly exposed relic, Elizabeth, Lydia's father, and Rasen Maiden observed its ethereal glow, a small, ornate goblet now held carefully in Rasen's hands. The golden vessel pulsed with an inner light, prompting a hushed query from the group, wondering aloud what this mysterious object could be. Lydia's father explained that the glowing drinking glass contained fire energy, while Rasen, still processing the sudden turn of events, questioned if their journey was merely a trick to eat chocolate. As he held the goblet, Rasen felt a strange, potent power emanating from it, a sensation that resonated deep within him. Recognizing the artifact, Lydia's father revealed its true name, the Holy Grail of Fire. As the Grail's power surged through him, Rasen's eye began to glow with an otherworldly light, triggering a system notification that the backstory of the otherworld was being revealed, though with insufficient predictability. This sacred fireflower water could only be consumed by those contracted with the tribe of fire. Any other would face severe nausea, abdominal pains, and ultimately death. He knows he must forge a contract to drink the fireflower water, but Lydia's father warns that the longer he waits, the less potent it will become. The Holy Grail of Fire's contents, once exposed to air, begin to oxidize, diminishing their effectiveness with each passing moment. Lydia's father confirms the urgency, stating there's no need for further proof of its rapid degradation. Rasen, however, believes that if he can form the contract of fire and gain control over the Holy Grail, he will be able to utilize its power. Elizabeth, recalling the struggles even Karzian faced, wonders if such a feat is truly possible for him, as a faint glow emanates from his hand. She then questions the contract of fire itself, to which Lydia's father dismissively replies that he doesn't believe it's even possible. Yet, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind, a silent if it's him, hanging in the air. Despite his earlier skepticism, he resolves to proceed, declaring they will attempt to make the contract of fire. A system interface displays Aurelia's card, detailing her as the youngest scion of the mages, as a thought questions if the technique used was purely magic combat, or if magic combat techniques are a type of something else entirely. Aurelia, her red eyes sharp, proposes they make the contract of fire. The gray-haired man listens intently, a golden chain visible beneath his red garment. She smiles, emphasizing the urgency of their task, knowing they are running out of time and need to get this done. Rasen Maiden readily agrees, extending his hand towards her. With the contract sealed, the Holy Grail of Fire activates. The gray-haired man observes the ancient artifact, dismissing it as merely an old cup. Yet, the goblet begins to recover its former, brilliant glow. It shines with an intense, sparkling radiance. Lydia's father watches the ritual unfold, his skepticism evident as he questions if this is truly a pure magic combat technique, while the contract itself is being planned with meticulous care. Aurelia, her gaze sharp, confirms that the power of fire she wields is indeed clean and pure. Her hand, glowing with an inner light, emphasizes the immense power a young lady like her commands. Rasen Maiden, still on the ground, looks up with unwavering resolve, declaring his certainty. Lydia's father watches on, his expression a mix of apprehension and grudging acceptance as the ritual reaches its climax. Aurelia lets out a satisfied chuckle, pleased with the outcome, while Lydia's father simply utters a quiet "great," acknowledging the completion of the contract. The contract of fire has been completed, and Rasen Maiden's body glows with an intense, fiery aura, indicating the profound change that has occurred within him. He rises, the brilliant glow fading, noting that the fire energy he just felt is now gone. He grasps the Holy Grail of Fire, now devoid of its previous radiance, the fire energy having completely vanished from within it. He gulps down the pure fire flower water from the golden goblet. The liquid tasting as concentrated as it feels, for he has now consumed the potent water, and with it, the power to control the pure fire energy within it. Aurelia and Jaffel watch, knowing this is a technique easy to learn for those who can control fire energy, but the implications are still profound. Lydia's father, however, kneels in distress, calling for his knights to protect him from the demon he perceives in the boy, his fear palpable. Jaffel, observing the elder's outburst, wonders what truly happened to provoke such a reaction, acknowledging that while the technique isn't impossible, it's surprising to see it used by someone so young. Reincarnated Maiden stands firm, goblet still in hand, as Jaffel declares his trust in the boy. Lydia's father, still consumed by his fear, believes Jaffel already knows the danger, his expression grim. But Jaffel, looking directly at Reincarnated Maiden, reiterates his unwavering faith, stating, "I trust Jaffel, the knight." With a soft whoosh, the group moves forward, continuing their journey through the verdant landscape. A surge of energy erupts around him, signaling the activation of a beginner magic combat technique, self-recovery. As he stands amidst swirling blue and orange energy, he realizes the pure fire flower water was even more potent than anticipated, yet surprisingly easy to control, a testament to his innate abilities. Though the full analysis of the pure fire flower water would have to wait, his immediate focus must remain on the impending battle. Later, gathered around a crackling campfire, the young man expresses his gratitude, thanking his guardian for protecting him. The guardian simply replies that he merely did what was expected of him. More importantly, Jaffel congratulates him, observing that he has clearly gained a new form of power. Rasen, surprised, asks if Jaffel is not his master, to which the guardian affirms, confirming his role. Stepping away from the campfire, Jaffel senses a presence, realizing that others have arrived. Indeed, under the starry night sky, the guardians of the Maiden family have made their presence known. Jaffel considers the implications of Rasen's new technique, wondering if it was truly just a pure magic combat technique, while Aurelia clarifies that magic combat techniques are simply a type of magic. He then adds that it's too early to tell the full extent of its power, and Aurelia agrees, noting that the Maiden family's magic is generally difficult to control. Rasen, however, finds it surprisingly easy to control, a fact that Aurelia attributes to his innate talent, suggesting he might be a prodigy in this world. Jaffel then shifts the conversation, asking why the Maiden family guardians have suddenly appeared, and Aurelia speculates that they might be searching for the pure fire flower water, or perhaps even for Rasen himself. As Jaffel confirms their presence, sensing them nearby, Aurelia expresses her concern, noting that their arrival is far too early. He warns them that the guardians are here, and Rasen, with a determined expression, prepares himself. Jaffel observes the approaching figures as Rasen's heavenly eye activates, granting him enhanced perception. His gaze sharpens, focusing intently on the unseen threat. A realization dawns on him, a sudden understanding of the situation. An unexpected variable, one that will profoundly affect the story and its predictability, has emerged, hinting at the true protagonist of this unfolding tale. In this other world, the very fabric of existence seems to bestow great opportunities and luck upon those deemed worthy. Among these, a figure known as Kasin Sod steps into the light. A voice echoes with surprise, wondering what he is doing here. Deep within a secluded forest, Kasin stands with another hooded figure, facing a small group of similarly cloaked individuals. He is a young master, the third son of a reputable swordsman family, his presence commanding attention. As he gazes forward, a knowing thought emerges from the figure beside him. "I knew you, and the sunshine would come." Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through the air, as if a certain power within this world's top 3 reputable families is recognizing each other, like wild beasts acknowledging their kin. As Kasin Sod lies on the ground, surrounded by other figures, Rasen Maiden observes him, acknowledging the powerful aura emanating from the young man. Kasin rises, and the two stand facing each other in the quiet forest. He recognizes the familiar, potent energy, realizing he is in the presence of another from the Maiden family, the 8th son. Rasen, recalling his grandmother's words, feels the same powerful aura from the young man before him. Kasin understands the reason for this encounter, a destiny tied to his very birth. A sudden realization dawns on him, a pivotal moment in his growth, as he fully grasps his identity. He declares his awareness of the Maiden family's bloodline within the other, concluding that the older man must be the 8th son. Kasin senses his own power reflected in the other, a magical resonance. Rasen Maiden then confirms his identity as the 8th son of the Maiden family. He stands enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, his back to the other, who wonders if what he's witnessing is merely a pure magic combat technique, but the young man corrects him, explaining that magic combat is a type of. Before Kasin cuts him off, his voice sharp with realization, asking if he could possibly be the 8th son. The question hits him like a physical blow, his eyes widening in stunned silence. Kasin then clarifies, stating that they share the same blood and can therefore speak casually, to which the young man, still processing, agrees to adopt a more informal tone. A flashback reveals a younger Kasin, training with a sword, as a narrator explains that he had an abundance of everything: his parents' love, an amazing teacher, and the perfect body for magic, believing himself to be the chosen one, or so he liked to think. Yet, despite all his gifts, he had no friends his own age, a void he always felt, always left out. Returning to the present, Kaysen glances at the two unconscious figures lying on the ground behind the young man, inquiring if they are his friends. With a confident smirk, the young man introduces himself, stating he is 18 years old, quite handsome, and his name is Larson Mayton, before asking for Kaysen's name in return. After a brief pause, Kaysen replies, simply stating, Kassen, which the other repeats, confirming the introduction. Kaysen, a faint blush coloring his cheeks, muses aloud, I'm pretty sure I have a pretty name too. Rasen, however, shifts the conversation, asking if he had gained a special ability, to which Kaysen confirms he did, adding that he acquired it intentionally. Rasen then presses further, curious about the nature of this power that makes him appear so captivating. Kaysen explains that it's a protective power, shielding him from harmful influences, prompting Rasen to liken it to a poison. He agrees, acknowledging it as a good power. A moment of silence passes between them, for the fundamental laws of their world dictate that when two heirs of forces meet, they must exchange their names. In a memory, a cloaked Kaysen recalls a past self, demanding to know why someone, whom he calls a naive piece of trash, remains silent. Back in the present, he insists it's Rasen's turn to speak his name, but Rasen questions why he should care if the rules don't apply to him. Rasen then finally utters a name, Kassen, to which Kaysen responds with a simple, yes? Though he never backs down from rules, Rasen admits he's unsure if he can comply with the same ones as his new acquaintance. As their hands meet in a firm shake, he confesses that he's never encountered a peer before. A thought crosses his mind, recalling a Mayton family tradition. One must cross swords with a peer to truly become friends. He tries to remember the name of this ritual. Kaysen provides the answer, simply stating, a duel. Rasen's eyes light up, challenging him. Yeah, a duel. Want to try that? Kaysen clarifies that it's a mandatory ritual to forge a bond, though Rasen dismisses it as not strictly necessary. A subtle smirk plays on Kaysen's lips, his fangs briefly visible, as he suggests it would be beneficial for Rasen to participate. His eyes glow with an intense red light, a crimson aura flaring around him, as he leans in, asking, are you? With a gun now in his hand and a burning landscape behind him, Kaysen finishes his question, requesting for a duel with me right now? Rasen stands firm, a vibrant blue aura crackling around him, ready to test the strength of his allies. He stands amidst a soft, blue magical glow, his thoughts echoing the recent challenge. Was that truly a pure magic combat technique? He wonders, or something more. Kaysen, his dark eyes glowing faintly with a red hue, questions the nature of a recent display of power, wondering if it was a pure magic combat technique. Rasen, surrounded by a soft blue aura, confirms with a simple, yeah. The conversation shifts as Kaysen addresses an elder, mentioning a duel that took place in front of the elders. He continues, his voice carrying across the open space. Why did you two phantom descendants fight? Kaysen's expression hardens as he adds, and why didn't you stop them, Jaffel? Lydia's father, the elder, responds with a stern gaze, explaining that in the public's eye, the Mayton family's standing as a leading master is considered absolute. Kaysen, however, remains unconvinced, stating, so I can't stop them unless I have a justified reason. The elder, his face etched with concern, clarifies that if the Mayton family's reputation were to be tarnished, it would be a blow to the entire Horian region, a consequence he cannot allow. Kaysen turns to Rasen, questioning if he too had learned magic combat, but Rasen clarifies that he only knows basic combat techniques. A slight annoyance in his voice, Rasen then mentions a rumor he heard about Kaysen's brother being remarkable. He continues, wondering aloud if requesting a duel with the Mayton family wasn't perhaps too much. Kaysen looks away, a somber expression on his face, knowing Rasen doesn't truly understand the weight of his words. Unseen by them, a cloaked figure with glowing red eyes watches from the shadows, an exclamation of surprise escaping them. Kaysen's thoughts race, wondering why Rasen would say such a thing, as he himself has no brothers. Rasen, oblivious to Kaysen's internal turmoil, continues, stating that they are both in the same situation. Kaysen, hand resting on his sword, acknowledges the burden that comes with the territory they were born into. Rasen, still pondering their earlier discussion, wonders aloud if Kaysen's family also has a tradition of making friends. Kaysen, however, corrects him, explaining that his family's focus is on something else entirely, and that he doesn't have any siblings. The two stand together, the weight of their differing backgrounds palpable in the air, before Rasen suggests that perhaps a duel could be a way to instill trust, especially for a swordsman family, a concept he understands as a means to build trust and courage, even if it also carries a message that one is completely alone. He smiles, believing that if one could be trusted through such a trial, then that trust would be absolute. Kaysen acknowledges Rasen's surprisingly deep understanding of the matter, recognizing the profound truth in his words about the trust and courage forged in such solitary battles. Rasen, now looking determined, declares his intention to master swordsmanship with his own right hand, to become a swordsman worthy of the Mayton family name. As Rasen speaks of his family's legacy, Kaysen's hand instinctively rests on the hilt of his own sword, a silent testament to the weight of his own lineage. He considers the idea of an honorable duel, having heard of his companion's skill with a blade. Turning to face Rasen, Keisin asks directly, Keisin, who would win if we dueled? Rasen hesitates, caught off guard by the blunt question. Keisin, looking down, answers without hesitation, of course, it'll be you. He then ponders his own actions, wondering why he would propose a duel if the outcome was already known. Rasen, however, offers a different perspective, explaining that the outcome wouldn't truly matter for duels, but rather the desire to engage in one. With swords drawn, they stand poised, a silent agreement passing between them, a mutual understanding that as equals in age, they should be treated as such in skill. Rasen then expresses his earnest hope that through this exchange, he has earned Keisin's recognition of his swordsmanship. Keisin, looking directly at him, responds with a firm resolve, promising to give his best and expecting the same in return. As they walk away together, Rasen simply acknowledges the sentiment, a quiet understanding settling between the two swordsmen. He finds himself overwhelmed, a single thought echoing in his mind. Just who is this opponent, and how is he so incredibly fast? Even as the system registers the automatic activation of his flow attribute, he struggles to keep up, his eyes unable to follow the blur of the blade. A sharp impact rings out as a beginner magic combat technique, proficient weight utilization, activates, further disrupting his balance. He's already thrown off, unable to block the relentless attacks, each strike a quack of kinetic force. His opponent, sensing the advantage, feels a surge of confidence, believing victory is within reach. But with a determined HUP, he activates a retrieve command, pulling himself back from the brink. Still, the question persists. Who is this person, and why isn't he using any magic, relying solely on pure swordsmanship? The quack of steel continues as the realization solidifies, there's no magic involved. He understands now that any overly aggressive move will only trap him further in the intricate attack pattern of his opponent's sword. He struggles to keep up, his mind racing as he admits he can't even perceive the movements in real time. It's more than just speed, he realizes. He needs to anticipate the blade's trajectory itself. A blur of orange and blue, Rasen moves with impossible velocity, a soft thud echoing as he closes the distance. No, this isn't a feint, Keisin thinks, his eye widening as he perceives a sudden, mid-strike change. The attack shifted, and he didn't even have time to respond. There's no dodging this, he concludes, bracing himself as the glowing red blade closes in, deciding to take the hit on his sides. A powerful impact reverberates, a burst of blue energy signifying the activation of his beginner magic combat technique, Advanced Iron Will. Rasen continues his relentless assault, striking again as Keisin endures the blows. Despite the barrage, Keisin's jaw tightens, his gaze unwavering, a fierce resolve hardening his features. Even as the blue, crackling aura of Advanced Iron Will flared around him, Keisin's sod knelt, defeated, the ground beneath him fracturing from the impact. A silent testament to the speed of his opponent, a gleaming blade reflected the light, its precision undeniable. Lying on the ground, his head bowed, Keisin could only utter a single, stark admission. I lost. From the sidelines, Lydia's father watched, his expression a mix of shock and concern, muttering, What? Well, it's not like it's a big problem, but... As Keisin sat up, Rasen Maton approached, a hint of concern in his voice. Is your arm all right? To which the defeated fighter replied, Yeah, it feels like I got hit by a wooden club or something. Rasen, however, seemed to recall the fight differently. But your attacks didn't hurt me that much either. No, I really don't think I got hit by a wooden club or anything. Keisin sighed, still processing the outcome, then voiced a new suspicion. Did Lydia do something? After everything that's happened so far, I wouldn't be surprised. The elder's eyes widened in surprise at the accusation. Really? My son would never. Keisin sighed, now standing, conceded. I did try to lower my fighting power, but that was still an amazing outcome. I'm really surprised. He then added, Thanks. I didn't expect to lose, but... Still reeling from his unexpected defeat, Keisin struggles to comprehend the outcome, muttering that he was merely testing the limits of his opponent's abilities. Rasen, however, offers a different perspective, suggesting that everyone has weaknesses, and it's simply a matter of finding them. A slight smile plays on his lips as he continues, asking if Keisin isn't strong enough to trust his own judgment. Nearby, a cloaked man with dark hair and a subtle smile remarks that he's never witnessed such a display before. Keisin acknowledges the cloaked man's presence, agreeing that it was indeed a unique experience to witness such advanced magic. As the conversation continues, a soft thump echoes through the air, drawing the attention of Keisin, Lydia's father, and the cloaked man. Rasen's eyes widen in surprise, as if a sudden, unexpected variable has just occurred, a development that will undoubtedly affect the story and introduce unpredictability. Lydia's father then steps forward, addressing Rasen with a formal tone, inquiring if he might ask a question of the young master. He stares at his hand, a question echoing in his mind. When did he learn magic, and where did this power come from? Behind him, Lydia's father encourages him, telling him he can do it, while Rasen himself is still a little surprised by what just happened. A faint vibration emanates from his palm, a subtle tremor that confirms the presence of fire energy within his mana. It It isn't strong yet, but the nascent power is undeniably there, shimmering around his form. This is mana imbued with fire energy. A system window flashes, revealing the status of Cha Sung-min, identified as the youngest scion of the mages. Yet, despite the impressive title, he muses that it's impossible for him to use the power. The mana that has taken root within his body feels alien, a foreign energy he struggles to command. Determined to test his limits, he prepares for battle, blue energy swirling around him as he declares his intent to see how much he's grown. With a powerful surge, he throws a punch, the force of his strike echoing with a sharp impact. Before he can fully recover, a burst of crimson energy retaliates, a glowing hand striking back with fierce intensity. The two opposing forces collide in a brilliant flash, blue meeting red in a violent, crackling impact. His eyes widen in surprise, glowing with an intense orange light as he processes the unexpected power. Standing between Kaysen Sod and Lydia's father, he finally understands the true nature of his abilities, realizing that the spare flower water has fused with the mana cultivator to form its ultimate form, exclaiming in disbelief. He stands amidst the dissipating blue magical particles, a faint glow still clinging to his form, as a question echoes in his mind. Meanwhile, Kaysen Sod, observing from a distance, wonders aloud if the technique he just witnessed wasn't simply a pure magic combat technique, despite its unusual efficiency. The lingering magical energy, vibrant with red and orange hues, suggests a power that, despite its raw force, might not be practical for sustained use. Lydia's father, his expression thoughtful, admits he doesn't know either, turning to Kaysen for an answer. A flicker of confusion crosses the older man's face as he silently questions how such a fundamental aspect of magic could be unknown to him. He muses that if it were a pure magic combat technique, it would be too inefficient to use, yet the power displayed was undeniable. The magic combat technique is a type of pure magic combat technique. Kaysen stands, cloaked and observant, his posture reflecting deep contemplation. He explains that if it were a pure magic combat technique, it would be too inefficient to use, but the true nature of the technique is still unknown. The magic combat technique is a type of pure magic combat technique. Lydia's father, his gaze distant, acknowledges the complexity, realizing that the technique is far more intricate than a simple pure magic combat technique. He questions the young man's words, asking if he truly believes that a mere 9-year-old could be considered a friend. Kaysen Sod, standing beside the attendant, firmly tells Rasen Maton to take back his words, his expression stern. As his eyes begin to glow with an intense red light, he threatens to burn Rasen alive if he doesn't comply. The raw power emanating from him is palpable, his face contorted in a furious snarl. Rasen Maton, unfazed by the outburst, simply states that he thought Kaysen was his friend, causing Kaysen to recoil slightly, his anger momentarily forgotten. Lydia's father watches the exchange, while Kaysen, now visibly flustered, mumbles an apology for his sudden outburst. Rasen Maton, looking up at him, then down at the ground, remarks that he supposes being a friend is important for a 9-year-old. Kaysen, still embarrassed, asks if Rasen is making fun of him, to which Rasen replies that he's not, but that Kaysen really did make him sad. The female attendant, observing the interaction, smiles softly, muttering that it's all good then. Kaysen, still processing his recent outburst, offers a quiet apology to Rasen, while Lydia's father observes the exchange. Meanwhile, the conversation shifts to the broader implications of Rasen's presence, as Lydia's father reflects on the scoundrel who brought him back, the grand estate looming in the background. He then addresses 2 other officials, expressing his concern that the situation is far more complicated than it appears, and that the young boy's return might be a deliberate act of sabotage. One of the officials agrees, noting the many ways someone could have orchestrated an accident to bring Rasen back, while another, a stern-faced man with a beard, simply nods in agreement. The official with brown hair concludes that something is definitely amiss, suggesting that the true intentions behind Rasen's return are far from innocent. Unaware of the conspiracy brewing around him, Rasen looks out, lost in his own thoughts, perhaps pondering the strange events that have brought him back. The bearded official, however, seems to harbor his own suspicions, his gaze sharp and calculating, as if he knows more than he lets on about the young boy's predicament. On the 1st of January, in the year 215, the hours ticked by within the grand estate. A lavish meal was prepared, the dining table laden with an array of exquisite dishes. As the meal commenced, a young woman in a maid's uniform served the seated figures, offering polite thanks as she moved with practiced grace. Her silver hair framed a composed expression, her light blue eyes focused on her task. This was Era, a servant whose main attribute was listed as assassination. As the meal progressed, Rasen Maton found his thoughts drifting, wondering if what he'd witnessed earlier wasn't just a pure magic combat technique, despite what others might believe. His mind then turned to his own past, to the father he barely remembered. There were few memories of him for Rasen. He had never met his father, and to him, his father remained a figure he was particularly scared of. Back at the table, Rasen's expression tightened as he muttered, She stands alone, a figure of quiet solitude. He watches, a silent observer to a past he never knew. A stark notice appears, revealing the Maton family's patriarch, Decatra, had loved only one maidservant, So-So, the sole woman he ever truly cherished. The thought echoes in his mind. He loves mother, followed by a somber realization. I'm a lonely person, huh? A choked gasp escapes him, his hand clenching tightly beneath the table, as a swirling vortex of golden energy manifests, its radiant glow illuminating the ground around a powerful figure. The man, Dekatra, stands enveloped in a brilliant, golden aura, his eyes burning with the same intense light. Rasen's eyes widen in disbelief, the name tearing from his lips. Dekatra. Standing before the maiden patriarch, Rasen, Kaisen, and the female assassin offer a formal greeting, though the air remains thick with unspoken tension. Dekatra, however, seems unimpressed, his gaze fixed on Rasen as he questions the young man's presence, wondering if he has come to claim his mother's position. A flicker of something unreadable crosses the patriarch's face, as he continues to press, asking if Rasen is merely a child looking for his mother. Rasen, meeting his father's gaze, simply states his name, a quiet defiance in his tone. Dekatra acknowledges the name, then asks if Rasen has come to avenge his mother's perceived suffering, or perhaps to claim the maiden name for himself. The patriarch's expression remains sharp, as he continues to probe Rasen's motives. He then asks if Rasen is attempting to manipulate him with his mother's story, or if he truly believes he deserves the honor of being called his son. Dekatra's eyes narrow, his final question hanging heavy in the air, and you're not in any position to demand anything. Dekatra Maiden's expression twists with annoyance, his thoughts racing back to the face he had wanted to avoid, wondering if that was why he had been caught off guard, though he refuses to believe it was a mistake. He turns away, dismissing the notion, convinced that as a man, he would never have taken such a chance. Gazing out a grand window, a bitter realization settles upon him. He should have known the maidservant's son would be as arrogant as his mother, a transgression he finds unforgivable. Turning back to face the young man, he declares that they are not enemies. However, his words quickly turn venomous as he points a finger, asserting that his martial arts family has no need for a child like him, refusing to recognize him as his son, and ordering him to be locked up and thrown to the beasts. A subtle gesture of his hand accompanies a quiet, satisfied remark. I like what you said. Seated at a grand table, he then addresses someone else, tasking them with overseeing the affairs of the maiden family. His gaze hardens, a final, dismissive thought echoing in his mind about the man who didn't even have the right to be a man. Meanwhile, Rasen stands resolute, a quiet determination forming within him, as he internally declares that he will take the maiden family, regardless of his father's judgment. He wonders if things would have unfolded so drastically had he remained 17 years old. A sudden realization dawns, as if a system notification appears before him. The only woman Dekatra Maiden ever truly loved was Soso, and he continued to love her. This information concerns the plausibility of his past, revealing that the reason Larsen Maiden survived until he was 17 was solely because he was Soso's son. His mother's image flashes in his mind, and he understands. That's why he was able to survive until 17. Reflecting on it now, it truly wouldn't have been possible for those scoundrels to touch him until he reached that age. Though not explicitly stated in the novel, the original story implied that Soso would die a few years later due to the blue dye. And so, the guillotine falls, because when his mother died, his last defense collapsed. In the past, Dekatra Maiden had disowned Soso, but he never killed her. He simply abandoned her and never sought her out again. Kneeling in despair, a silent vow forms in his heart. Once he becomes a scoundrel, he will be able to protect his mother. He was just a son who couldn't even help her, he thinks, reflecting on the past. Dekatra had acted indifferently towards Soso, but only because he knew all too well the true depth of his feelings. He had done so to protect the woman he truly loved from harm, because he also knew that Dekatra had truly loved Soso. In that case, there was only one conclusion. He had to change. If he behaved like a perfect human being, if he grew up enough to be at least capable of supporting his mother's back, the situation would be different. A digital interface displays a hero's card, identifying the youngest scion of the mages. A thought echoes, questioning if a certain technique was purely magic combat, then clarifying that magic combat is indeed a type of magic. Dekatra Maiden's voice carries a tone of finality, as he concludes that even though it was a pure magic combat technique, the situation would be different. He continues, reflecting on the implications. Later, seated at a grand dining table, he acknowledges his father's desire for him to become strong, affirming his intention to do his best. He dismisses certain knowledge as half-based, implying a deeper understanding. He then admits that his capabilities have limits, stating he can't possibly do nothing, but also that he isn't capable enough to do everything. He elaborates, explaining that while he possesses talent for magic, that inherent limit is tied to his human nature. Across the table, Kaisen Sod reminds him of their shared lineage, stating, "Don't forget that I also carry your blood in me." A young woman, her expression etched with concern, voices her fear of coming to harm from her own mother. Meanwhile, Dekatra Maiden, his brow furrowed, finds the constant comparisons to another deeply irritating. His stern demeanor reflects the weight of his thoughts. As a formal letter, bearing the Maiden family seal, announces a significant event. Standing before a grand estate, Dekatra reiterates his annoyance at being measured against someone else, while Rasen Maiden listens intently. The letter details the upcoming 10th year ceremony, a tradition held when a maiden child turns 10, meant for family bonding and shared meals. And more importantly, it is during this ritual, within the ancient walls of the family's sacred temple, that a child's magic is awakened. The document further explains that physical strengthening magic, a type of combat technique, allows its user to tap into the maiden family's unique, general mana, which manifests in various elemental forms, including water, fire, metal, darkness, earth, and light. He adjusts his bow tie, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. Surveying his reflection, he feels confident in his appearance, at least for his age. As he steps forward, a faint creak echoes from the floorboards, his mind already focused beyond mere aesthetics, on his inner self as well. From a grand balcony, he gazes down at the vast hall, acknowledging its impressive scale for a 10th year ceremony. He continues his walk, his maid following closely, as he considers the true significance of the event. The hall, though magnificent, feels strangely empty, imbued with a peculiar mana that seems to relieve rather than empower, a permanent waste of energy. Standing at the head of the long table, he questions his location, anticipating the arrival of his opponents from other families, yet wondering about his mother's absence. His maid confirms his suspicion. His mother was not invited, a fact he had already expected. A glowing purple orb materializes in his hand, and a voice questions his identity, asking if he is Larson. He continues his walk through the grand hall, a thought lingering in his mind about the pure magic combat technique he'd just witnessed. As they proceed down the long corridor, he finds himself reflecting on the little girl beside him, wondering if she'd always been so annoying and stubborn. A confident smile plays on his lips as he recalls telling her that if she believed her loss was due to letting her guard down, she was welcome to try again anytime. His grip tightens on an unseen hilt, a silent promise that this time, the return blow would be even more painful, for he was stronger than before. Beside him, the female assassin, her green eyes fixed on him, issues a challenge. He would soon be in trouble, a mere vermin. He glances away, a hint of amusement in his expression, retorting that this rivalry was far better than her being afraid of him. The rhythmic click of her heels echoes through the hall, a steady beat accompanying their exchange. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the air, a confident woman with long red hair and a striking red dress, announcing their long-awaited arrival. Addressing Rasen directly, Era asks if he was enjoying his time with the female assassin, to which he readily agrees, finding enjoyment in her company as well. He sighs, finding the female assassin's betting habits tiresome, yet she insists a bet is a bet, regardless of the third sister's opinion. A young man with reddish-orange hair interjects, explaining that the third sister's absence from the bet is due to her unique nature. As they ascend a grand staircase, the conversation shifts to the arrival of a new figure. The red-haired young man glances back, a knowing look on his face. Hyla Maiden, known as the Sorceress of the End, makes her entrance. She is the third sister, a lady destined to be the next matriarch. Her talent for mana is exceptional, reaching the 7th circle. Like her, the third sister also possesses the 7th circle, with her main attribute being light and her sub-attribute darkness. A chilling revelation then surfaces. A male figure was decapitated by Cassin, his body lying amidst a shattered, crystalline landscape. Tears stream down Rasen's face, a profound sadness gripping him as he grapples with the irony that his first love is also the source of such turmoil. Meanwhile, within the opulent halls of a grand estate, golden light glints off intricate architecture, hinting at the power and tradition held within its walls. Where a formal meeting is underway, his family observes him from across a long table, noting how much the youngest brother has changed. Hyla Maiden listens intently, her expression a subtle blend of understanding and resignation. Away from the formal setting, Rasen walks with a heavy heart, convinced that the unfolding events are his fault, yet a dawning realization sparks within him that he has been framed all along. Elsewhere, the female assassin burns with a fierce red aura, her frustration palpable as she laments her inability to live a normal life, finding her situation utterly pathetic. Hyla, observing a glowing artifact, acknowledges the immense power it represents, a level so far beyond her own that she would have to give her everything just for a chance to compete. In a different moment, Cassin stands beside Rasen, their expressions unreadable, while in another scene, Hyla, the female assassin, and Rasen, now wearing a hat, pore over a document, their focus intense. Finally, Cassin's gaze intensifies, his eyes burning with an unspoken resolve. Within the Grand Maiden estate, a crucial family meeting unfolds, attended only by those whose mana reserves exceed a certain formidable level. A total of 10 individuals have gathered, their collective power filling the room as the patriarch, Dekatra, prepares to speak. His voice rings out, clear and authoritative, announcing that the successor has been chosen, and the honor belongs to Kaysen Sod, offering him congratulations. Rasen Maiden, caught off guard, can only manage a stunned, almost automatic, congrats. Hyla Maiden, however, speaks with a more composed tone, confirming the royal orders that have officially appointed Kaysen Sod as the next head of the Maiden family. Meanwhile, the female assassin, visibly annoyed, wonders aloud why she is merely sitting there, while Kaysen remains impassive. Rasen's mother, asserting her own position, reminds everyone that she is also a member of the Maiden family, not just a maid. The female assassin's frustration deepens, her expression reflecting the question of how much longer they must endure this situation. Keisun, calm and confident, reveals his recent journey to the demonic realm, where he obtained something significant, concluding with a simple, "Good job." The others offer a quiet, "Thank you" in response. He announces his success, having obtained the Sylpha's wings from the abandoned temple. His form stands resolute, as Rasen's eyes widen in disbelief. The female assassin clenches her jaw, a voice explaining that Sylpha's wings is a divine artifact capable of greatly increasing the mana capacity for wind mages. The scene shifts to a grand, ruined hall, where Keisun stands alone amidst the fallen bodies of 7 monks, 30 priests, and 17 swordsmen who had guarded the artifact. Back in the present, Reincarnated dismisses the other families, stating they won't make any announcements about the family head so soon. The others at the table, including Hyla, Rasen, and his mother, acknowledge that all the other families can do is simply bow or try to appease the maidens, a small fragment of their true power. He presides over a formal meeting, the long table filled with important figures, as he addresses the group. Suddenly, a sharp rap echoes from the door, interrupting the proceedings. A stern-faced man in a crimson uniform stands ready, awaiting permission to enter. This is Sun Ran, Decatra's trusted right-hand man, his presence signaling a matter of importance. He approaches the table, his gaze fixed on Decatra and Rasen, carrying a small, significant box. Inside the box lies several ancient scrolls, each one radiating a faint, arcane energy. As the scrolls are presented, Senrin's eyes glow with a fierce red light, the ceiling eye activating as mana waves begin to gather. The air around them shimmers with gathering magical energy, a vibrant aura coalescing into a tangible force. With a final surge of power, a new scroll materializes, its creation complete. As the magical energy settled, a hand reached out to firmly grasp the newly formed scroll, still emanating a faint, ethereal glow. A red-haired woman, observing the process, could only stare in disbelief, a single word escaping her lips. Her surprise was echoed by the elder beside her, both questioning how such a feat could be accomplished in such a short span of time. Across the room, the blonde woman and young Rasen Maiden also watched with intense, focused expressions, their gazes fixed on the unfolding event. Decatra Maiden, holding the newly manifested scroll, its purple aura shimmering brightly, prepared to make his declaration. He announced that a specific individual would be chosen to wield this powerful artifact. Rasen Maiden reflects on the nature of magic, pondering if a pure magic combat technique is merely a type of something more fundamental. Meanwhile, Decatra Maiden offers a knowing smile, his expression hinting at deeper understanding. Back at the ceremony, a hand reaches out to a glowing purple scroll, a voice declaring, "I will choose this scroll." Lydia's father, presiding over the long table, observes the participants with a silent, expectant gaze. The formal gathering continues, each participant awaiting their turn or the next instruction. Ivelia, seated among the others, responds respectfully to the elder, "Yes, father." Keisun Sod, however, seems perplexed, questioning, "Are you telling me this is the wavelength of the mana I'm feeling?" Hyla Maiden admits, "I didn't either," while Rasen's mother adds, "Me neither, father." The glowing scroll remains the focus of Keisun's intense scrutiny, as he continues to question the mana's wavelength. As the glowing purple scroll emanates a strange energy, Rasen Maiden considers the nature of magic combat techniques, questioning if they are truly distinct from pure magic. Meanwhile, at the ceremonial table, Lydia's father addresses the assembled participants, explaining that the growth of magic combat techniques is something even Ivelia, who is 10 years old, might do. A knowing smirk plays on Decatra Maiden's lips, as he muses on how interesting it is to hear such a thing. Lydia's father continues, clarifying that the growth of magic combat techniques is simply a type of attribute. Rasen Maiden, still holding the glowing scroll, ponders the implication. That's why none of us learn magic combat at 10 years old. Lydia's father, his gaze fixed on the scroll, confirms that it is indeed an attribute, one that none of them have learned. Rasen Maiden's expression remains thoughtful as he processes this new understanding of magic. He takes a step forward, the soft sound of his footsteps echoing in the hall, as the purpose of the ceremony becomes clear. Among those who have offered their lives to the Maiden family, only the concerned can choose one of the 7 scrolls to receive the physical strengthening magic written within. The elemental attributes are laid out: blue for water, silver for steel, dark brown for earth, and orange for fire. Continuing the explanation, yellow represents lightning, black signifies shadow, and green embodies wind. When combined using the proper methods, these 7 attributes can materialize into an elemental system attribute, a transcendent power that allows one to control all 7. Rasen Maiden considers this, realizing it's simply a matter of mastering all of them. Meanwhile, Decatra Maiden holds a glowing scroll, musing that while having everything in moderation is always good, there's more to it. Hyla Maiden, seated on her ornate chair, expresses surprise, admitting she didn't think she could choose this particular scroll. Decatra Maiden then hands the glowing scroll to Keisun Sod, who is in a wheelchair, telling him he'll take that as a compliment. Observing the exchange, Rasen Maten wonders aloud what kind of attribute Edward's father possesses. Kason Sod wonders if he has lost his sense of fear, believing he should simply keep his mouth shut. Meanwhile, Decatron Maten considers the implications of the ceremony, knowing that the elder will be furious if the operation fails. He recalls a past conversation where he was made to believe he carried the same attributes as his father. Kason Sod, however, remains resolute, convinced that if he is given the chance, he can achieve anything. A thought echoes, that part wasn't explained, a part he'd die for, as Decatron Maten turns to Rasen Maten, asking if he believes the likelihood of success will go up by 50%. Decatron Maten then considers the mana, noting that his own mana is much greater than the others. Hyla Maten, her eyes narrowed in fierce determination, vows to herself that she will not regret her choice of a tribute scroll. A smirk plays on Kason Sada's lips as he affirms that he can indeed do this and will survive this insane world without relying on anyone else. The female assassin approaches Kason Sod, asking, "Do you trust me?" To which he simply replies, "I trust you." Hyla Maten considers the nature of magic, wondering if what she witnessed was a pure combat technique or something more. Her thoughts drift to the transcendent and heavy mana, which, while destructive, is also inherently constructive, a duality she finds intriguing. Meanwhile, Decatron Maten, observing a display of power, muses on the percentage of mana required for such feats, concluding that at best, it would be 50%. Hyla then addresses Rasen Maten, who kneels before her, asking if he truly wishes to choose a scroll attribute, acknowledging that those who wield the scrolls are often the ones who enforce their views upon others. As Rasen looks up, a silent wish forms in his mind. He simply wishes to be strong. Hyla's expression remains unreadable, while Decatron Maten, in another chamber, contemplates the sheer amount of mana he possesses, a power he considers his own. He then questions the extent of his mana, acknowledging that everything, including his own existence, is tied to it. Rasen Maten stands amidst a shimmering, ethereal blue aura, his thoughts questioning the nature of magic combat techniques. His physique, now visibly more defined, doesn't go unnoticed by Kason Sod, who observes him with a keen, calculating gaze, wondering aloud. Rasen himself notes the change, acknowledging that his body certainly didn't look like this a month ago. While Kason's thoughts continue to swirl with suspicion, questioning what other secrets Rasen might be hiding. Later, in a grand hall, Rasen kneels before Hyla Maten, the air thick with anticipation for his tear ritual. As Decatron Maten's hand, adorned with a ring, gently rests on Rasen's, the young man quietly expresses his desire to his father. Decatron responds, acknowledging his son's gratitude and the physical strength he's gained through magic operation. Before Rasen, still kneeling, receives a scroll, its contents poised to reveal his destiny. He looks up, a question echoing in his mind. Wasn't that just a pure magic combat technique? An unseen voice challenges him, asking why he's suddenly afraid. Meanwhile, Kason Sod, with a determined expression, declares his intention to speak with his father. A collective gasp ripples through the assembled figures, their faces reflecting shock and surprise. Kneeling before Decatron Maten, the patriarch, Rasen makes a solemn request. If he survives this, he asks for a favor. His gaze remains fixed upwards, his expression earnest. Decatron Maten, seated at the head of the table with Kason nearby, responds with a hint of disdain, questioning the prudence of such a request during a 10-year ritual. Hyla Maten observes the scene, recalling the Maten family tradition for the patriarch to conduct the physical strength ritual and magic operation. Rasen's eyes remain wide, as if acknowledging that this tradition has been broken. Decatron Maten, deep in thought, muses on the family tradition, noting he isn't the patriarch, and decides to grant the special favor. Kason Sada's eyes narrow, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he considers the implications of his next move, hoping no unforeseen complications arise. Meanwhile, Decatron Maten, seated across a grand table from Rasen, inquires about the nature of the favor he seeks, who then begins to articulate his request. With a determined gaze, he asks for permission to allow his mother to come to this very place, a request that seems to shock his listener. Elsewhere, Hyla Maten sits composedly, surrounded by other noble women, as the weight of family tradition, where the patriarch always conducts the rituals, hangs heavy in the air. Decatron, regaining his composure, challenges Rasen, questioning why his mother, with her different birthrights and origins, should be considered for such a privilege. Rasen looks up, his voice firm as he reminds Decatron that half his own blood comes from that very woman. He continues, his tone tinged with sorrow, lamenting that his mother is now relegated to the status of a maidservant, despite her connection to him. Decatron, his expression unreadable, presses him further, seeking the true motivation behind this unusual request, sensing there is more to it than simple filial piety. Finally, Rasen reveals the heart of the matter. His mother wishes to see her father. Decatron Maten, his expression stern, reiterates that Rasen's mother is the family's sole weakness, while Rasen, looking down, insists on his mother's desire to see her father. Decatron then advises that it is always better to have the father on one side, to which Rasen counters that it is better to have the mother. From behind, Decatron's voice carries, still focused on the perceived weakness, dismissing the idea of his mother's return as inferior. After a moment of tense silence, the patriarch concedes, agreeing to grant the favor if Rasen insists, a decision that visibly shocks the young man. Decatra's parting words echo in Rasen's mind, a challenge to simply stay alive, but the young man, with newfound resolve, vows to live up to expectations and do his best. As he turns to leave, a quiet thought crosses his mind, acknowledging that even his best efforts will only get him halfway to his goal. Meanwhile, Decatra's hand begins to glow with a vibrant blue aura as he declares his intention to commence the operation. Hyla Maiden, observing the unfolding events, reflects on the ancient traditions, musing that following the combination of magic and the 10-year ritual, she will command the one who leads the Maiden family, a leader who must be embraced by fierce and great mana. Kaysen Sod, his red eyes glowing faintly, completes her thought, adding that this leader must also be embraced by the very blood of the Maiden family. As the operation began, a powerful blue aura enveloped him, causing his hand to glow with an intense, resonant energy. The energy intensified, crackling around his skin, as ancient runes began to etch themselves onto his flesh. His eye flared with a blinding orange light, the pain becoming unbearable, a searing brand that felt like it was burning him from the inside out. The raw magical force pulsed around him, just as a calm voice cut through the torment, offering assistance. Moments later, Rasen stood in a dark, empty space, his back to the viewer, the ordeal seemingly over. Confused, he wondered aloud, realizing he had all his limbs and felt neither hot nor tired. Turning to face forward, he examined his hand, a faint glow still lingering on his skin. A wave of recognition washed over him, recalling the feeling of his body after a long rest in the hospital. After the intense magical operation, Rasen finds himself in a communal space, surrounded by other figures. When suddenly, a small, flickering ball of fire manifests before him, drawing a startled gasp from the young man. He stares at the enigmatic flame, a question forming in his mind. What could this be? The fire continues to burn brightly, captivating his attention. A flicker of recognition crosses his features, a dawning realization beginning to form. His eyes widen as the truth becomes clear. This is... The flames surge, growing more intense, before coalescing into the distinct form of a glowing, golden chalice. He finally names the legendary artifact before him, the Holy Grail of Fire. A system interface flickers into existence, displaying the status of a young mage, his rank and skills laid bare. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a dark, ethereal void, where a small, stylized cup, its interior burning with an eternal flame, floats silently. The cup's eyes seem to peer out, its voice echoing. Do you know who I am? A robed figure, kneeling before the enigmatic artifact, questions its identity, wondering if it is the fabled Holy Grail of Fire, and recalling that he was in the midst of strengthening his magic just moments before. Disoriented, he asks aloud, where am I, and what is the Holy Grail of Fire? The cup's expression shifts, a clear correction in its tone. Wrong, it states, then what? I'm not the Holy Grail of Fire. The young man, taken aback, asks who it is, as the cup reveals its true name. My real name is Curdle, the Transcendence. A look of shock crosses the young man's face. Curdle then admits its current weakness, explaining that it cannot fully analyze its surroundings with its heavenly eye, as its magic isn't strong enough yet. The artifact then recounts a past event, stating that the Fire Clan had a misunderstanding, and that Curdle itself had poured its mana into the young man. Curdle, the sentient artifact, reflects on the common belief that it is merely an ancient magic tool from the Fire Clan, a precious heirloom of the great mage Maiden, a notion it finds itself constantly correcting. Indeed, many whisper of it as the ancient magic tool from the Fire Clan. A legendary item passed down through the Maiden family for generations, but even within that lineage, skepticism runs deep. Kaysen Sod, for instance, finds no records of Curdle's existence in the Maiden family archives, a fact that Curdle now directly addresses. Standing before the naked Rasen Maiden in the ethereal void, the fiery goblet declares, it was never even a cup to begin with, questioning how it could possibly help him in its current form. Instead, Curdle observes that Rasen possesses a remarkably magical body, a strong vessel indeed. Rasen's eyes widen in surprise as Curdle continues, acknowledging his body's strength, but warning that it's not enough to receive the immense mana it is about to pour into him. The artifact explains this limitation, stating that Rasen's magical circle is already saturated. A slight smile plays on Rasen's lips as he realizes the implication, concluding, he would simply die, to which Curdle confirms, correct. But I don't want you to die, the artifact insists, its voice echoing in his mind. He questions why, only for Curdle to respond that it would be boring, and that he would need to absorb more mana for at least a month. Asking how it can help him, Curdle cryptically replies that it will consume his soul and his stars, adding that it truly likes his unique flair. Frustrated, he retorts that if it can't consume his body, it can't consume his soul, demanding to know what it truly is, while the Holy Orb of Fire has been desperately searching for its true owner. Originally, the Holy Orb of Fire was a cup that held mana, and when that cup was filled, a small orb of fire would appear on its rim. He admits it's hard to explain, but he simply doesn't have the qualifications to be its owner, prompting Curdle to ask why. The artifact reveals that his very existence is full of holes. These inherent flaws, it explains, are what make it difficult for it to fully take him in. He presses for more understanding, but Curdle dismisses his query, stating he will see in time, and that it will simply get to the point. A simple "so-oh" escapes him as a burst of magical energy erupts. Curdle's voice echoes, demanding ownership, then chillingly declares its intent to consume Rasen's heart. Unnerved, Rasen questions the consequence of such an act, only for the artifact to reveal its ultimate goal, to merge with its helper and achieve transcendence. He reflects on the sheer strangeness of the magic involved. Curdle, sensing his unease, attempts to reassure him, stating it will rest within his magic circle for now, prompting Rasen to ask when its full power will be needed. The artifact clarifies its purpose, explaining that it will become a true transcendence, melting into its owner's heart to serve as another mana cup, effectively creating another holy orb of fire within Rasen's own magic circle. Rasen, now shirtless, gazes at his chest, contemplating the dire implications should he refuse Curdle's assistance. As crimson lines begin to etch themselves across his skin, a terrifying thought crosses his mind, the slow destruction of his own body. A single, choked syllable escapes him, his face contorted in dawning horror. He clutches his hand, glowing red lines tracing across his skin, a desperate plea escaping him. He doesn't want to die, not when there's still so much left to do. His face contorts in a scream, the realization hitting him with full force. This is the holy grail of transcendence. The glowing lines intensify on his hand, his resolve hardening as he declares his intent to master it, to make it his own, always. A blinding flash of fiery energy erupts around him, revealing a massive, swirling orb of power, a voice whispering, "This is..." As an eye, burning with the same intense energy, opens within the core. This is the undeniable power of the holy grail of transcendence. Meanwhile, in a grand, ornate hall, Hyla Maiden observes, a detached narration noting that the physical body is unable to hold such power, before she calmly remarks, "Good work." He gasps, his body still racked with the aftershocks of the integration, glowing red lines tracing across his skin. Looking up, he questions if he's truly alive, or if the terrifying ordeal was merely a dream. But the profound change within him confirms it was no illusion. His very heart feels different. Meanwhile, in a distant, opulent chamber, Hyla Maiden sits before an ancient scroll, calmly stating that she did finish the operation. Her golden eyes, now faintly glowing with a purple hue, narrow slightly as she anticipates the report, wondering what could have gone wrong. Indeed, she confirms to an unseen presence that due to an unforeseen problem, the mana and remaining magic within the scroll have been completely extinguished. A flicker of self-reproach crosses her face as she attributes the failure to her own shortcomings. Yet, with a dismissive wave, she declares the setback acceptable, already planning to start the entire process over from scratch. A young man stands amidst glowing particles, his thoughts drifting to the nature of his abilities, wondering if what he wields is truly just a pure magic combat technique. Meanwhile, a child's voice echoes from a memory, a poignant accusation, reminding someone of a broken vow. Elsewhere, a man with sharp features gazes intently into the distance, his mind set on his own intricate plans. The young man's thoughts return to the weight of commitments, believing that promises should only be made by those capable of keeping them, and upheld by those strong enough to carry them out. His body, now honed and transformed, bears the silent testament to his recent ordeal. The patriarch, surveying a grand hall, acknowledges his own advancements, a quiet satisfaction in his voice. Meanwhile, the young man stands opposite a white-haired woman, who expresses her frustration, declaring her weariness with the lack of tangible results. The patriarch, however, remains confident, believing he has secured another powerful ally. He adjusts his noble attire, his gaze firm and resolute. The annual apprenticeship ceremony concludes successfully, and Rasen turns to Era, suggesting they return. Meanwhile, a powerful, resonating energy emanates from an unseen source, as Dekatra observes with an intense gaze. A subtle tremor runs through the air, his hand clutching a small, dark card. The resonating energy continues to ripple, filling the space with an ethereal red glow. Back at the ceremony, Rasen offers a casual remark, while Era reflects on her own sharpened mind, feeling the effects of the recent events. Elsewhere, a hooded figure observes the unfolding situation, sensing something crucial has been overlooked. Era's eye glows with an intense green light, her internal system struggling to analyze an opponent that defies all known parameters. Kaysen, observing the display, acknowledges that while advanced analysis fails, at least basic weaponry remains an option, noting Era's impressive skill demonstration in his father's presence. The environment is revealed to be a training mannequin-only zone, with the highest level of security magic active, yet only the lowest level of magic is permitted for use. Dekatra stands before him, as Rasen challenges, "Are you perhaps unaware of what I have learned?" He then asks, "Should I be?" Dekatra notes a change in his demeanor, to which Rasen confidently replies, "I've gotten stronger recently." Meanwhile, a white-haired figure observes from a distance, and she muses internally, "Who do you think hired me?" Her gaze sharpens. Rasen looks up at Dekatra, explaining, I admired father big. What do you mean? Because I was the only one who could see Era's magic. A faint green glow emanates from Era's eye as she finds the situation. How amusing. Rasen's hand clenches, a soft crack echoing as he declares, that's why it's what I've always wanted. Still facing Decatra, he reiterates his earlier statement, acknowledging his current limitations. Decatra, however, dismisses the notion that his youth is a sufficient excuse, his thoughts drifting to the formidable Era. He finds her so terrifying that the mere thought of her makes him want to flee. From her hidden vantage point, Era herself muses on the futility of such an attempt, knowing she would outpace anyone trying to escape her. Back in the confrontation, Rasen observes Decatra's fear and notes that a select few present can perceive the mana of the person Decatra fears. Decatra glances towards Era's distant figure, his internal monologue confirming Rasen's statement, as he realizes something is amiss. Era's eyes glow with a vibrant green light as she considers the implications, her thoughts revealing that no security magic could ever fool her father without her knowledge. Decatra then directly addresses Era, his voice carrying across the distance, accusing her of being hired by his father and taking orders from him, asserting that this is her true nature. Era's internal monologue continues, revealing her employer's instructions. She was told to try and use her unique ability to analyze and copy magic, and if successful, she should be able to copy his magic as well. Rasen, observing the exchange, concludes that Decatra does not resemble his father. Era, the female assassin, stands before Decatra, her expression unreadable as she states her certainty, yet admits to not knowing his true identity. Considering the situation, she muses that the timing feels perfect. For today marks the day she officially joins the main building, and the day she finally meets his father. Decatra clenches a small, ornate coin in his hand, his thoughts turning to his father, wondering if this encounter is a test. He concludes that his father wanted to test him. With a sharp intake of breath, Decatra shifts his weight, adopting a ready stance, his fists clenched and eyes narrowed. In response to his aggressive posture, Era's hand moves with blurring speed to the hilt of her sword. Her gaze unwavering, she simply confirms his suspicion with a single word. The polished blade slides smoothly from its sheath, reflecting the ambient light as she fully draws her weapon. A holographic display of a hooded figure, labeled the youngest scion of the mages, shows various S-rank abilities and other tiered skills. Rasen, standing in a grand hall, muses aloud, I see father wants to test me. Elsewhere, a female assassin stands ready, a glint of steel in her hand. Observing from an elevated position, Hyla remarks, to be honest, I didn't think you'd be able to figure that part out. Below her, Rasen stands in a circular arena, his mother watching alongside Hyla, who then adds, what did you think would happen? Rasen's expression hardens as he retorts, I guess you find yourself in a bit of a fix, sorry you're underestimating me by a lot. His mother, taking a sip from her teacup, responds with a playful challenge, I will apologize personally, but you are going to call me Rasen. Hyla lets out a small scoff, watching the scene unfold. Rasen ponders the concept of moving discreetly, without a sound. He wonders if such stealth would truly render one unnoticed. This idea of moving without a sound is a technique even the strongest assassins in the world fear, a skill mastered by the renowned family of swordsmanship. Yet, even they, despite their silent movements, sometimes failed to completely hide their trail. Rasen concludes that this discreet without a sound was merely a technique, one about which he had no prior information. Elsewhere, the female assassin acknowledges the formidable power of the Maton family's swordsmanship, having heard tales of their prowess. Hyla then questions Rasen, asking if his current technique is a form of swordsmanship, to which he humbly replies that he is not yet amazing at it. Finally, Rasen, ready for the challenge, asks how he will be tested. Decatra's voice echoes, laying out the terms of the challenge. You should know, my specialty is counterattacking, he states, if you manage to deflect my attacks even once. Rasen's eyes glow with an intense, teal light. The vast, ornate hall stretches before him, the long table a silent witness to the impending trial, as a sharp, tearing sound cuts through the air. A flash of light accompanies the activation of his heavenly eye ability, but the system reports a chilling result. No presence detected. Even with his enhanced perception, he can't find his opponent, as Decatra's voice continues. He has told me to get rid of you if you're too weak. The words hit Rasen like a physical blow, his face contorting in disbelief and anger. A low thud resonates as he clenches his fist, the insult fueling his fury. Get rid of me, he demands. He raises a hand, his voice strained. W8. Please speak. But only silence answers him, leaving him stunned. He turns, his gaze falling upon Decatra Maton, who stands calmly in the distance. I don't understand what you mean, Sunran, he says, a faint tearing sound accompanying his confusion. Behind me, it seems there is a maid in front of me. A sharp-eyed woman with white hair questions the man before her, asking what he desires and why he seeks it now. His voice, calm and measured, clarifies his request, explaining that he doesn't want her merely as a servant, but rather, he needs her to protect him. Looking at her with a knowing gaze, he reminds her of her own words, acknowledging his perceived weakness. His gaze drops, a subtle manipulation in his tone as he continues. suggesting this arrangement will last only until he becomes strong enough. The woman, now clad in a flowing white dress, stands poised as she echoes his demand, confirming her role to protect him. Her expression resolute, she gives her assent, accepting the terms. A close-up reveals a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes, as she internally concludes that this arrangement will be sufficient. As Decatron Maiden turns to walk away, a silent declaration echoes. The true test has now begun. Rasen stands poised, his gaze sharp and focused, confident in his abilities. Yet a thought crosses his mind. He has to be able to do something, anything, to make a difference. His perception sweeps across the intricate structures below, but even with his enhanced vision, he cannot detect her presence. A flicker of frustration crosses his face as he realizes that if he cannot perceive her with his heavenly eye, he won't be able to read her mana flow. He considers the implications, knowing that if she spoke in a place where he couldn't hear her, she wouldn't be able to read his mana either. His expression hardens slightly, acknowledging that getting rid of her would not be an easy task, and that she was indeed a formidable opponent. He ponders the vulnerability of his own body, wondering if she could strike at his neck, or even his heart. A determined glint enters his eyes as he resolves to simply find her. He acknowledges that Era must also possess a similar ability to hide her presence, and that her mana is likely beyond his current ability to perceive. He considers the possibility that she could strike before he even registers her movement. Yet he remains confident that his heavenly eye will still detect her location the moment she attacks, allowing him to move slowly and deliberately. After all, he possesses the heavenly eye. Suddenly, a surge of energy ripples through him, causing him to question the unexpected sensation. He recalls that his ability doesn't merely slow down his perception of movement. It also allows him to perceive events in slow motion, leading him to wonder how she could possibly evade it. As purple energy flares around his chest, a system notification confirms that the mana sealed within his heart is reacting to the will of the Emperor, activating the magic combat techniques Sovereign Shield and Sovereign Sword, combined with advanced self-defense. He realizes the holy grail of the Maiden family has allowed him to utilize the mana sealed in his heart, maximizing all his skills. As the world blurs around him, Rasen Maiden perceives the incoming attack with impossible clarity. A swift punch cuts through the air, and he realizes he can perfectly predict how Era will strike. His enhanced perception isn't just about seeing her attack, it's about understanding its every nuance. As Era lunges forward, a faint purple aura flickering around him, Rasen knows he could easily evade her assault. But as Era's green eyes narrow in focus, he realizes dodging isn't the optimal strategy. He needs to absorb the impact to truly understand and counter. With a resolute decision, he braces himself, allowing the blow to connect. The force of Era's strike pushes him back. But even as he yields to the momentum, he initiates a counter, utilizing a beginner magic combat technique known as proficient weight utilization. His eyes blaze with electric blue energy, and a surge of crackling purple mana erupts around his fist as he delivers a devastating counterpunch. His newly unleashed magic combat technique slams into her defense. The force of the blow sending her gauntlet recoiling violently. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she grunts, "You almost got my chin." Lying on the ornate floor, he hears the internal voice of his system, questioning the counter that couldn't be dodged, to which he simply responds with a quiet acknowledgement. Standing over him, Era confirms the system's assessment, stating, "Yes, it does." Pulling a small vial from her attire, she adds, "I'll keep my promise." A maid, standing nearby, makes a solemn vow, declaring that from this day forward, she promises to protect her young master from all evil. Her words hang in the air as Rasen remains on the ground. A splash of liquid bursts around him. His hand, still stained with the remnants of the ordeal, clenches as a quiet realization dawns on him. He passed the test. Standing amidst the fading magical residue, he takes a moment to compose himself, his back to the ethereal forest. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a grand, ancient structure, its intricate architecture hinting at a long and storied past. Inside, a vast, ornate hall stretches out, adorned with elegant pillars and a meticulously tiled floor. A heavy wooden door within the hall begins to creak open, revealing a glimpse of the chamber beyond. Then, with a soft thud, it closes once more, sealing away its secrets. The grand hall remains empty, its silence echoing the weight of its history. Within a separate, richly appointed chamber, Era stands, her gaze distant as if lost in thought. She considers the recent events, questioning the nature of the technique used against her. Wasn't that just a pure magic combat technique, though? Otherwise, she muses, I cannot explain how he deflected my attack. A memory surfaces. I just remembered something about him from the ceremony. She recalls a detail. I heard he possessed a unique constitution that allowed him to nullify magic. Considering this, she thinks, there's no other way to deflect my attack. She concludes, I think I have to believe in him. But Rasen's unique. In a sudden, brutal flashback, the female assassin plunges a glowing dagger into Rasen's chest, the blade coated in a potent poison. He had parried with his bare hands. The dagger's poison immediately begins to corrode his flesh and spirit, leaving his body in excruciating pain. Back in the present, Era considers the implications of her actions. I'm trying to figure out why, but for now, I think the reason is that his mana neutralized his poison. She concludes, the important fact is he did that on purpose, or it was just luck. Meanwhile, Rasen stands alone, reflecting on his own transformation. I knew he'd changed. A soft creak echoes, as Era's thoughts continue to swirl around Rasen, finding it hard to believe that he could have successfully deflected and neutralized her potent poison all by himself. Considering how much he has changed in the last month, she concludes that he is now truly worth protecting. Within the grand estate of the Maton family, a new era was dawning, with the youngest scion of the mages, Rasen Maton, at its heart. As the day progressed, a servant relayed news of the patriarch's imminent arrival, while another confirmed the message would be delivered to Lord Maton himself. Meanwhile, Rasen stood in a chamber, a faint blue aura swirling around him, surprised by his own burgeoning magical power, a power he hadn't known he possessed. He questioned why he couldn't simply leave, only to realize that he was the only one who could perceive the strange, glowing particles around him, a unique perception that set him apart. Elsewhere, Hylam Maton, with a sharp gaze, demanded praise, then spoke of a foolish child who had Melia on their drink. The name Melia caught Rasen's attention, a sudden, sharp sound echoing in his mind. He then learned that Melia was a deadly poison, extracted from the southern seas, poisonhorn starfish, capable of causing death within 5 minutes if untreated, leaving him aghast at the implication that it had been in the drink. Dekatra Maton questions if the poison found was merely a pure magic combat technique, but Rasen, still processing the information, expresses his confusion, stating he didn't get it at all. Dekatra clarifies that Melia, extracted from a poisonhorn starfish, is a deadly substance that can kill within 5 minutes, and Rasen, hearing this, is visibly shocked. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Rasen confirms his comprehension to Dekatra. Dekatra then asks if Rasen is familiar with Melia, his gaze fixed on the young man. With a determined expression, Rasen declares that he will not use it. Dekatra, thinking such strange thoughts, suggests that an antidote is much easier to obtain. He then instructs Rasen to acquire some, a subtle hiss of magic accompanying his words. Without hesitation, Rasen agrees, turning and rushing off immediately to fulfill the task. Era, the female assassin, turns to leave, her words echoing Rasen's recent revelation about the Melia poison, wondering if it was merely a magic combat technique. As she walks away, Rasen's thoughts clarify, realizing that magic combat techniques are indeed a type of magic. He watches her go, a silent exclamation mark hanging in the air between them. Then, turning to face her directly, he calls out her name, Era. She pauses, looking back at him with a calm expression, offering her assistance in his new task. I've been put in charge of a small portion of the antidote, she explains. Era continues, her voice even, so I'll have 2 portions. Do you mind? Rasen, his expression unreadable, simply observes her, noting the change in her attire. Era, seemingly unfazed by his scrutiny, states, I have no need for poison anymore. Yours really does look good, you know. Rasen's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in his voice as he retorts, you put a poison on your dagger, right? He presses her, asking why she would offer to help him now, especially after the incident with his dagger. He reminds her that he knows she's not one to show kindness, and he wouldn't have expected her to go out of her way for him. Era simply states that she no longer needs poison, confirming his suspicion that she had indeed poisoned his dagger. Her green eyes gleam with a subtle intensity. As a deeper truth is revealed, she doesn't just possess exceptional physical capabilities, but also a formidable intellect. Rasen, still processing her words, asks for clarification, having promised to protect him. Era explains that she has been assigned a portion of the task to find the antidote, implying a shared objective. He acknowledges her explanation, then states his resolve to try his best, adding that he will help her as much as he can. Era considers his words, her expression unreadable, as she internally notes that as his guardian, she will protect him, even if it means battling the entire world. She then instructs him to be careful, as the eastern province is dangerous, and advises him to stay near her. An overwhelming thirst consumes him, leaving him gasping, clutching at his throat, convinced he's on the verge of death. Era, observing his distress, suggests he simply go home and see a doctor, but he insists there's no time. Desperate, he tries to absorb more of the glowing green energy, feeling it's still not enough. His patience wears thin, unable to wait another moment. He quickly drinks from a bottle, a surge of blue energy erupting around him, startling him with its intensity. Era watches, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she senses something profound occurring. Rasen collapses, writhing on the ground as a powerful blue aura engulfs him, radiating immense power. She stands silently, her gaze fixed on the spot where he underwent his sudden, dramatic transformation. The system confirms a special requirement has been met, revealing that the intense fever within Rasen contains an unknown substance reacting violently with a deadly poison, as a small, glowing cup-like entity, seemingly connected to the process, urges him not to succumb. The entity shudders, its form turning sickly green as it groans in agony, feeling utterly horrendous and on the verge of collapse. With a sharp crack, the cup-like vessel shatters, spilling its contents as the entity laments its breaking heart. Meanwhile, Rasen's transformation intensifies, his body now enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, his eyes glowing with raw power, as he exclaims that it's happening. Era watches, her own eyes glowing with concern, recognizing the phenomenon as a massive mana expansion. She considers taking him to a healer, but quickly dismisses the thought, knowing any movement could be fatal, her resolve hardening as she affirms that protecting him is her duty. Despite her determination, she feels helpless, acknowledging her lack of magical ability to intervene directly. A grim realization dawns on her, leading to a singular, decisive conclusion. Her gaze sharpens, her green eyes burning with fierce resolve as she prepares to act. He knows that only those with transcendent mana, capable of managing the volatile reaction of ether and melia, could survive such an ordeal, and he feels his body begin to crack under the strain. A surge of blue energy emanates from his hand, as he questions why he constantly faces near-death experiences. His heart expands painfully, the transcendent mana within him spiraling out of control. He grimaces, the immense pressure threatening to tear him apart. Even those with transcendent mana cannot perfectly manage the reaction of ether and melia, the system reveals, noting this as just one of the requirements. Requirements? He wonders, as the system continues, explaining that only those with the blessed body of a renowned martial arts family could be completely free from the expansion's destructive force. Not completely free, he realizes with a jolt of terror, understanding that this means he will die. Alternatively, the system offers, those with very special bodies, like a heavenly body, can withstand the expansion. An observation flashes across his vision, detecting a new form of supernatural phenomenon within Rasen Maiden's body, his energy growing rapidly. Engulfed in a vibrant blue aura, the raw power of his mana expansion radiating outwards, Rasen struggles to contain it, a thought echoing in his mind. Heavenly body should be able to withstand it. His eye glows with an intense, electric blue, the strain evident on his face as he pushes through the pain. Ugh, now I feel better. Having said that, just fight me, he challenges, though a deeper, more desperate voice questions, how am I supposed to fight you? The blue energy around him crackles and flares, a powerful surge of mana erupting from his form. A blinding burst of light emanates from his core, the sheer force of the expanding energy pushing outwards in all directions. High above, the ornate ceiling of a grand hall blurs with speed, as if something is rapidly ascending or being observed from a great distance. Hyla Maiden looks up, her expression a mix of awe and calculation, as she observes the distant phenomenon. Your aura is helping me a lot, she remarks, though a system message corrects her. You must mean mana expansion, not aura. The sound of a distant explosion echoes. Rasen's form is once again visible, a beacon of crackling blue energy, particles swirling around him as the expansion continues. Hyla stands alone in the vast, patterned hall, still gazing upwards, the speed lines around her suggesting the immense power she is witnessing. Her eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening her features, to crush. She mutters, her ambition clear. Rasen Maiden's mana expansion, once barely contained, now rages completely out of control, unable to be suppressed any longer. The blue energy shifts, igniting into a furious, crackling inferno around him. A voice questions the sudden change, wondering if this new, explosive power could truly be fire. The fiery aura intensifies, erupting in a blinding flash of light and heat. As the light subsides, a new form emerges, prompting the realization that something fundamental has shifted. From a distant vantage point, Hyla Maiden watches, her eyes wide with shock, as she observes the transformation unfolding. A single, disbelieving question escapes her lips. How? Meanwhile, the newly formed mana continues to swirl and coalesce, pulsating with immense power. Hyla remains fixated on the spectacle, her golden eyes reflecting the brilliant, surging energy. She wonders, how could he have suddenly reached the second circle? A sudden surge of power has elevated Rasen Maiden, the youngest scion of the mages, to the second circle, leaving observers to wonder how he could have achieved such a feat so quickly, his body now radiating with a vibrant blue aura. Era, who had known him from the academy, recalls his previous status as a first circle mage, noting the clear jump to 2 circles. As he turns to face her, Rasen playfully asks if she intends to keep staring, to which she offers a quick apology. She then offers her congratulations, confirming that she can indeed perceive his newly achieved second circle status. Era then inquires if he managed to calm the mana expansion phenomenon by himself, to which Rasen replies with a casual, yeah, I almost died. He then adds, with a hint of pride, pretty great, huh? Era, however, remains unimpressed, bluntly stating that he was merely lucky his heart and brain didn't explode, and that his outcome was not what she expected. He considers the nature of his rapid growth, understanding that the deadly poison Hyla Maiden is the Maiden Peak's ether, a transcendent attribute mana and heavenly body attribute that is easy to learn but difficult to transcend. Meanwhile, Era holds a glowing orb, her expression unreadable, as she reflects on the fact that she only offers such power to the truly deserving. The truth is, the 6 requirements for his advancement were fulfilled by pure coincidence, a stroke of luck that still leaves him with a sense of unease. Era then addresses him directly, and he responds with a respectful, "Yes, young master." She questions him further, asking, "Do you want to go take like that too?" To which he replies, "By that do you mean?" Far away, the towering leaf building stands against the sky, its 258 floors reaching high above the city. Inside, a young man lies sprawled on the office floor, seemingly asleep or unconscious. Suddenly, he jolts awake, a startled cry of "no" escaping his lips as he realizes, "Why yes, I was just dreaming." Waking in a familiar office, Noah is greeted by a subordinate who bows respectfully, acknowledging his presence with a simple, "Master?" The subordinate then adds, "Long time no see. Why bring him so late?" The subordinate's expression remains unreadable, as a memory or thought flashes, recalling a glowing, ethereal figure, and the stark realization that this individual was definitively a first circle mage just a month ago. Meanwhile, a female figure stands beside Noah, identified as his maid, though her demeanor suggests she is an assassin. Returning to their conversation, the subordinate muses, "Now that I think about it, last time he came." He then adds, "I think there's some great plan, so we better prepare." His eyes narrow slightly as he questions, "A plan?" Someone's finally contending with the young master. Elsewhere, a stern-faced man with a beard nods in agreement, confirming he was right. Back with Noah, who now glows with a faint aura, the maid observes, thinking, "He's too relaxed for a first circle at second circle." Noah stands calmly, his maid by his side, the subtle glow around him hinting at his burgeoning power. Rasen Maiden is approached by a subordinate, who expresses concern that the current situation might be too much for him. He simply asks how he can help, as Era, the maid, steps forward, declaring her intention to duel with his shadow. Era then asks if a wide, open space would be all right for their confrontation, to which he readily agrees. Her green eyes glow with an intense, focused energy, while Rasen Maiden simply smiles, playing dumb to her challenge. Suddenly, the environment shifts, transporting them to a vast, glowing training center, materialized empty area, where Era reminds him that he only saw a fraction of her skills last time. As they face each other, ready to begin, he simply responds with a confident yes. He then challenges her to duel with his skill level in mind, without taking into account that he has become a second circle mage. "Don't kill me. No lost attack. Just please," a voice pleads. "I'm trying out everything new. What should I do?" The white-haired woman's eyes glow with an intense green light as she replies, "In front won't be that kind. You're not my enemy." Her gaze sharpens, "You're my shadow." A moment of silence passes before she finally concedes, "All right." A shadowy figure flickers into existence, mirroring her words, as Rasen Maiden declares, "My shadow. I'm a second circle now." Blue magical energy crackles around his hands, the amount of mana consumed equivalent to 2 looped core spells. His lavender eyes ignite with a brilliant blue glow, and a sudden understanding dawns on him. "I get it." The energy around him intensifies, "However I want. I'll spread it all over my body." With a powerful surge, system messages flash, confirming that his beginner magic combat technique has been deleted and upgraded from novice to skilled. Rasen prepares himself, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him as he declares, "All right, let's go." With a sudden burst of speed, he launches forward, a faint trail of energy marking his rapid acceleration. The world blurs around him, a testament to his incredible velocity. His expression remains sharp and focused, eyes scanning the environment. Yet, despite his speed, he internally admits, "I still can't see her." He continues his relentless movement, searching for any sign of his opponent. His legs pump, a blur of motion propelling him onward. But then, a realization dawns on him. His heavenly eye can now detect her movements, even if his physical sight cannot. This, he understands, is the true difference between a first circle and a second circle mage. Era launches another attack, her hand glowing with a faint blue aura, convinced that a slower, more deliberate strike would prove stronger. She thinks to herself that she is, after all, Era, and her stubbornness will see her through. Her next move is clear. She'll aim for the leg again, utilizing her flow slowly attribute to ensure precision. But Rasen, enveloped in a golden glow, is ready, declaring his intent to dodge this time. His eyes burning with resolve, he reaffirms his decision to evade the incoming strike. With a swift, almost imperceptible blur, he successfully evades Era's sweeping leg. Landing lightly, his golden aura still shimmering, he maintains his balance. Era's eyes widen in disbelief. He actually dodged it. A chilling thought crosses her mind. Could he truly perceive her movements? Still reeling from the previous exchange, Rasen twists his body, narrowly avoiding a swift, downward strike. As he recovers, a faint blue energy begins to coalesce around his hands, preparing for a counter. But before he can act, Era's hand flashes, her dagger appearing as if from nowhere. Her movements a blur of focused intent. Her green eyes glow with fierce determination, locking onto her target. As she channels her power, with a sudden surge, the dagger erupts in a brilliant blue light, launching a concentrated attack. A powerful whoosh echoes as the energy slams into Rasen's hastily erected barrier, forcing him to brace against the relentless pressure. A dagger flashes past him with a swift, cutting sound. And he realizes, his eyes briefly glowing with a faint blue light, that she is still incredibly strong, her movements too fast even for his heavenly eye. The blade continues its relentless dance, forcing him to concede defeat. He simply cannot keep up. As the sparring ends, he admits he couldn't fulfill his promise to be stronger this time, but Era simply states that he has gotten a bit better, acknowledging his new status as a second circle mage. Era, however, dismisses the compliment, claiming she doesn't see much of a difference, prompting him to ask if she's even complimenting him at all. She bluntly replies that he is still weak, refusing his plea for any empty praises. After their exchange, his hands reach out to a shimmering, spherical barrier, and with a soft crackling sound, he begins to break it apart. The magical construct shatters completely, dissipating into countless fragments with a final, grinding sound. As Noah watches the glowing orb before him, a look of utter disbelief crosses his face. He can barely comprehend the scene unfolding, a mere 10-year-old mage displaying such impossible physical prowess. The assassin's movements are a blur, defying even the most advanced magic detection. She moves with blinding speed. Her form a streak of light as she delivers a powerful kick, while her opponent's mana signature remains shockingly weak, almost non-existent. Era's final move is particularly perplexing, a technique Noah has never witnessed before. The sheer novelty of it leaves him speechless, a master of magic unable to categorize what he just witnessed. Turning to Rasen, Noah acknowledges his newfound understanding, apologizing for the trouble, but Rasen questions if this insight comes from his heavenly eye. As Noah confirms it, his eyes suddenly glow with a golden light, a shocking realization hitting him with the force of a drumbeat, as he exclaims Rasen's name in utter astonishment. She explains that the reason he couldn't perceive Rasen's mana was due to a specific technique she employed, one designed to make it seem as though nothing had occurred. His eyes glowing with an intense blue light, he processes this information, noting that young Master Rasen has indeed reached the second circle, yet still struggles to control his power, before asking for confirmation. The realization dawns on him, his glowing gaze fixed as he repeats the astonishing fact. A second circle mage at merely 15 years old is nothing short of genius. A moment of dark contemplation passes. Meanwhile, with a soft whoosh, Rasen Maton enters a quiet chamber, his presence marked by a subtle magical aura. He stands by a window, looking out, a question lingering on his lips. Is something happening? The grand estate stands under a clear sky, a marker of the passage of time. Later, in an outdoor training area, Rasen diligently performs pull-ups, his focus unwavering. As he hangs upside down, an unseen voice announces, "Young master, a letter's arrived for you." He takes the letter, a question forming on his lips as he wonders who it could be from. His eyes scan the contents, absorbing the words. And the revelation hits him with such force, it's as if he's been knocked off balance, an attendant nearby exclaiming in concern, "Young master? Are you all right?" Still reeling from the news, he can only manage a stunned, drawn-out syllable as he faces the concerned attendant. His eyes widen in disbelief as the words echo in his mind. The swordsmanship family sent an invitation? This wasn't something he had ever planned for. It was a completely unexpected variable. Rasen Maton walks through a grand, candlelit hall, his expression thoughtful. He reflects on his recent progress, acknowledging that his magical education has already begun. Perhaps it's the influence of the water, he muses, deciding to let the man handle the details. Later, standing in a lush garden, Noah questions if they're heading to the main residence. Rasen Maton, now shirtless, reveals a determined resolve, knowing he needs to become a first-rate sorcerer. Noah advises caution, suggesting they take things slow if possible, but Rasen Maton eagerly declares his desire to get stronger faster. Noah then mentions Lydia, asking if she's done as well, adding that Carson also wants to get stronger alongside them. Lydia, overhearing the conversation, ponders the concept of friendship, admitting she doesn't have many friends, but finds the idea quite appealing. Rasen Maton stands in a grand hall, his thoughts drifting as he attempts to visualize the future, the discordant sounds of water whispering prophecies to him. He knows that such visions can hold many interpretations, a soft creak echoing through the vast space. His gaze lifts to a figure seated on a distant, elevated throne. The air around him shimmering with faint, glowing particles as he observes her. A quiet realization settles over him, confirming his expectations. From her elevated position, Hyla Maton looks down, her voice resonating with an almost divine authority as she speaks of the world she has created. Rasen Maton remains rooted to the spot, understanding that now is the time to truly grasp both the original path and the future that lies ahead. Unbeknownst to them, a new variable, one capable of influencing probability and altering the very fabric of the plot, has emerged. In a vast, ornate hall, Hyla Maton addresses the smaller figure before him, asking if she was looking for him, and if there was something she wished to know. He watches her intently, and she, in turn, questions if this encounter is due to an invitation from the sages. Without warning, his hand ignites with a vibrant blue energy, which then extends into a sharp, glowing blade, striking out with immense force. His eyes glowing with an intense blue light, Hyla Maton challenges her, asking if she is intentionally creating such a dangerous situation. He then calmly states that she might gain something from this, or perhaps not. before adding that if she were weak, she would already be dead. Having survived the attack, Reincarnated defiantly points out that he did not kill her. He doesn't think the Razor should have been able to do that, agreeing with the captain that it wasn't just a pure magic combat technique, but rather a specific type of magic that. He thinks to himself, they will lick our feet like dogs and crawl across the floor like insects. Maiden doesn't fight. He reminds himself, confirming that he isn't here to fight Reincarnated, but rather, he requested a duel. As if in response to his thoughts, Reincarnated lunges forward, a sharp, glowing blue blade of energy manifesting in her hand and descending with incredible speed, striking Reincarnated with a powerful impact. Even as he considers that a duel is a ritual of sorts to become friends. He wonders how she knew he was there, dismissing it as a coincidence, yet still thinking to himself, he thought he was the only one who knew about it. Looking directly at her, he states, "You requested a duel." He admits he's not sure how she knew about the duel, but expresses his gladness that she came, musing, maybe this is the only way for him to become her friend. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he concludes, he hasn't changed. A person doesn't change at their core. He considers the possibility that someone intentionally twisted the information about the duel, especially if it involved him. Meanwhile, Reincarnated, her expression thoughtful, wonders who could possibly be behind such a manipulation. Her thoughts drift to her father, a figure of immense authority. Reincarnated, still reflecting on the situation, acknowledges the possibility of a misunderstanding, but remains firm in his intent to prepare for the upcoming ceremony. Hyla's expression shifts to one of surprise, a sudden realization dawning on her. She considers her siblings, who have already carved out their own territories and earned their places within the family, a stark contrast to her own current standing. Reincarnated, meanwhile, dismisses any notion of having spoken too soon, firmly believing he cannot simply back down from the family's expectations. Hyla concludes that, given her situation, she needs to establish her own power and territory within the family. From the shadows, a cloaked figure observes Hyla, questioning if she intends to incite conflict among her siblings. Reincarnated considers his path forward, acknowledging that his current course is the only viable option he perceives. He reflects on a past interaction, admitting to himself that he befriended someone with the sole intention of making them his dog someday. His ambition burns, as he believes even a well-trained wolf can bring down a tiger. Standing alone in a vast hall, he acknowledges his father's wisdom, echoing the harsh lessons he was taught. A faint smile plays on his lips, as he accepts that if his plans come to fruition, it will simply be fate. With renewed resolve, he vows to train his chosen target like a loyal hound. His father's stern voice echoes in his mind, declaring that rather than a true swordsman, he would train a remainder swordsman who would bark, crawl, and obey every command. The scene shifts to a quiet room, a window overlooking the outside, as the focus returns to Larson. Reincarnated stands silently as a female attendant approaches, confirming her understanding with a simple, "Yes, sister." As the conversation continues, Noah questions, "Did you truly expect things to unfold exactly as planned when you received the invitation?" Hyla, in turn, acknowledges that she did, but admits she was unaware of who else would be joining them. With a slight bow, Noah apologizes, stating he cannot divulge that information. Hyla then reveals that Lady Reincarnated is the next matriarch of the Maiden family, known also as the Sorceress of the End, a true monster. Noah ponders aloud. Is Hyla truly the kind of person who could be so easily defeated? He then observes her with a knowing smile, remarking that she sounds as if she's rehearsed this conversation multiple times in her head. Reincarnated, now interjecting, admits, "Yeah, my brain just stops working if I don't prepare ahead of time." From behind, Hyla comments that at his age, he should be a born genius. Noah then addresses Reincarnated, asking him one more thing. Reincarnated's eyes widen, a look of surprise crossing his face. Hyla's voice cuts through the air, questioning if the physical manipulation magic ritual truly failed. Her gaze unwavering, she presses him further on the ritual's failure. Reincarnated, standing beside Noah, firmly denies any failure, insisting this was the only path to transcend his old body. He apologizes, unable to elaborate further. Hyla demands to know the reason, but Reincarnated reveals his father forbade him from disclosing it. Noah remains a silent observer as the tension between them grows. Hyla nods slowly, a grim understanding dawning on her face as she declares it's certain now. Her voice sharpens, labeling Reincarnated a complete failure. She muses that he wouldn't be able to speak of it anyway, questioning how she can utilize such a useless defense on her own body. Reincarnated, his expression hardening, realizes that if he cannot use it effectively, he will be forced to hand it over to his siblings. Hyla's gaze remains fixed, her voice carrying a hint of accusation. He has given me the opportunity first. Her golden eyes narrow slightly, a silent thought echoing her words. What I must do is seize him. Standing before Reincarnated, she declares, "Something I wish to show you." As a vibrant purple aura begins to coalesce around his clenched fist, Reincarnated attempts to manifest his power. The raw magical energy crackles and swirls around his outstretched hand, forming a luminous sphere. The purple light intensifies, enveloping his form as he concentrates. His eyes glow with the same ethereal purple, a determined expression on his face as the power surges. Hyla watches, her composure finally breaking into a gasp of surprise. She stares, eyes wide with disbelief, as a thought echoes in her mind. No way, he's realized. The vibrant purple energy crackles around his hand, a clear manifestation of transcendent mana. A holographic interface displays the youngest scion of the mages and Aurelia's core, with a level of 27, listing various names including Larson, Era, Ivelia, Lydia, Noah, and Hyla, each with their own core status. His lavender eyes widen slightly, as if witnessing something profound. Before him, a hand glows with vibrant purple energy, swirling with ethereal particles. The woman with sharp green eyes observes his reaction, a subtle intensity in her gaze. The purple mana pulses, and she asks, "Can you see it?" The energy continues to shimmer around her hand. As she explains, "It's mana of the transcendent attribute. I can feel all of its forms. Most of it is mana of fire." Later, the cloaked figure addresses Larson, confirming, "She's correct. Larson, the pod has been within me, too." He responds, "Yes, master." The cloaked figure then advises him, "Don't try and hide your potential." Larson, confused, asks, "Huh? Why you ask?" Larson looks down, processing the revelation, muttering, "I didn't know." The female assassin, Ivelia, questions the cloaked figure, wondering why he would allow the other to pass, despite the clear awareness that he wouldn't be the only problem. She expresses a desire to observe him for a bit longer, but the cloaked figure reiterates that he isn't the only one who will cause trouble. Her gaze sharpens, considering the possibility of another threat, and she ponders what Reincarnated might do next. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure muses that the renowned swordsmanship family wouldn't have invited just them, as Reincarnated stands nearby. He confirms this, stating that the Nate family is among the top 3 swordsmanship families, and someone of their caliber would certainly not have extended an invitation solely to them. A grand, traditional building stands majestically under a clear sky. The cloaked figure then reveals the identity of another key individual, as Reincarnated listens. In a separate location, the Nate family's only daughter, who is destined to be the next matriarch of the renowned swordsmanship family, reflects on her own position. Reincarnated stands beside the cloaked figure, absorbing the implications of this new information. He considers his next move, thinking he needs to arrive first to await them. He then asks why she was exiled, prompting her to explain that she was banished from the renowned Grandel's martial arts family. A sharp blade flashes, as she recalls telling someone, "You look like a fish." Sitting dejectedly on the ground, she hears him question if she truly wishes to die. He listens intently as she reveals the true reason for her exile: she struck Rosalind. The memory of the bloodied blade lingers, a stark reminder of the incident. Looking down at her, he hears her vow to get revenge on Rosalind, and when he asks if she was in the wrong, she admits, "Yes, I was." Yet, her expression hardens as she declares that a mage bows to no one. He watches her, understanding the weight of her next words, but when a mage's honor is lost. Reincarnated, still processing the revelation, offers a different perspective on the situation. Hyla, however, cuts him off, admitting directly that she was the one who struck Rosalind. Reincarnated's eyes widen in surprise, as a voice clarifies that Rosalind, the sole daughter of the esteemed Nate family, was known for her gentle and kind nature. The voice continues, detailing how Rosalind, despite her family's renowned martial arts legacy, was considered weak and frail, and yet, she was sent flying through the air. Mid-flight, she tumbled helplessly. Realizing in that moment the true extent of her powerlessness, a stark contrast to her family's reputation. The narration emphasizes that even the Nate family, renowned for their martial arts, had begun to fear her, as Rosalind continued her uncontrolled descent. Back in the present, Hyla declares that the incident was entirely her fault. The image of Rosalind, helpless and falling face down, lingers in the mind. A new heir is welcomed into the renowned Granbell martial arts family, a genius whose existence profoundly impacts an extra character not even central to the main story, depending on one of 3 rules. In a grand, ornate hall, Rosalind questions if that wasn't supposed to be the main event. The female assassin, with a dismissive air, tells him to do as he pleases, as she will merely observe from the side, to which he respectfully agrees. This marks the beginning of a new chapter, youngest scion of the mages. Chapter 27 opens, setting the stage for a journey to the Sunflower Field, 3rd Gateway, where a group of figures begins their ascent up a monumental staircase towards a distant, imposing structure. Reincarnated, walking alongside Noah, expresses his excitement, wondering what kind of people they are about to meet, to which Noah calmly replies that there will surely be many. As they continue their climb, Reincarnated admits he always has a bad feeling about these things. Noah, however, is preoccupied with a thought of his own, recalling how the renowned swordsmanship family once said they would have to properly face a certain family one day. He listens intently as the stern-faced man questions the nature of a recent technique, wondering if it was purely magical combat, while Noah, standing nearby, considers the implications of Lord Larson's grand designs. The man insists that Lord Larson has very big plans in mind, and Noah internally asserts his independence, declaring he is no slave, but his own master, his own shadow. A moment later, the female assassin lets out a pained gasp, her expression grim as she stands before Noah, who remains silent. Their journey continues, swiftly passing through the sunflower field's third gateway, then traversing the Black Sea's first gateway, until they finally arrive at the central gateway of the Grave of Swords. Rasen, feeling the strain of their rapid travel, apologizes for his weakness, but the female assassin dismisses his concern, stating that the gateways themselves are not the issue. He then gazes out over a sprawling city, a place where one of the famous swords of the Nate family is said to be buried, remarking that despite its ominous name, it appears to be a surprisingly active and vibrant little city. As the group descends the grand staircase, a voice asks Rasen if he is all right, to which he confirms, adding that the gateway should now be open according to their plan. Noah then informs him that he will share everything he has learned so far, and they will proceed to the royal palace. Later, a soft, ethereal glow emanates from Rasen as he sits in contemplation, Hyla observing him intently. Her gaze sharpens as she wonders aloud what Larson intends to show them next. The scene shifts to a magnificent, glowing chamber, a place known as Sunkan. Hyla sits at a table, her expression serious, asking a white-haired man standing nearby if he knows what Larson is doing, to which he simply replies, yes. She expresses her doubt, stating that it looked like a failure to her, but he quickly corrects her, asserting that it was a success. He elaborates, explaining that it has taken root in the heart. When Hyla presses him for more information, he refuses to divulge further details, stating he had protected it before. Meanwhile, an older, distinguished man with light blonde hair muses that it is rooted into Larson's heart, speculating that it might be the Holy Grail or something similar. As the conversation delves deeper into the mystery surrounding the Holy Grail, a vision of a powerful figure, bathed in a golden aura, appears, seemingly connected to the ancient artifact. The Grail, it seems, is not merely a relic, but something far more profound. Before Curdle's demise, he had revealed a startling truth. The Holy Grail he encountered was not a mere object, but the very essence of transcendence itself. The white-haired man, seated at an ornate table, considers this revelation, admitting he had never heard such a thing before. The narrative then shifts to a depiction of the first patriarch of the Maitons, a figure of immense historical significance. It was Curdle who knelt before a Maiton matriarch, apparently having absorbed something into his heart, a pivotal moment in their shared history. The blond man, listening intently, explains that he looked into the matter, discovering that the thing Curdle absorbed was indeed the Holy Grail, passed down through generations. He then asks if the white-haired man knew about the Holy Grail's ability to absorb anything into one's heart, to which he simply replies, no. The white-haired man then mentions a supporting circle, a concept that seems to hold significant weight in their discussion. The blond man, now identified as Gerard, clarifies the meaning of the term, confirming its importance. The white-haired man presses Gerard, questioning if the Holy Grail Curdle consumed was indeed the root mana of transcendence, asserting there's no other explanation for the situation. Gerard, however, seems unsure what his companion means by this situation, as he begins to elaborate. The elder's expression hardens as he explains that the Grail's power is twofold, capable of absorbing both root mana of transcendence and attribute mana. As they walk, the white-haired man states that in their opinion, they need both individuals, whom he refers to as progenies. Gerard reflects on his own past, admitting he was talented with mana but lacked physical strength, then wonders aloud if his companion could have achieved such a feat at the tender age of 10. The white-haired man considers this, conceding that perhaps he could have, but then points out Gerard's lineage, reminding him that he is from the Maitons. His companion vehemently denies the possibility, stating he wouldn't have been able to do it, not even him, before adding that the youngest of the Maitons is the only one who presents a problem that even stumps teachers. Gerard closes his eyes, a faint, ethereal blue ring of energy forming and swirling around his clasped hands, seemingly demonstrating or contemplating the mana. The white-haired man's eye widens slightly, impressed by what he sees, acknowledging its significance, but then questions why this power is manifesting now, and why it wasn't noticed before the Maiton's youngest turned. Gerard stands before the white-haired man, who observes him intently, noting that there's something he's been keeping hidden. From his ornate seat, the white-haired man then declares, I'll give you a mission. It's been a while. His gaze sharpens as he continues, tell me what it is. Watch. I want to see if he doesn't die. Gerard listens, his eyes closed in contemplation, before opening them with a resolute expression. The sky stretches endlessly, as Gerard's eye briefly glows with an inner power, a silent affirmation of his readiness. Meanwhile, news spreads. The renowned martial arts family is here. Gerard begins his ascent up a grand, winding staircase, heading towards his new mission. As the news of a renowned martial arts family's arrival spreads, a shadowy figure ponders the nature of power, questioning if a technique was purely magical combat, or if it hinted at something more profound. A different power, perhaps even that of a swordsmanship family. Then, a voice breaks the silence, greeting someone with a familiar, long time no see. The greeting is directed at Rosalind, who stands cloaked, her presence now confirmed. She is gently held by an older, white-haired man, his expression one of quiet affection. Her feet rest upon the glowing, golden ground. A system interface displays an admin's card for the youngest scion of the mages, showing a portrait of a red-haired woman with sharp, red eyes. From somewhere unseen, a voice echoes, "Long time no see." The administrator, Noah, stands with his arms crossed, gazing down from an elevated position. The female assassin, Era, standing beside him, also looking intently at something below. Her martial arts shoes are firmly planted on a wooden beam, confirming their high perch. From their vantage point high above a vast, modern hall, Noah and Era observe a lone figure below. Era's sharp red eyes narrow slightly as she questions, "Who are you?" Below, Rasen Maton looks up, his lavender eyes glowing with irritation, and retorts, "You look like a fish." He watches, a faint smirk playing on his lips as the figure approaches with impossible speed. Suddenly, a flash of surprise crosses her face, her eyes widening just before she makes contact with the rooftop. Her foot lands with a soft thud, her hand extending to perfectly balance the momentum of her incredible descent. She comes to a complete stop on the rooftop, facing Rasen Maton, while Noah remains a silent observer in the distance. Despite the flawless execution, a flicker of self-criticism crosses her mind. She wonders why her Flight of Stars technique didn't feel as perfect as it should have. As she processes her own performance, Rasen Maton speaks, his voice carrying a hint of sincerity, offering an unexpected apology. The word hangs in the air, catching her off guard, leaving her to question the sincerity of his words. Her internal frustration mounts, not at him, but at herself. She can't believe her Flight of Stars wasn't executed with absolute perfection. As she and Rasen approach, their footsteps echo softly on the polished floor. Before a stern, gray-haired man confronts them, asking, "Shouldn't you greet your elders first?" The sound of their feet shifting indicates their immediate compliance. As Rasen looks up, acknowledging him simply as, "Uncle." The elder, however, presses further, "And do you know who I am?" Both Rasen and the cloaked figure bow deeply, and Rasen replies, "Yes, I do. The carriage and pair who leads the Granbell family." The elder, Combat King Magner, confirms with a slight smile, "Combat King Magner, right? That's right. He is indeed a formidable figure, the second strongest in the Granbell family, the current family head's younger brother, and the patriarch's younger brother." And he remarks, his gaze sweeping over the bowing figures, "If you only took martial arts, your comprehension would be bad. You're better than the Granbell." Combat King Magner had initially planned to deliver a stern reprimand upon seeing them, but his expression remained unreadable as he observed the two. Meanwhile, Rasen, standing beside the female assassin, calmly noted, "But that is not the renowned martial arts family, is it?" A flicker of surprise crossed Magner's face as he realized, "Ooh, he's not intimidated by me." Turning his attention to two students of the Granbell martial arts family, a young man and a young woman, he continued his lesson, asking, "I was in the middle of teaching the Granbell martial arts family. You want to be stronger than the Granbell martial arts family, huh?" With a hand glowing with potent energy, he declared, "If you want, then I'll kill you." The force of his attack sent the female student sprawling to the ground, leaving a visible impact crater where she landed. She lay motionless, defeated by the elder's overwhelming power. He watches the impact, a single thought echoing in his mind. Impressive. The young woman, sent flying by his strike, recoils violently through the air, as he notes to himself that she didn't flinch, before slamming into the stone wall with a deafening crash, leaving a deep crater in her wake. A smirk plays on Combat King Magner's lips as he remarks, "Huh, I thought you'd look scared." The young woman remains slumped against the shattered masonry, her eyes closed, utterly defeated. With a swirling aura of power around his arm, he prepares another strike, challenging, "All right then, try blocking this." As energy crackles around his outstretched hand. But before the attack can land, a system notification flashes, announcing that the attribute Flow Slowly is being automatically applied, and the beginner magic combat technique, Self-Defense, will be automatically activated. Suddenly, Rasen Maton steps forward, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him, intercepting the powerful blow with a resolute block. Rasen Maton considers the nature of his abilities, wondering if what he just used was truly a pure magic combat technique. Suddenly, a memory flashes through his mind, of a dark-haired attacker launching a powerful kick, the force of the blow sending him sliding across the ground. He grunts in pain as the dark-haired attacker stands over him. While in the present, Combat King Magner reels from the unexpected intervention, his mind racing to recall the details of Rasen Maton's technique. He questions if his attack was truly stopped by mana, by a pure magic combat technique. The memory continues, showing Rasen Maton still on the ground. As a pink-haired student and Nate's daughter stand over him, the pink-haired student demanding to know why he's just standing still. He can only offer a quiet apology, leaving Nate's daughter bewildered. Rasen Maton explains his actions, stating he was in the middle of something and that holding back isn't his style, having lost different duels in the past. The pink-haired student dismisses his excuse, but Rasen Maton's final thought reveals the true reason for his hesitation. She was just too pretty. A young woman with long pink hair looks away, a slight frown on her face. Her companion, a dark-haired girl, sits casually on the ground, explaining, "You know how boys are. I wanted attention from you, so I called you." The pink-haired student remains silent, her back to the viewer, processing the unexpected confession. Suddenly, the dark-haired girl lunges forward, delivering a swift kick that the pink-haired student barely manages to block, the impact sending a jolt through her. As the attack connects, a system notification flashes, confirming that a beginner magic combat technique, self-defense, has been automatically activated, a crucial skill in this sudden confrontation. The pink-haired student recoils slightly, her eyes wide with surprise, uttering a soft, "What?" Despite the shock, a determined expression settles on her face as she prepares for the next move, acknowledging the need to endure. The dark-haired girl continues her relentless assault, her fist blurring towards her opponent. The pink-haired student, having weathered the barrage, finally speaks, promising to make her attacker pay after this ordeal. In a bustling hall, a blonde-haired man turns to face a growing crowd, his voice cutting through the murmur, reminding them to look around. He warns the pink-haired student, standing opposite him, that this is not the place for a fight, as everyone would surely know about it. His expression grim, he adds that people would inevitably be hurt if they were to fight there. The pink-haired student reacts with a sharp intake of breath, her eyes widening in surprise or indignation. An elder with long gray hair and a beard observes the scene, remarking that the blonde-haired man's assessment is quite wise for a kid. The elder declares he will not let the confrontation continue, while the blonde-haired man, Gerard, reluctantly agrees, promising to handle it better. Magner suggests they find somewhere better to resolve the issue, as the pink-haired student addresses Gerard as uncle, who then agrees to take care of the matter. Gerard considers the situation, believing this approach would be favorable with the elders, as a distinct voice echoes in his mind. Magner instructs the pink-haired student to maintain a friendly facade for now, emphasizing that it would be detrimental for rumors of a fight between the Nate family and the Maton family to spread. He hears Magner's voice, not directly addressing him, but resonating within his mind. A system notification flashes, revealing Combat King Magner has taken a keen interest in Larson Maton, a new variable influencing his contribution in the unfolding plot. His lavender eye narrows, understanding that Magner will now meticulously analyze his every action. Another system alert confirms that the Maid of the Heavens has found its target in Larson Maton, a variable now affecting the world's probability and plot. He struggles with disbelief, unable to accept that a low-rank monster could possess stronger mana than his own. A new notification announces 2 requirements have been met, confirming his success in influencing an intentional action, despite it being unintentional. The system continues, explaining that the Maid of the Heavens, Combat King, controls probability, and a new probability is now being created, granting Larson Maton creator's privilege related to it. His expression shifts to one of profound shock. This is... A sharp, sudden sound echoes as the system confirms Larson Maton has received the creator's privilege. And with it, the probabilities setup begins to manifest around him in a swirl of glowing particles. He instinctively reaches out, a soft TK, accompanying his attempt to grasp the ethereal energy. His eyes widen in profound shock, the reality of the situation sinking in. Unfolding the paper, he reads the words, "Chocolate Best, the setup I made." Larson Maton observes a system screen displaying various profiles, questioning if what he just witnessed was merely a pure magic combat technique, even though such techniques are a fundamental type of magic. Meanwhile, a hand reaches out, as a voice confirms this is merely the setup phase, adding a casual remark about Chocolate Best. The dark-haired attacker, her back turned, confirms that the setup contains everything she had written down. The system screen shifts, highlighting Persia Maton with the unsettling hobby of cutting people up, further emphasizing the game-like nature of the unfolding events. Doubtless, the assassin moves with a chilling efficiency, her reputation for striking fear into even the strongest individuals preceding her. Gerard watches with a grim expression, understanding that a lacking ability to break through the setup means its completion. Surrounded by a shimmering blue aura, Larson Maton looks up, his voice filled with a profound question. "Probability, why did you choose me?" Standing beside Noah on an ethereal platform, Larson Maton ponders the deeper implications, wondering why these opportunities and plot points are being created. As his blue aura intensifies, a voice declares, "You've reached the time limit. You're out of luck." He considers the implications of his situation, realizing he had been set up for a specific period, a predetermined route he was forced to follow, while also pondering that magic combat techniques are simply a type of magic. As he walks alongside Noah, who suggests they head to the Leaf Building where Ivelia awaits, he continues his internal monologue, musing on the idea that his entire journey feels like a preset probability, a series of encounters and events designed to happen at specific points in time. Meanwhile, Gerard acknowledges the Combat King, wondering what changes the future might hold for them. Later, the ornate entrance of a building stands open, inviting visitors inside. Inside, Rosalind looks up in surprise, exclaiming at the unexpected sight. As 2 figures settle into seats at a nearby table, a familiar voice greets her, "Long time no see." Combat King Magner laughs heartily, asking if they have finally arrived, while Gerard sits beside him. He laughs, a challenge in his voice, as Gerard insists he's still young enough to fight. Yet, Gerard's expression turns wistful, recalling a time when he could have challenged him without a second thought, a luxury he no longer possesses. The reason is clear. Julia, now a powerful mage and a matriarch of the Maiden family, cannot be challenged lightly. A smile plays on the Combat King's lips, teasing Gerard about losing his youthful charm. He then turns his attention to the young woman beside them, playfully patting her head, recalling how she used to chase him around and whine when she was younger. He even remembers a terrifying incident when she once tried to burn all his hair off. The young woman, looking away in mild annoyance, confirms the attempt, admitting she failed to burn his head, as the Combat King lets out a hearty laugh. As they settle at the table, the Combat King remarks on the difficulty of keeping up with their conversation, and the young woman offers a polite greeting. With a bright smile, she formally introduces herself, revealing her name as Rosalind Grandel, daughter of Grandel. A young woman with dark hair and piercing blue-gray eyes turns, her gaze fixed on someone off-panel, asking if they remember their encounter 2 years prior, wondering if this is the same person she met before. Her bandaged forearms hint at rigorous training, a testament to her dedication. Later, seated across from Combat King Magner, the young woman explains her purpose, stating her desire to grow stronger, to protect those she cares about, which is why she has come to train in a city teeming with monsters. She understands that fighting spirit swordsmen wield blades, while mages channel magic, and martial artists rely on their raw physical capabilities. She knows that while a human body has its limits, the power of fighting spirit can defy physics and achieve the impossible, a swirling aura of energy manifesting around her as she demonstrates her resolve. With fierce determination, she declares her intention to train her fighting spirit to become stronger, just like him, promising to be waiting for the day they meet again. The portal gate, a crucial nexus, is set to reactivate later that evening. Combat King Magner extends an open invitation to the 2 young women seated before him, asking if they would join him. With nothing else to do, the orange-haired girl readily agrees, prompting a surprised query from her dark-haired companion. She confirms their meeting point at the portal gates for 7 o'clock, giving a slight nod. Magner acknowledges their agreement, confirming their rendezvous. A fleeting thought of her cute little brother crosses her mind, accompanied by a soft, ethereal glow. The conversation shifts, with a voice suggesting it's time to discuss the earlier events. As they walk, the orange-haired girl clarifies, asking if the discussion pertains to the incident at the portal gates. Her dark-haired companion confirms, then presses further, questioning if she had planned the encounter and anticipated the attack. She confirms her presence, stating that was precisely why she went, then presses further, asking if the orange-haired girl intended to resolve the original issue. Her gaze sharpens, as she points out that the orange-haired girl could have resolved the Nate family's penalized arena situation and offered to settle things there. The orange-haired girl turns to her, asking if she means to question why she used the magic combat technique there, then confirms the dark-haired attacker's implied question with a simple yes. Her eyes gleam with a subtle determination, as she reveals her reason. Combat King Magner was present. The dark-haired attacker's expression remains unreadable, while the orange-haired girl continues, explaining that she only changed it to the second most powerful, the magic combat technique, which is a specific type of skill. Meanwhile, Combat King Magner, observing from a distance, is likely contemplating the fact that she effectively used that very technique. The orange-haired girl's face is resolute, as she reiterates that she effectively used the magic combat technique, which is a specific type of skill. Magner looks down at her, his gaze thoughtful. While the dark-haired attacker considers Combat King Magner's magic combat technique, noting the power she displayed was far beyond what one would expect from her rank. He really noticed the amount of mana I used, Reincarnated thinks, as Combat King Magner holds a reputation for being able to make the most logical conclusions in any situation. Magner himself ponders whether Larson had changed, or if he was simply raised to be a variable. The dark-haired attacker considers that Larson shouldn't know Magner well, and if he predicted her actions and used this as a variable situation, then it's very deceitful. It could be that, she muses. Meanwhile, Reincarnated believes they'll think he is a variable that the Academy has developed. He'll want to know all about me. From a high vantage point, the dark-haired attacker decides to make it obvious that he's a variable. Reincarnated looks up, reflecting on his brother's words, realizing that magic combat techniques have a fundamental limit to their growth. Meanwhile, the dark-haired attacker, her hands glowing with a soft blue energy, ponders the anomaly of Reincarnated, a boy with no magic ability, yet capable of pure magic combat techniques. Could he be a variable? He is, after all, only 10 years old. The attacker watches the horizon, convinced that he possesses more potential than anyone else, and that regardless of her father's orders, her own path is clear. She intends to make this child one of her own people. She understands Combat King Magner's intentions, believing he's trying to make Reincarnated his successor. Her eyes narrow as she recalls, she didn't even know he was alive back then. If she had, she would have been the first to kill him. With a dismissive humph, she walks away, muttering that her brother is always doing what he's asked to do. A figure plunges through a frozen landscape, recalling a past instruction. He told me to do it if I was upset. The memory continues, detailing a promise of 3 chances. Ivelia muses, her gaze distant, wondering about the countless memories she left with him, yet acknowledging they seem to be good ones. Her thoughts drift to the Combat King Magner, and the rumors of him seeking a successor, a variable like Reincarnated. She considers the implications, even if it's a teenage mage trying to kill him, believing that if he's curious enough, he'll learn from the king himself. Ivelia concludes that she thinks she'll learn a lot from him. Standing by the ocean, she recalls a past proposition, her voice echoing, "Why don't we go on a little betting date together?" Her thoughts continue, believing there should be a lot to learn from him, especially in Mercia City. As she gazes across the vast landscape, she acknowledges that she's been convinced many times and simply affirms, yes. She recalls a time when most of the commercial cities she visited were left in ruins. The remnants of destruction still vivid in her memory. All of it, she acknowledges, was because of her. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoes. As her hand gently clasps another, a soft voice urging, "Let's go." She walks beside a young man. Her gaze fixed forward, a quiet determination in her expression. The footsteps continue, a steady rhythm. As the memories unfold, the scene shifts to a bright, expansive sky, illuminating a distant city bathed in sunlight. The light then stretches over a serene beach, where small birds flutter against the vast, clear expanse. Amidst the bustling city streets, a younger Rasen maiden walks alongside Ivelia, their presence a quiet contrast to the surrounding crowd. 2 years prior, the 18-year-old Larsen maiden was considered an extreme scoundrel, a reputation he seemed to embrace with an almost childlike enthusiasm. Yet, some believe that people would always fight here, a sentiment echoed by a serious-faced young man. He had become a completely different person, a transformation that seemed impossible for anyone to achieve in just 2 years. An older, scarred man scoffed at the notion, convinced that people never truly changed their previous image. Despite these varied perceptions, his image was distorted, warped by the passage of time and the eyes of others. Meanwhile, a young woman with pink hair enjoys an ice cream, unaware of the complex past being recalled. A figure with dark hair ponders the intentions behind the human's actions, questioning what they hope to achieve. He concludes that there must be a significant underlying strategy, especially since the elves extended the invitation to the ceremony, suggesting that what they truly desire is a direct confrontation between the Rasen and maiden families. Another voice interjects, dismissing the idea that Rosalind Grandel could be involved, as the Grandel family stands apart, having no ties to the maiden lineage. The dark-haired man's hand glows with a soft, blue light as he resolves to take matters into his own hands, deciding that if more information is required, he will attend the ceremony himself. The report on the maiden family remains incomplete, but with a determined glint in his eye, he vows to uncover the truth, initiating Plan 15. A system interface displays a character profile, highlighting the youngest scion of the mages and detailing Aurelia's core. Meanwhile, a group of figures stands before a shimmering portal, its golden light beckoning them forward, as a voice commands, "Go in." Noah, observing the portal's intricate glow, remarks to Era, "A portal operated by you. What an honor." Era then turns to Aurelia, offering a final caution, "Watch out during the transformation." Noah reminds Era of the stakes, asking, "You do realize that you only have one chance left, right?" Era responds with a slight bow, acknowledging, "Oh my right. I'm sorry." With the final warnings exchanged, the group, including Aurelia and the pink-haired student, steps forward, their backs to the viewer as they prepare to enter the glowing portal. As the transformation begins, Aurelia clutches her head, her expression pained as she confesses, I feel like my body and mind are separate." The ethereal energy of the portal swirls around them. A bright flash signifying their passage. Emerging from the portal, Larsen blinks against the sudden, bright light, his senses still reeling from the journey. Meanwhile, waiting patiently in the vibrant green landscape, Gerard, Rosalind, and a young girl named Cassin watch the portal's shimmering exit. A relieved smile spreads across Rosalind's face as she calls out, "Larsen, Lydia, you must be tired from the long trip." Lydia waves back cheerfully, her dark hair now framing a bright smile, while Larsen's lavender eyes reflect the joy of their reunion with Cassin. A gentle smile graces Gerard's lips, content to see the travelers safely returned. He turns to Rosalind, remarking, "I was worried there'd be a huge crowd here, but it seems the Nate family never came to greet them." Rosalind simply shrugs, acknowledging his observation. Nearby, Cassin looks up at Lydia, her eyes wide with wonder, asking, "It's magic." Lydia nods, a knowing expression on her face. As the group gathered, a sudden outburst from Lydia cut through the air, her voice sharp with indignation. She declared herself the closest to Larsen, emphasizing her unique bond with him. Rosalind, visibly distressed by the assertion, had to be gently restrained by Gerard. Cassin, however, offered a calm, measured response, suggesting that friendship transcended such hierarchies. Larsen then chimed in, confirming the organic nature of his bond with Lydia, explaining they had simply connected naturally. Gerard questioned the importance of such distinctions, while Rosalind, still reeling, feigned ignorance of the conversation's subject. Lydia, undeterred, expressed her gratitude to him, while Rosalind lamented their own missed opportunity for friendship, a sentiment she quickly acknowledged as true. In a gesture of unity, Cassin extended his hand to Lydia, acknowledging her as a friend, and with Larsen joining, the three clasped hands, a silent pact forming between them. The subtle shift in their dynamic was underscored by the firm placement of a foot, signifying a new, grounded understanding. She looks away, a hint of regret in her voice as she apologizes for being too forward. Meanwhile, the two young men continue their walk, and Casson explains to Lydia that he was simply excited to meet a friend. Lydia, however, still feels a slight awkwardness, reminding Larson that he doesn't have to be so casual with her, given her age. She internally muses on his annoying yet friendly demeanor, sensing a subtle wall he puts up. Elsewhere, Gerard observes the scene, his thoughts drifting to a little kid and a snake controlling them. He continues his assessment, comparing the individual to a mere 10-year-old. As he walks, Larson's mind races, wondering if a 100-headed snake is truly controlling someone. Casson then turns to Larson and Lydia, revealing he was going to have a duel with Rosalind. Larson Mayton, with a thoughtful expression, asks if a suitable location can be provided for a duel. He stands alongside Casson and Lydia, all three looking towards an unseen figure. The upcoming confrontation is already being heralded as Larson Mayton's official debut. The discussion takes place within the confines of the 301B building, where Casson and Noah sit formally, debating the implications of the duel, as Larson listens in the background. Noah points out that Larson, being a nobleman, cannot duel a commoner, but Casson counters, reminding him that Rosalind Grandel is also a commoner. With that, Casson sees no reason to refuse the challenge. An imagined scene flashes by, showing Rosalind delivering a powerful kick, wreathed in a glowing blue snake-like aura, towards Larson, prompting the question of whether Rosalind will ultimately win. The interesting fact is that most of Larson's main skill involves magic combat techniques, a stark contrast to Casson's Sod, who is renowned for his swordsmanship. Sitting opposite each other, Casson admits to Larson that he feels envious, as a duel with a friend is a far more meaningful experience. He nods in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment that the young man is indeed a good person. He then adds, "And I think he'd make a great rival." His companion, Noah, questions this, asking, "A rival? You have rivals at your age?" With a confident smirk, he replies, "Yes, I'm stronger at the moment." Noah considers this, simply stating, "At the moment, I see." Noah's thoughts drift to the complexities of the situation, realizing his initial considerations were perhaps misguided. He mutters, "That means..." The core issue becomes clear. Larson, as the Mayton family's only son, is a noble, while Rosalind Grandel is a commoner. This fundamental difference makes the duel itself impossible under normal circumstances. Returning to the present, Casson asks, "Who do you think will win?" Noah, after a moment, responds, "I think Larson will win." Casson, however, offers a contrasting opinion, "But I think Larson will lose." Noah, surprised, asks, "What do you mean?" Casson's gaze sharpens, a close-up of Larson's face appearing in his mind as he explains, "Larson has a soft heart." Noah, still pondering the implications, states, "I guess I'll have to find out for myself." Casson, with a slight smile, responds, "You too?" He listens intently as Noah continues, mentioning his son's friends and expressing excitement at the prospect of introducing them. The next day, the Grand Firmament Sword stage stands ready, a vast arena awaiting the duelists. On one side, the dark-haired attacker takes her stance, a fierce determination in her voice as she declares she's been waiting for this day. Across from her, Larson Mayton prepares himself, his own resolve firm as he states his readiness. As Noah remarks on the duel's conventional appearance to Casson, Larson's thoughts turn inward, acknowledging the necessity of using all his power to secure victory. With a sudden burst of energy, the dark-haired attacker ignites her power, fiery particles swirling around her. Her eyes glow with an ominous orange light as she prepares to strike, a dark aura radiating from her form. The attack lands with a violent impact, sending a shower of red energy and debris scattering across the stage. The dark-haired attacker's fiery magic lashes out, connecting with Larson Mayton and sending him recoiling from the impact. He quickly regains his footing, his gaze sharpening, as his opponent presses the assault with a blurring kick. Just then, a system notification flashes, confirming the automatic activation of his flow slowly talent. He acknowledges his inherent advantage in physical confrontations. A thought quickly followed by a fleeting concern for Rosalind, who has yet to master her own fighting spirit. With renewed focus, Larson deflects the incoming strike with a shimmering blue shield. But the attacker's relentless barrage of fiery blows continues. He braces himself, a shimmering blue aura flaring around him as the next attack closes in. A crimson-tinged kick, imbued with raw power, slams into his defenses. The impact sends ripples through the air as the magic combat technique is unleashed. His blue barrier, now fully activated, absorbs the blow, leaving the attacker to exclaim that she had intended to break his arm and kick together. Larson's expression tightens in frustration as she complains it was like she kicked water. From the sidelines, Gerard watches intently, muttering Larson Mayton's name. The dark-haired attacker, undeterred, continues her barrage, convinced he blocked it by sheer luck. Another powerful, crimson kick arcs through the air. As it connects with his shield, she taunts him, declaring he still has a long way to go. Larson Mayton's body twists from the force of the impact, his defense holding firm against the relentless assault. His blue energy barrier shimmers, deflecting another blow, as the dark-haired attacker lets out a fierce cry, pouring all her strength into the next strike. The impacts reverberate, each strike testing the limits of his magical shield. Finally, with a powerful kick, the barrier shatters, sending fragments of blue energy splashing outwards. But before she can follow up, Rasen unleashes a swift counterattack, his arm blurring with a wide, sweeping motion. The attacker twists her body, narrowly avoiding the full force of the blow, the air whistling past her as she evades. She then retreats with incredible speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in her wake. Finally finding a moment to breathe, the dark-haired attacker leans forward, visibly exhausted from the intense exchange. Rasen Maiten moves with practiced ease, his fists raised in a ready stance, a faint blue aura shimmering around his form. Meanwhile, from a different vantage point, Kaysen Saad and an older, bearded man watch intently, a sudden realization dawning on them. The older man crosses his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face, as Kaysen remains focused on the display. A flicker of intense concentration crosses Kaysen's eyes, his gaze sharp and discerning. Back in the training grounds, Rasen continues his movements, as the older man's voice echoes in their minds, remarking that an apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Kaysen listens, his expression unchanging, as the elder concludes that the rumors about Rasen must have been entirely fabricated. The elder's thoughts linger on the young man's potential, a silent acknowledgement of his inherent talent. Rasen, unaware of the scrutiny, maintains his focused stance, his movements fluid and precise. His form speaks volumes, confirming the elder's final thought. He has received direct training from the Maiten family itself.